and welcome to day number 4 of the EWC Qualifiers. Zoe here, joined by Jake and Johnny.
Is it day number 5?
Is it? No, wait, it's number 4. It's number 5, actually. And tomorrow we're learning letters. We're starting with the numbers, though. So yeah, day number 5. Honestly, when there's a week in between, I also reset the count. So technically, it's like the day 2.
You get a pass.
Thank you, appreciate it. You could barely speak English yesterday, so why are you even yapping?
I know numbers. I know 1 to 10. That's my one.
So your powers combined of the numbers and me knowing the words together, we're like.
That's why we're hired. We complement each other. Yeah, yeah.
That's right. That's right. Well, we have a lot to get through today, of course. Also, just how are you doing? How are you feeling?
I'm good. I'm excited. I think this is a moment in the bracket where we get to see some of the best teams that have made upsets and come, further than we would have thought. The question is, how far can they go? Could we see shakeups in the rankings in Europe and North America? I feel like that's very possible today.
How are your eyes doing?
They're good. They're good, actually. Thank you.
He had life-altering surgery just a few days ago, and now he's here with us.
No more glasses.
To see everything there is to see, such as this beautiful EWC explainer.
21 games, $60 million.
60 mil.
That's a lot of money.
Plus. I like the little plus.
Yeah.
Oh, more than 60 million.
More. 21 games. And, our share of it is $1 million.
$1 million.
Darn. That's what all the players are fighting for. They obviously want to get through EWC or to EWC in Riyadh later this year. But literally in a month, actually. Some teams already qualified. So let's take a look at who's already made it through. Some of them coming through the OWCS stages, as well as, of course, our Dallas Major. Others got through because one of the teams from their region actually won the Dallas Major. Looking at you, DAF, which is not called DAF anymore. It's Bleed Esports.
Yeah.
That's former DAF. The team from Thailand, very excited to see them in the mix. Of course, LGD getting the invite. The Chinese super team sporting so many big names from the Chinese Overwatch scene. I'm very excited.
It's going to be exciting to see them back, actually.
Yeah.
That's going to be an interesting little complicating factor in the mix.
They nerfed Sojourn. Shy, no!
All right, Shy is pretty good at that. Have you seen Shy's Ash? It's different.
It does slap. We still have some open slots here, of course, because 3 teams from NA as well as EMEA are making it through. We also have a LATAM team which will join, and the OCE team has already qualified as well. It was more competitive, I dare say, or harder to get into the EWC in the NA region. That's
It was, for sure.
Yeah, because the lack of qualifications from Toronto Defiant and others in Dallas has, of course, really not helped opening up the field like it did in the EMEA. So, rough times.
Yeah, rough times indeed. Ensign Space Station obviously qualified through OWCS Dallas.
Yeah.
A great placement there. So that means that teams like Virtus.pro, like GG Peps, they could advance.
Yeah,
alongside those teams.
And that's great. And a lot of them showed us some phenomenal gameplay thus far. So let's take a look at the highlights from yesterday.
Quartz popped off.
Quartz was,
tremendous.
generally Twisted Minds. They showed us one of their best looks yesterday.
Yeah.
I think they played to win, for sure.
We saw the potential, I think, of this new roster yesterday. We saw Kellen and Vigilante playing well, playing heroes that they're particularly strong at. And I feel like the team was really just firing on all cylinders. It's sort of the promise that you look at this roster, you think this could happen, but they didn't bring it together until yesterday. But then I was like, man, you got to start believing.
You could also, not to be that guy, I'm going to be that guy.
Please
you
be
could
that guy.
also be like full typical like sports drama instigator and just be like, what was about Kellen staying on Rhine when UB asked for the Ram, Jake? Was there some drama there about hero swaps? Kellen stuck with the Reinhardt when UB wanted the Ram?
Yeah, let's go tabloid.
What's
on
with
this
that?
one.
What's with that, Jake?
It's interesting. I thought I would have wanted the Ram too, actually, but I don't. Kellen felt the Rhine. In the end, the Rhine and Ram debate is like a very. That's up to the tank, Similar heroes in a lot of what they offer the team, and it's just if the Ryan thinks he can make enough plays, the Ryan can work.
Yeah, I got a couple of nice chatters.
So you do trust each other. It's like that, you make a call, but if the other player's like, no, trust me, I'm feeling this, you listen. That,
it works out.
Part of being a good team.
Look good.
It did look good. Who else looked good? Ensign Peps, of course, as they're making their way through the upper bracket. And that final is coming your way today. I'm very excited to see how they will be stacking up and also just what compositions we will be seeing. On the lower bracket, though, Twisted Minds kept themselves alive. Space Station Gaming, after a bit of a disappointing performance at the end of last week, they now have to rally the troops to stay alive They're not playing, of course, for a ticket to EWC. They've already punched that one
Playing for
major,
money.
but they're playing for money.
Money.
For cash. That's more important.
Oh, I'm the highlight now. Look at me. I'm the highlight.
Wait, what?
Don't mind. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. I don't worry about anything. But we were talking about money. The things you do with money is buying things, such as Overwatch merge. That's right. There was a transition there somewhere. But I want to play a game with you guys. We call it Bye with the ugliest font we can possibly find. Thank you so much.
Are those the letters?
This is awful.
Flash, I like it.
This is like a 90s,
it looks like a
rap
balloon.
cover.
It looks like the same bee as the balloon.
It's the same.
Bye.
Bye.
That's what it's all about. Why do we still have that here? Why does this exist? Anyway, here's how the game works. We, and when I say we, I mean our producers. They scour the internet for reviews to Overwatch products. And I will read the reviews to you, and you have to guess what product the review is talking about.
Wait, what kind of products are we talking about here? Just
We don't know.
What?
Could be anything.
Plushies?
Yeah, anything. Yeah,
Just-
the whole
okay.
spiel. There's
All right.
plenty to choose from. So let's start with our first one.
Okay.
Qualifiers gave this 5 stars, and they write, "It's awesome. All the pieces were there, but the moving pieces were on their last legs. The pieces themselves were fine. Nothing was broken or anything. It's just that the pieces are quite small, and the feet of Mercy and Tracer were barely on the standing platform because they have such small feet. I'm just afraid to break them."
Wow.
What?
It's got to be like some kind of figurines, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, so
exactly.
what
Like
stand on the
Mercy and
platform?
Tracer figurines.
where would the small feet cause problems?
Well, on the platforms.
And what has so many pieces?
Yeah, that's what I'm
Like
getting. Is it
Lego.
like a Lego?
But, yeah, I thought Lego, but then like moving Lego pieces, I'm like, that's
yeah,
some
that's some
Hogwarts stuff.
advanced.
We don't have that. So,
I don't know if there's a Mercy and Tracer Lego. I could be wrong.
yeah, I don't think
There
Lego is
actually
moving,
I think
but
there's a
sure.
Mercy thing. You're looking in Lego.
I'm gonna go with just like a figurine, you know, like just a little
just
desk
one of the-
model with
Moving
like
pieces. Where'd they get that from?
I don't know. Maybe Mercy has wings or something. I don't know.
Why do you think they were on their last legs with the small feet?
Maybe it's a used product. I don't know.
Maybe this was an eBay purchase. Well, it's a Monopoly Gamer Overwatch Collector's Edition board game. Obviously.
Obviously.
What
Overwatch Monopoly.
pieces
Oh,
are
obviously.
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 Okay, I have 2 clues for this one.
Moving pieces in Monopoly. Wow.
Yeah.
They're rolling the dice.
All right, so there's two for this one.
Okay.
Okay, the first one is from MS Roberts, 5 stars.
5 stars.
My daughter loves it. Apparently she mains this character. I have no idea what that means, but she likes it anyway. And Ahmed gave it just 4 stars and wrote, overall a good paint job, and it's sturdy, but a little top heavy, and the stand is not included.
Wait, what was the first word that second person said?
Sturdy.
No, okay, well, not quite literally the
Paint
first.
job, a good paint job.
What? Paint? Paint
Paint
job?
job.
Okay.
Someone did a
So
good
someone
job at painting it.
painted.
So
this
it's in
thing.
color.
Okay, it's in color.
The product is in
Okay,
color.
we got there. It has color. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not black and white. Jake, you look like you're thinking really hard.
It's top heavy.
It's top heavy.
It's top heavy.
I don't
Come on.
know. Honestly, I was thinking.
This is my favorite part of this because the person is complaining about it being top heavy. And if you know the product, then you're like, well,
What
that's
means this character?
the whole point. I think that's just a cute little. I think
It's like
you
a
can ignore.
Rhine hammer or something. Like.
Oh.
Thank you.
Oh.
Jack is over there. Is like, this is so obvious.
Oh, yeah. Why don't you come in here and play then? Huh? You're just
I'm
standing
gonna
behind
go
the
with
scenes.
like
Yeah,
a-
no
like a
one knows.
Reinhardt
Okay,
hammer.
I guess now.
Like a Reinhardt hammer prop. That's my guess.
No, it's a Genji Funko Pop. Of course they're top heavy. They're literally
They have a
just a
big
head. I love bad reviews. Okay. This one went places. I don't have the name of the person who wrote the review.
These are all different figurines in different material.
That's right. So,
A statue, a
I feel-
stone statue.
No, wait. I gotta keep a straight face when I'm reading this. This thing is huge. Not in a bad way, mind. It's chunky. It feels solid, and it operates well. The quality was almost never in question. My sister got this for her birthday, and she loves it. What is it?
But it's like a diva mech model or something, like something large.
So what is large? It's huge.
Did it get 5 stars?
Yeah, actually, it's a 5-star review.
That changes everything.
Yeah.
What if it's like a real Genji sword, you know? Like a...
Yeah, okay. It's chunky, it feels solid. I can see how you would.
It feels solid in your hand, you can hold it.
Yeah.
And it's I don't know.
It's huge. They did spell huge in, like, the capitalized.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's something that's like sort of life-size to the game. That's what I was thinking, like a Genji sword.
Genji sword prop, what do you have?
Or maybe like the Mercy staff.
Good.
Sounds good. No, it's the Diva Nerf gun.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Good
I
reviews.
saw.
Okay, well, goodbye.
Yeah.
Goodbye, piece of paper.
I actually have held one of those. Those are chunky and solid. It's true.
It's true. Fact. Well, that was a pointless game, but we played it anyway.
I thought that was a brilliant segment. I just feel dumb.
That's okay. That
I
was
mean, the reviews, you realize it's like
just
so
feel
hard to understand because no one writes a review thinking you don't know what they're talking about, right? Like there's always the implied context of there's a picture and there's a product that you're looking at.
That's right. I love taking reviews out of context. It's my toxic trait or my
Great
hobby.
job.
Whatever.
That was really creative. That was a
Yeah.
fun segment.
Thank you so much. Speaking of fun, we have some coming our way because we've got a great match on our hands. It's going to be GG Peps taking on ENCE. Let's talk about this because we're looking at GG Peps here first. I mean, they've had a really impressive run, I feel, thus far. A lot of people, expectations weren't super high with them coming into this entire tournament. But they've really proven themselves, and a lot of that was just on the back of their impeccable teamwork.
Yeah, the team play's been solid. They've looked like one of the better teams when they're playing a ton of Mauga, but making it work. I think, Exodio and Naga really fit this meta super well. Naga being a projectile specialist player, has learned Tracer, but is I think he's always been at his best on the projectile heroes. And this is a meta where he can really shine, especially on the Pharah. Exodio and the Cassidy, similar story, just like an upcoming superstar hit scan player. But the teamwork has really allowed those individuals to shine more brightly than we've seen them before. They took down Space Station Gaming 3-0. I mean, that was a crazy, crazy upset. And so now a team like ENCE even is in their sights. It's really hard to predict how this is going to go.
And if we're looking at the other side here and talk a little bit about ENCE, ENCE obviously they already qualified. They had an incredible run in Dallas at the major. What we've seen in Dallas from them was more on the one-dimensional side. Now, this time around in the EWC qualifiers, Johnny, they showed us some different looks. Chase was more in the mix as well.
Yeah, this is a different team from the one we knew at Dallas that specialized playing the Sigma composition. Instead, we're seeing Chase in the lineup and playing more dive heroes, just like you said. And we've also seen Sky Reaper play way more for this team as well, coming into this team. We are seeing Ghost 91 in the lineup, which tells me we're going to see Baptiste because Ghost 91 specializes in the Baptiste, really good Baptiste player, but still Chase in the lineup. So that brings the question, what kind of tank are we going to see for this team? I feel like this would be a perfect matchup for them to bring out Vastola, to play that Sigma, because they are so good at that. That's how they beat the Toronto Defiant, for example, which is a really respectable win, right? So you'd think, well, if you're looking to win this tournament, this would be the time to try to counter Pep's Mauga play with your own Sigma. But instead, we're seeing Chase in the mix, could play some more dive heroes instead. So some questions still about this new look ENCE team that have been playing more Chase, but they did reverse sweep Virtus Pro already. It was a really impressive result. This is a really strong team, even if they like not to play Vastola. So, I'm curious to see what we'll see from them. Some mystery to this team, whereas in Dallas, it was all about the Sigma.
Mystery. We love that. We love that. Especially if it's the first match of the day. Something that's not mysterious, but always just reliable. It's what we know.
No, Jack's mysterious.
Jack,
I'm the least mysterious.
You're actually literally not mysterious.
Yeah, I'm the least mysterious human alive, I think.
No, when you guys are casting, we know exactly what we get. We get at least one C9. Shout out to Necra.
That's so true. It's crazy that happened yesterday as well. Like an egregious one as well. Like, come on, really? Is it going to happen again? Yes.
Probably. I just have to say yes. I just have to say yes at this point because I feel like it's par for the course. But I even went back and I watched that one yesterday. I could not believe my eyes. It gets worse and worse the more you look at it.
Yeah, we had it in the highlight package at the end of the day too. We just had to hammer at home how much of a crazy C9 it was. Rose, don't worry, we're not getting any today.
Now that you say that.
I don't know, we'll see. GG Peps versus Ents Rose. Oasis, our first map. Johnny kind of speaking about on the desk there with the retooled lineup in Team Ents. Chase and Vestola on the squad. Chase rolling out to start off with here for Team Ents. Up against Peps. Of course, knocked Space Station Gaming down into the lower bracket in a 3-0 fashion. A very uncharacteristic loss for the best team in EU at the hands of Peps. Obviously, both teams now in the upper bracket. Quarterfinals here, and Ents with so much depth to their roster. It's been hard to really knock them down. However, didn't have the best run coming into playoffs, although they're here to stay in the upper bracket. Of course, they're going to bring their A game. Ghost to start, same with Chase. We're going to roll out on University.
Wow, what's amazing is that Ghost, usually a Baptiste player, is actually going to be rolling out on the Kiriko. So even a newer look coming out here from Ents to see if it pays off.
Okay, Lucio down already. Wow, this almost inevitable Lucio dies to this mid-engagement. Kevster, bit more of a strange pick for him in the Farah. Don't normally see him rocking it, normally the hit scan. Kind of a guard on that role, but a Farah duel versus Naga. He did win it out, but of course his team did end up winning the fight, so you'd imagine he would do anyway, but still, Naga is not to be scoffed at when it comes to the Farah.
No, and that was definitely a big reason why Peps were able to get that 3-0 upset over Space Station the other day. But it's interesting to see the Farah, rather than something that Kevster is more known for, like the Echo, which I feel like is even a better counter here to the Farah.
Joe taking a large chunk of damage here. Very much an up-and-comer versus a veteran in Kai. Be an extremely good test, although he's been tested and he's messed with the best over the last couple of weeks, and he has taken down some unbelievable gods of EU Overwatch so far. We'll see how he does against Ents, of course. Master down. Again, another Lucio getting first pick. Ghost is going to use that rush on the points. They've already lost Kevster as well, so last source of their damage now down. Going to rely on Kai most of the time. Chase, unfortunately, nowhere near that cage, nowhere near to isolating someone, but it's actually Johan that goes down. The Mauga will be Ents eventually kind of rolling over them. Of course, getting 2 picks at the start of the fight. You end up just wanting to stall it.
Makes it a little bit easier, yeah. Yeah, definitely makes it easier. But you had the rush that might have been able to get Ents back into things, but I think that fight was always going to be so awkward just based on where Ents were having to take that engagement. But now that Peps have control, they have this Fire Barrage ready to go, and the cage not too long after that with their own rush as well.
They got a rush advantage. You might as well use it. Chase, look at how healthy Chase was. Not anymore. And D-Gold with a couple of little Cheerios there to donk on his head, and bada bing, bada boo. That will be the fight done. GG Peps with 4 ultimates, only using 1, delaying Ents a little bit more.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of stall here, but I think that like when you take a look at Peps' economy, you can't help but look at them and think that they're going to just straight up win this if they can keep playing aggressive.
Oh, look how fast he is. Oh, the barrage though from Kevster's good. Good for the kill onto Exodial. However, the sound barrier coming through from GG Peps might see them through this fight. That high noon from Kai lands on 3. The cage fades away, and so do the lives of GG Peps. 52% and a little bit is all that they're going to get to Ents find the flip.
Okay then, I mean the later sound barrier is usually sometimes what's supposed to win with FD God layering that on top of the Naga Fire Barrage, but if you're gonna have a pop-up like that, Kai, I mean even after these Cassidy changes, Kai was able to get 3 there with that high noon. That's insane, and that ends that fight. Now there's not really a whole lot left here. Ghost is gonna have another rush, but like I think that might just be all you need here. I'd put themselves in such a good position.
Kevster and Kai pretty low. Carrying in the sidelines here, but it's exactly Exodial that finds the pick off on his enemy like for like. Naga and Kevster in a very honourable Faro duel up on that mini health pack. Here comes the rush, Rose, like you were mentioning, but they didn't actually get any kills of it at all. A little bit of space on the point, sure, but Chase has to plant himself on to stop the flip from GG Peps. They're going to hit the retreat button, enter out of there, but can Chase actually stay alive? Didn't quite get far enough for him to get out of the danger zone as GG Peps. They're going to get the flip in the cap here, and they're probably going to play close. I mean, that rush from Ghost fairly early, and Johan's got the advantage now, so they can just run on their back line. It's exactly the same thing we saw a couple of fights ago.
Yep, couldn't have said it better myself, and they're about to come in and do just that.
High noon first, though, to split the team. is Kevster and Chase on the sidelines, but Tread actually ends up going down, and Kevster finds the pick onto FD God. Not exactly what GG Peps have written down in their playbook there. Using that high noon to split everybody up, you need to find those isolation kills, but it's actually ends somehow finding a clutch 2 picks in that fight. Naga is in
look at
he's
Naga.
on the low ground. He will be able to get to the point to get the touch, and he's got the barrage, but he's been spotted instantly.
Oh, they
he gets
see
up
him.
45 HP, reduced to 0 by Ghost Kunai, and it's all on this rush now from GG Peps to try and find this fight. Chase ends up backing off in the small corridor with a cage online in just a moment, actually gets isolated, but the barrage from Kevster does find FD Gods, and it is all Kai at the back. That's how you use a Deadeye there. Hence, they're going to claim this round.
I mean, just a couple of picks left, but I fail to see how Naga is going to be able to make that big of a difference. Even Exodial can't get there in order to actually get the touch, and Naga just not given an opportunity to actually use that barrage. I feel like it's a big difference maker, but speaks a lot to how Ents are playing the super aggressive. I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. Jazz, I think there were a lot of questions heading into this map, seeing Chase in the lineup in terms of what Chase could bring to the table, but I think what he offers is flexibility and maybe feeling a little uncomfortable to walk in and have to take too much damage, but you can already see that if Tread is going to be so steadfast in playing the Mauga, how Chase might be able to play around that with something like a Mauga of his own, even a Doomfist maybe if he feels like he wants to run a dive hero. Or Winston.
Yeah, the flexibility is crazy from the team. Of course, when it was just Vestola, they were not shoehorned into the Sigma comp because that was generally what was the best pick at that current moment in time, but you needed someone like Chase to kind of round out the comp, and showing a little bit more flex here in the Doomfist of all things. Oh, Exodia's in trouble. Oh, easy kill. That dynamite from Kai. Saw him sub 50 HP. Chase saw blood in the water and leapt for him.
Wow, I mean, this is just going to be an easy point capture here for Ents as soon as that point unlocks. They've got to push them all the way back. And Chase being able to go in with this Doomfist, I think, even just gives us a different look for the team. Alongside someone like Ghost actually practicing that Kiriko, being able to bring that out, this dive is actually going to force Peps to make an adjustment of their own. They're going to have Tread go over to the Winston.
All right, yeah, kind of matching the dive with dive there. Doomfist a little bit more paced in the matchup. It's all about the cooldowns, trying to get in. Hasn't got too much protection apart from that power block. Still a hard point to cap, though. Man. City Center, everybody. And Trace is just going to perma stay there, and good luck. GG Peps need to find a win. That coach gun is going to send Tread all the way back to the rest of his team. He's going to try again. Obviously, coach gun a little bit longer cooldown than the leap. Looks like Kai and Ghost don't want to give it the high ground just yet, but forcibly they were ejected from it. As Johan, with the help of Tread, ends up finding the kill onto Kai. And now Kevs is just trying to stall as much time as possible. Now Exodio can get the frags. 1, 2, and 3. Ghost there as well. And they're going to try and stagger him too. Kind of expertly so, actually. He was so close to actually touching that point. A little stagger there, not a crazy one. You take what you can get.
I mean, City Center moment, that's Ents getting 50% of the capture point already. After all of that stall, they still walk away with murder, it feels like. But Chase is actually going to switch over to the Winston. This is where I feel like he's really strong on this hero.
Oh, that aggression is just too much from Peps there. Using that sound barrier too, they're just going to jump all the way in. Pulse Bomb lands on Tread. Kind of expected to survive there. Nice Suzu. Stops Naga's Pulse Bomb getting any damage in. It was a nice connection, but no kills were garnered. FD God trying to find one kill. Ain't happening, Chief, unfortunately. It's actually Johan that comes up with a frag on to Ghost. Very quick fight there. GG Peps again, showing kind of their aggressive style, Rose, coming into this match.
It is very aggressive, but it doesn't seem to pay off for them this time. And in fact, you're going to see yet another rotation of compositions coming out from Peps, where it's back to the Mauga here for Tread, seeing the Winston from Chase. We're going to see a lot of this counter picking, I feel like, heading into the rest of the map.
Oh, a big fight, a lot of ults. That's Bob and the beats, and a rush being used. Exodio down. Not entirely sure where Exodio even was to fall there. Potentially fell down to the ground before the rest of his team could even join him. Tread just trying to chew through the health bar of this Winston and the shield, but it's just kind of left his team isolated on the sides, and Ghost finds a nice kill with the kunais. This might just be round 2, Rose, if they can find any more picks here. 85% already.
Oof.
They're going to keep going.
Yeah, I mean, Chase also working up to the Primal Rage. He can play up front and very aggressive here. Maybe even forcing somebody to not be able to touch if you just boop him away.
Oh, Exodio is trying to step up, but they're going to re-enter this fight. There's the Suzu. A roll has already been used, and the Primal Rage is going to get popped. Nug's actually on the point row, so he will be the one to touch. Master's there to match, and it's a 2v1 with Naga. Oh, a 2v3, in fact, as both DPS from Ent try and clear Naga off the points. Pulse Bomb onto Tread, easily getting cleaned up by Kevster there, and Kai with a perfect eagle-eye view over the battlefield. Nifty God hits the Ajax at the very end. I'm not sure it even mattered, to be honest with you, because that'll be Team Ents clearing Peps, or GG Peps, off of Oasis, and starting the series off quite cleanly with a 2-0.
Yeah, oh, that feels so bad to see that in those final moments, but I think you're right. There just wasn't anybody left to be able to actually take advantage of the sound barrier at the end of it. So we'll just... It was a good effort. We always love good effort coming out from our players, but what a fantastic start for Ents.
Very aggressive. Ents kind of punishing GG Peps there at the very end. Like, GG Peps more than willing to kind of play far up with the Mauga comp, just either in the enemy choke point or kind of near their spawn too. Like, not often do you see a team push out of Oasis, over outside of the pavilion, outside of the actual point in the high ground, but they were more than willing to kind of take Ents to the very limit and just try and push them back into their spawn, take a lot of early fights, and that didn't end up paying off for them some of these times. I mean, look at this big
This is one of them.
3-person Deadeye. I mean, in these kind of fights too, because you're held in that big cage, you're hoping that you can kill the Casti. A lot easier now in the high noon, especially if they channeled it a long time, but there's so much support coming in for Kai there, the Suzus, the heals, and everything to keep him up, and he just waited for the enemy Mauga cage to fade away, and bada bing, bada boom, that's 3 kills.
Yeah, I mean, these are all great examples of how to illustrate your point, where we would see GG Peps kind of step out in front of the objective when they felt like they had the ultimate advantage. And you saw Ents play around that so beautifully, just being able to back up. They kited away from a lot of that damage. And once they saw maybe that the time was expiring on a couple of those ultimates, they went in for their own kills. And so I do feel like it's like cool to see how Chase has evolved as a tank player, because I think in a lot of instances before this match, I think we would have seen him almost match that aggression and go in a little too deep. So I think it's really great to be able to see that he has leveled up to this point, and maybe that's just being able to work with such a veteran roster like this.
Well, I mean, we're going to see Chase step away now as we go to Midtown. Vestola's coming in.
That makes sense.
For Midtown, we're going to see a lot of Sigma, so Vestola seems like the perfect pick. I mean, the Ents roster is so flexible, like we mentioned, with Chase in, but now we're seeing Vestola come in. You're kind of expecting, if you're GG Peps, to see that Wasp is back. I'm not joking. That Wasp is back. It just flew right past me. I don't think that you caught that on camera, but it is going crazy over there. That was scary. I think you'd assume GG Peps are going to expect the Sigma play here, so we'll see what they kind of run out the gate with. Because in their mind, you're like, okay, we're going to see the Sigma. What can we kind of bring to the table? And I've got to be honest, I think Tread's just going to...
It'd have to be the Winston.
Yeah, either going to be the Winston or the Mauga, but I would 100% expect the Winston here. Just go that pure dive again and just try and take advantage of how kind of immobile the Winston comp, or the Sigma comp is, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, we see that a lot, right? We see a lot of teams use the Winston to try to counter the Sigma, but the Sigma is there to try to counter the Mauga. And we even saw how that rotation played out, even just on City Center with Chase into the roster. But Mauga versus the Doomfist. Oh, well, then we're going to play the Winston, and then we see Winston from Chase, and then they go back to the Mauga on Tread. It's just always going to be this rotation. I think when we have flexible rosters like this, we should expect to see a lot of counter picking in that way.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see, of course, as we jump in just a moment. Ends up a game already. It's worth keeping in mind, both teams have already locked their place in at EWC Rose, so they're not fighting for that, but they're fighting for big money here. So Midtown is the pick from GG Peps as we load into the map.
So GG Peps picking this one is so interesting, because I feel like when we see Tread, I feel like I just remember Tread playing a lot of Orisa and a lot of Mauga when we ended up seeing him like on a couple of those teams. Sorry, I'm sick, by the way.
You're good. You sound great.
I don't. I'm fine. I'm good. But yeah, we saw Tread play like a lot of main tank heroes, like Orisa, the Mauga, the Doomfist, when he was playing in like the first 2 stages of the OWCS. So it wouldn't surprise me at all to just see Tread continue to play through this rotation of heroes, depending on what they expect to see. And Vestola, like out on the defense, is going to be playing that Sigma.
Sigma, Kai on the Ashe, and goes back on the BAP here. Makes the most sense. Kiriko looked pretty decent there. The ults.
It did look good.
The ults, compared to Joham's, I would say a little bit more lackluster. A lot of the time, that just came down to we pop ult and then we instantly die. Someone gets picked randomly, right? Not always the fault of the Kiriko there, but Joham was getting the better of it. Oh, okay.
I mean, you talked about
Tread actually.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is interesting. Pause.
Oh, a little pause coming through though. Yeah, little pause, little pause. Let's hope the Wasp doesn't return.
Well, you know, what I was going to say, though, about, like, the Ghost pick on Kiriko, you said that maybe, okay, the Kitsune Rush is not necessarily the most impactful versus what we saw from Joham, but it was about the utility, and you called that out perfectly when you were talking about how Kai was kept alive. All the Suzus, all the healing just pumped into this one player so that you could have those, like, 3K high noons or just be able to rush around the map and play this Cassidy super aggressive. So I think that's where we've seen Ghost really step it up. Being able to bring out this hero is just what he provides with instant value from something like the Kiriko.
Should be jumping in just a moment. I just saw Kevs to say ready in the chat. Same with the FD God. There we go. All right, we're going in. Thankfully, not a long pause. No one has pushed their monitor off the desk this time. All good. We're chilling. And Exodia running the Soj. So still a lot of teams kind of experimenting with Sojourn. Still thinking it's pretty decent. In these poke comps, looking for the rails to kind of follow up with additional poke damage, not too bad. You're not as hindered. You're not always looking for those insta-kills, but it does feel like Ashe will become a little bit more popular. Tell you who is popular, though, Kevster. Not popular with the backline of GG Peps, though. Fan favorite, but Joham wishing he wasn't.
Oof. Well, I feel like we've seen a lot of teams fall for this, where they just go into the laundromat and then they just get collapsed on. So I think Ent's just sort of executing that perfectly. GG Peps, that's a minute off the bank for them in another attempt, but I feel like they have the pieces for this. Like Treads on the Sigma, you have the Naga Maywells as well to just help make sure that you can actually make these rotations. You just have to make them faster. And that's really where Kevster has been such a nuisance on that Tracer, making it very difficult for them to make these rotations quickly. You're just so vulnerable, you're so dead.
You are indeed. Oh, Naga goes down. Gets stuck as May too. That's really rough. No ice block. It's worth keeping in mind as well, the threats actually to Kevster Rose to kind of illustrate your point here as well. The Sojourn can't one-shot headshot Tracer anymore, which is quite insane. Quite an insane and substantial nerf to the character. The May obviously doing a lot of damage, a lot more damage now with the icicles, but no like instant one-pot potential. So Kevster can play a little bit more daring in the backline, and we've been seeing that.
Yeah, it's definitely, you can definitely feel it. And I think as well, when you don't have something like the Cassidy on the other side, instead it's the Sojourn, like, yeah, you don't have to worry about even something like the flashbang coming at you.
And they are struggling to move through laundromat here. Exotia's got a charge rail
so
gun.
low.
Oh. FD got dynamite, insta-kill with a headshot. Yeah, this is
Now you're really not getting out of here.
This is a go again. You might be able to stagger Naga a little bit. No, okay, Kai says nope. Kevster does die to Tread in the end, but that's really the only kill that they've had this whole round. Like this is a little bit of a differential right now coming through from Ents. Peps have got ults though.
Maybe a little.
Ults, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so that's a lot to work with, right? We have Ghost that's already used the amplification matrix, but there wasn't really anything else that you were going to save that for. So you're kind of hoping maybe like Kevster can pop up with another pulse bomb, but GG Peps should have this. Let's just say should, because I don't know how this is actually going to go for them.
Flux is good. Lamp goes down super early. Joham might just die to this. Yes, he does. That lamp was so early from Joham, and Kevster was able to just run in there and kill it. Blizzard comes in. Vestola hiding behind the shield, does get assassinated, as well as Kevster. Exodia was still showing that the railgun can still do a whole lot of work, but that Bob being that additional member on the field as Kai was able to lay it down as soon as the team fight broke down and everybody had used their abilities already. The sound barrier from FD God came in, but it was just getting chunked through. That is real rough from Peps there. You needed Joham to stay alive 25 seconds to go. Exodio on the Widowmaker of all things to try and get stuff done.
Yeah, I mean, this is just panic swaps at this point to try to get to the Widowmaker and the Tracer. So I don't know if Flux is going to be enough. And you're stuck in a small room now.
SMG Widow. Ooh, it's looking rough for GG Peps. They have got a tick though, bro, so at least it's something. No second one, and Tread trying to get Ghost to land on top of his head there. You see that? So there's a little bit of tech with the Sigma Flux. We'll talk about the end of the round in just a moment, but
oh no, C9.
when the Sigma use the Flux,
Sorry,
you'll see very good Sigmas, and Vestola is very good at this as well. They will end up going under a target that is getting fluxed. When the lamp hits the ground, it comes back up again and creates the zone of immortality. If it lands on if the player lands on the Sigma's head, you are out of that zone of immortality. So you create basically a platform that you're landing on top of, it being your skull, and you can insta-kill them then with the spheres as soon as they land. So it's a very bit of small tech there as we go over to some horrifying images of pigeons eating an eclair. That is an eclair, right?
Yeah, it's an eclair.
It looks nice.
I'm surprised though that, you know how like dogs can't have chocolate? Dogs and
I think pigeons can eat rats with wings. They can eat anything.
You think they can eat anything?
Absolutely.
I feel like
you feed them some uranium, they'll be satisfied for the rest of their life. It doesn't matter. Like any kind of like, they're fine.
No, pigeons should not eat chocolate because it can be toxic to birds, even in small amounts.
Well, we'll see what Ed's have to say about these pigeons.
I guess I could play Ram. I think I hear Ash. I think I go. I kind of want to go Ram. I want to go Ram
Genji. Play Ram Genji.
You guys want to push top?
Yeah, back on. Okay. What do you see? Dev Genji. I go for.
Okay,
Can we go top or
main? Go top. Let's try. Fuck it, try top. Try top. They don't have. I mean, they have Ash. So.
Yeah, they're in
the deflect here. Get the deflect. Take space. Look Ash. Let's swing right. Okay? Again. Sitting. Can you go first?
Get above.
Get Just gonna try to I see it.
All right. Couldn't have said it better myself, honestly, Ents. Thank you for that. And that's Matt. That's all she wrote. Ends with a 2-0 over GG Peps.
This is
was one of the quickest maps of all rounds of all time there. Jeez. Ends just ran down the train, and Tread got picked off first. And is there anything to break down there? Not sure. There wasn't much.
No. Let's go to the next one.
Just go next.
Come on, map number 3.
Yeah. I mean, look, they ended up reverse sweeping Virtus Pro the other day. A very, very tough game for them, coming back from it. A lot of veteran, a lot of like old heads, a lot of veteran talent on the team, of course. So been in those situations a lot of times, even in like Overwatch League level, at the very highest levels of Overwatch play, and kind of coming into OWCS, thinking they're going to be, the best in the region up there with Space Station, and going into a game versus Virtus Pro, even though they are looking quite scary, I can't imagine they're two-phased. And this seems like kind of old Ents now. Not old Ents, but an Ents we're kind of used to in that regard.
Ents back to form.
Yeah, back to form, back to how they should be playing. I mean, Peps had that crazy upset versus Space Station, but this is kind of how this match you would have thought would have gone if you kind of ignored the score lines from the previous week. I mean, can GG Peps end up coming back? Esperanza's the map up next. Vestola, is he staying in? We'll obviously get confirmation on that in a moment.
No, I don't think so. Like, at this point, I think you're right. And when we talked to Ents after that match where they did get that reverse sweep, they said, well, the first 2 matches, like, we played bad. We just didn't really know what we were doing. And I think that showed in how they were actually approaching some of those matchups. As soon as we ended up seeing Chase switch over to the Winston after dealing with such a dominant Sigma, it was like, oh, duh, like that's how we're supposed to beat that comp. And it all just fell into place for them. It clicked. And I think that's similarly happening here where they look very practiced with what they feel like Peps are going to be running with.
Yeah, right. I mean, Esperanza, again, we'll get confirmation if Chase is coming in again. And there you go, yeah, just in time. Chase is in.
Makes
so
sense.
makes sense here. Winston play from ENCE, you'd imagine. Or they can match the Malga again. We'll see what Trade kind of wants to bring to the field here, being obviously the only tank for GG Peps. At least one that's been active over the last couple of weeks for the team. But this kind of looks like a classic ENCE, just 3-0, walk it in, continue the run through the upper bracket. I mean, Peps end up might having to face Space Station again, which will be quite scary, because they are pretty mad down in the lowest.
Yes, I think that if Peps get that rematch versus Space Station, I think Space Station will have a very different say in how that's going to go as well. They're definitely not a team, I feel like, that takes losses and take them to the chin. They really work hard to push past that and figure out where they could actually make those improvements. But if we look at potentially the final map in the series, it seems like just an ENCE playground at this point. You have the opportunity to put Kevster on something like the Tracer. Kai could play either the Ashe or the Cassidy. I think both of those look quite good. I don't think Hitscan is dead. I know we've been thinking about this since the patch hit, but I think Hitscan is just fine.
I think Sojourn as a character might be rest in peace for a little bit, you know, until she gets buffed again. But Ashe looks good. Cassidy looks very good still with the Hindenade. I was speaking to Astra about it a little bit, and feels like even he's saying like it's more of a buff than it is a nerf in a way, in some ways, with the new not Hindenade anymore, or Magnetic Grenade, now returning to the old name Flashbang. But giving the hindering effect, not the old stunning version. Yeah, and also, yeah, you can sign up for some FACEIT League action if you wanted to. FACEIT signups are available right now, so go to the website and sign up for Season 2 if you want to be maybe broadcasted, just like this. Maybe you can make it, and you know, hope that you don't face Space Station or ENCE. GG Peps.
Hope you don't
in the
face
first round.
Jake, actually.
Yeah, that'll be a little rough.
I feel like you don't want to face Jake either.
Or Jake, yeah. No, definitely not. But you can sign up. And in fact, we've got a small trailer for you as well. We'll jump to that just before we get into our next map.
Hey heroes. Season 2 of the multi-divisional Overwatch FACEIT League is back. Join with your team or look for teammates on FACEIT. Compete in weekly matches against players at your skill level at a time that works for everyone. Win your matches and rise through the divisions, competing for your share of the prize pool, earning bigger rewards as you climb. The more teams involved, the larger the prize pool, the better the division balancing, and more fun for everyone. Rise to the top with your team and start your path to becoming a pro Overwatch player. Or just play for fun. FACEIT League. Register your interest for Season 2 now at fce.gg/FACEIT League.
There we go. Thank you, Jake, for the voiceover. Hey, heroes. You can sign up for FACEIT League today. But let's get into the game. Third map here. GG Peps versus ENCE. It's looking like an ENCE victory. A 2-0 on Oasis. A full hold there on Midtown. Esperanza up next with Chase coming back in for Team ENCE. What have Peps really, GG Peps got to bring to the table, Rose?
I think it's a tough thing to ask for because we have really only seen GG Peps play the Malga composition, and it's just this series that I feel like we've started to see them stray away from what that Malga composition has brought to them in terms of stability. So I think they're floundering here. It's hard not to see that when I feel like they haven't been able to take these fights as cleanly as we would have expected to see them, especially even like their match versus Space Station.
Yeah, that Space Station game, it really didn't feel like Space Station at all, looking at the whole series. Felt like a different team, an imposter, potentially.
Sussy.
A little sus, I agree. Yeah, I would love to see that rematch, though. Where Peps versus Space Station, see how that ends up going down again. ENCE rocking in with Chase. Are we going to see Doomfist? I don't think so. It seems like too much of a gamble pick. His Winston is so good, definitely his best hero. We'll have to wait and see. And we saw ENCE on Midtown Rose switch to Echo a little bit as soon as they saw the Malga comp. So I'm curious if also Kai wants to, or Kevster, sorry, wants to stick on the Tracer pick. But it's actually going to be Chase on Doom. Okay, I do like the look of Doomfist, but Winston, we'll see if they want to change a little bit later.
I do feel like Winston is stronger for Chase, but I think that Doomfist provides a lot of firepower that maybe the Winston does not in this case. And we've also seen teams like Toronto Defiant, someone actually playing the Doomfist, so I feel like it's not completely out of left field to see here.
Like a little bit of a dive there. Off of the bot, that was kind of cool. Off the barricade even. All right, objective unlocked. And one good thing about GG Peps' composition, they can just kind of sit on the points. Got to wait for those cooldowns to rotate, though, from Chase, and they chase down Marta. That was a very early kill on Lucio. It's mainly been the Lucios, the targets for both teams, and GG Peps have found their mark.
There is no need to fight.
They're still like so low though. I mean, you just take a look at FD God and he was maybe about half HP, but Ent's also able to back up here before coming back in with something like the Kai Sojourn. I'm not sure how I feel about this one. Like, we've seen how little impact I feel like Sojourns can have, but maybe in the hands of somebody like Kai, it looks a little better.
Good headshots from Exodial there. Yeah, I'm wondering if
so
Kai
consistent.
ends up switching because of the fact Naga also running the Pharah. Ash and Cassidy a little bit better dealing with that pick.
Doesn't require as much consistency to hit either if you're just playing something like Cassidy. Like Exodial showing us a great example of that. Just hit headshots and you're doing so much damage.
Yeah, Exodial's pretty good at that. Just hitting headshots. All right, there's the rush. First ult of the game used. We're going to give Chase a power-up punch here. Bot is moving, not in the direction they want it to, though, as Kevster, a little cheeky tracer play there, stealing the bot away, so they're not going to get too much room here. They do end up taking high ground, which is what's important, but now they've got to worry about Ents using all their ultimates, too. There we go, rush on the high ground. Chase just jumping in, using that power-up punch to assassinate FD God, and the front line, a little bit worse for wear as well. Tread down, Exodial to follow, and Naga, not long for this world. Go on, Chase, give it to him.
I mean, that was perfect. Like, the way that Ents routed them so that Chase could actually steal that health pack after the Meteor Strike was so much fun to watch. And that's kind of what you expect maybe out of this Doomfist pick, to know that the team is behind you to make plays like that. That was perfect. And now Ents, they've been able to grab this push bot, start to get the lead, make some meaningful progress. Having a Lucio sound barrier here too is going to feel super nice into something like this cage. Unless they just take out Trent
what a
first.
punch! Oh, Kai with a collat. A punch from Chase into the wall, hits the collat with the neutral rail now. Brand new buff to Sojourn. She can collat with neutral rail. Nice shot by Kai. We'll definitely get a replay of that one. That was sick. Twitter? Yep, that's going on Twitter. Don't worry, Kai, we got you.
That is a Twitch clip, or yeah, that is 100% a Twitch clip right there. Oh my God. That's team coordination. That's what the Doomfist can help set up, and it looks like Ents have really practiced this.
Well, no checkpoint though, sadly. Ents have the high ground, so many ults to work with. Don't really want to use that beat straight away. Going to save it for Tread, I would imagine. There's the overclock, and now GG Peps have to run away. This should be the cap of the point too. Sound barrier, no, they're not going to use it. Going to satisfy themselves just with the checkpoint rows, not overextend, knowing that they're probably going to lose Chase in that fight.
Yeah, but that was a Kevster. Like that was a classified, certified Kevster right there. Like, he just pushes the bot to the checkpoint while the fight is happening in Tread's cage. Even though GG Peps are actually able to win that fight, that's crazy. So, I mean, it's looking not so great here for Peps at the moment, even though they have 6 minutes left. Like, they're going into a rush, double support ultimates for both teams.
High Noon separating the backline events there. Chase using that Meteor Strike to get away. Healing in that Meteor Strike too. Lands straight on the backline. Nice pulse bomb from Kevster. Goes a little bit wide though. It looked like he connected initially, but unfortunately it was just pancaked on the floor. FD God pushed into the bot. And that is GG Peps. I wonder if that sound barrier, I don't think that sound barrier got interrupted by FD God, but I could be mistaken. 2 beats used in the fight as well. Checkpoint in the sights here for GG Peps, but Ents is so quick to come back, Rose. Their comp is so fast.
Yeah, with the Doomfist too, you're getting in there so quickly. And look at this, Naga already trying to duel down Kevster, who's been such a problem. FD God getting the better of that one though, nice to see. So GG Peps, they might have a chance to be able to even up the score here. Having used all those ultimates though does not feel good, knowing that Kai has just been able to like hit just all of these headshots.
Neutral fight coming up. No ultimates online. Oh dearie me, that was close. Exodio. Johan's so low, but Exodio actually finds the initial pick. That cardiac overdrive just so good in the neutral, but they do end up trading. Once again, it's the Tracer stealing away the bots. This time around, it is Naga securing the checkpoint, and it's going to move it meters as well, Rose, which is quite important in the grand scheme of things. Couple of meters gained for GG Peps.
That's the lead. that's just the lead right now for Peps. So Ents, like, this bot is gonna at least go back to the neutral and start working it back into their territory pretty quickly here. But you still have to win this next team fight very convincingly. Otherwise, I feel like Peps are just gonna keep making this lead a little bit bigger. High ground control, though, they're looking to try to wrap around to the other side as Tread is working back up to another cage.
Great reaction time there for Chase.
This ends now.
Here comes the overclock. Lead lost
they took
by
the lead back.
GG Peps there. 0.09 meters. I've never seen something so close in push. Chase down first, though, Rose. Not great. And Ents are going to decide, yeah, we don't want to fight without the Doomfist. I haven't got someone to absorb the damage and kind of disrupt backlines. They're going to back up, but Chase will be back in just a moment.
I would wonder, though, how long Chase ends up staying on this Doomfist, though, if it doesn't work
Good
for this
cage.
fight.
Suzu, but how long you can survive in this? Not long is the answer to that question. Nice proactive play there from Tread jumping into the backline. FD God ends up going down. Shouldn't matter. They're going to shrug it off. All good. 4v5. 4v3 even. The two cage players ended up falling. And now they're going to retake the lead.
Yeah, I mean, just Mauga's so beefy. You know that you should be able to win those fights, like 9 times out of 10. Sojourn needs so many charged up railgun shots in your head in order to take you out. And the same thing with the Kiriko, otherwise you're just a big meat shield there. So great cage usage, really aggressive. But yeah, we're seeing this like strangely close push map here. With 3 minutes to go, there's still a lot of fight left to give for both of these teams.
Good fakie there by Chase. Jumping up, looking like he was going to punch into here the power block. Got a free super punch. Got Meteor Strike too, so he can play very aggressive in the front line. Hasn't got a fear anymore of Shred's ultimate either.
Yeah, but power block only lasts for so long. You can see that he was able to kind of T-pose in the Cassie space, but it takes him a while to get set back up.
Kiriko's echoing each other there. Suzu comes in, luckily for Yoham, otherwise he would have been just pigeon food there on the pavement. Ghost going down first isn't good. Chase just trying to find kills with the help of Kevster, but it's actually Naga that forced Kai away. Stick onto Tread. All good. Cardiac Overdrive still in full effect, so healing every single bullet that lands. Very messy fight.
Yeah, I mean, like, the fact that it's not clean does at least mean that, like, GG Peps, like, they still are able to keep control of the bot, and in fact are going to extend their lead that they have right now, which is going to be really massive when they still have ultimates to use. Exodial has the High Noon, which is going to be great if they can get that high ground control, and the way how far back they're playing, I feel like this Exodial High Noon is going to be really good as long as someone doesn't displace him.
Speaking of displacement, there it is. Oh, he manages to catch Kai and Marsa. You saw Chase there trying to jump up into the high ground, trying to get the punch to cancel. Not to be. GG Peps pushing on. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go as Ents kind of fumbling their early lead.
And now this is a pretty sizable lead that GG Peps have been able to gain. I know we're looking at like 0.09 meters, but this is a lot. Like, this is 35 and counting here for Peps to deal with. And I think Ents, like, I'm not believing in this Doomfist anymore. I was wondering if Chase would switch off if it stopped working. But now you've got a minute left, and it feels like you're locked into this pick.
And Kev going down as well, Rose. This is not good. Kai trying to be the band-aid on this wound of this fight. Ripping the overclock, can't seem to find everybody. Oh, the tree! The tree is too powerful. It's too strong. It's too strong. Kai wishing for some deforestation right now as Naga was able to escape with his life. Kai ends up going down to Exodial. The lead continues to extend for GG Peps. They've even got a rush. And these staggered deaths from Ents, adding insult to injury.
Yeah, it's not good. I mean, especially when you've got the rush and then that should be able to get this cage online for Tread. This is a good win condition scenario for Peps to be in right now. And Ents, like, they just switched Kai over to the Ashe, but you got 15 seconds left in a pipe dream right now.
Rush for Yoham. Gonna match it with Ghost, you'd imagine. Just try and trade. Just try and trade ults. You might not even need to be fair, if Exodial's just gonna light him up like this. Oh, it's so easy for him. Taking down the vet in Kai. And that might just be a full cap. A team wipe. Exodial gets the beat, and that'll be it. GG Peps with a win and almost a full cap. You might as well call it one. A team wipe at the very end as they start their reverse sweep.
Okay, I mean, like, towards the beginning of that map, I said maybe, I don't know if GG Peps can do this. They just look like they're getting totally taken out of every fight with just an early pick or something. I think I saw the bug, actually.
Really?
Is it over there? Yeah, wait, is it there? Like, this way?
You're trolling, I think.
No, I swear, I thought I saw the wasp. I swear I saw it. I swear I thought I saw it fly across the screen.
There's no way.
All right, maybe, listen, maybe I'm just like seeing
biggest
things.
fly swat you've
We
ever
gotta
seen.
go.
I'm gonna go kill it. Desk, you can take it away.
I'm slightly worried that there's wasps behind me now. To be
I think we should go drink some water. Like, I don't know what's going on there. Drink some water. Hydrate.
Hydration does not help against wasps.
Well,
I'm not an exterminator.
I think we're still at the
but
stage
that's my
where we're
assessment.
questioning whether she actually saw a wasp or if she's.
Oh, wait, you're questioning Necra here. That's
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, I'm still at that stage because I'm not seeing anything, and I'm
He's
here.
just looking out for the
I'm
home.
scared.
I'm physically in the room.
I just feel like I'm missing it though. I feel like it.
Well, one thing
Let's
we'll
talk about
never
the
miss, is of course highlights. Let's take a look at what transpired in this match so far. I mean, obviously early on, absolute stump from end sides of things. Like it was just a shooting range for them. Big questions there on the other side. Like we saw some. I don't even want to call it interesting compositions. I mean, opting for a Sojourn right now. It felt a little, not throwy, but throwy.
Let's just phrase it like this. We had questions about the Ney on attack. And considering that GG Peps picked Midtown, we just thought that the attack maybe wasn't as well executed as we might have anticipated, considering that they chose the map and they rolled out playing Mei. So some questionable setups that led to a full hold. And again, breaking the fourth wall, full transparency, we were prepping for a 3-0. So, Peps were able to bring it back on Esperanza with Chase playing this Doomfist, which, again, don't try that at home. But it seemed like in this Mauga matchup, they're still pretty confident on the side of GG Peps, and maybe ENCE feels like they can't match it and we're forced into playing something else here.
Do you feel like on that last map, Jake, that ENCE maybe came in with a little bit too much confidence?
I think that's exactly right. So I see a lot of the high skill teams do this, playing the Doom comp or the Winston comp on this map into the Mauga. I just don't like it. I feel like it's Mauga is really good against these comps. Like the Mauga ult destroys some of these heroes. Doomfist, Tracer, they can't press a single skill when they're in the cage, and it's so easy to protect your Cassidy with these defensive moves. I mean, we saw it can work. A perfect execution with Doomfist and Sojourn and all the burst hits at the same time. It looks amazing, but the consistency for me is not there, and the ult tempo fights really just so difficult to do. And so I think the Sojourn for me is kind of the only hit scan you can play if you want to play a highly mobile Doom comp against the Mauga. But for me, this patch means that I just don't want you to do that. I don't want you to take the Doom dive into the Mauga because the Sojourn's a worse hero.
Yeah, we don't have the map draft, but I was actually thinking that, GG Peps, considering they play so much Mauga, they probably ban New Queen Street.
Surely.
We don't want to play that. And that forced ENCE to pick Esperanza instead, and this kind of look, because I don't, I'm not super friendly with Kai, but I can totally see how maybe he didn't feel like playing Sojourn either, but was kind of forced to in this matchup because, again, can't really play the Cassidy with the Doomfist perhaps and Sojourn, with the high ground. You got some more. It's a pretty good map. It's just Sojourn is not great right now as a hero after the balance changes.
It's odd for me because ENCE, they won the Koth round in the Mauga mirror, and so I think you just don't overthink it. Just keep taking that Mauga mirror, even if it's on Esperanza. For me, I think that would have been a better choice. But you can't completely they almost pulled away with it on the Doom, right? If you can cap that checkpoint on Doomfist and push just a little bit more and start defending from the high ground and using your mobility to rotate away from the attackers as they kind of come up to you, that's a strong position to be in. So it could have snowballed in their favor, but once it turned against them, it feels like the Doom comp is so hard to be clean enough to come back. Feels impossible. It
started to feel very scrappy to me. It was a bit of a brawl, a bit of a dogfight at the very end there, so it is what it is. If we're looking at the map picks here, though, you guys didn't agree with the Midtown pick from GG Peps, right? Now we're taking it to Tsuravasa, another GG Peps pick, and we do see some changes in the lineup as well. What does that tell us? What do you expect to see from these teams?
Tsuravasa compared to New Junk City might be more inclined to play Afara, for example, which Naga has done in the past, so could see more of that. it's going to be an interesting one. I mean, it's Flashpoint, so no matter whether it's New Junk City or Servasa, it lends itself to Brawl, which is something that GG Peps has played. So no doubt, I think this is a good game mode, just like overall for GG Peps. So I think it suits their compositions well and their playoff style. I think ends, we did see on a graphic that passed us by that Vestola is in for this map. So
that's why I actually think this is an odd pick from GG Peps. Like for me, Servasa is the map that actually you could play Sig, especially the first point, the open point, So I wonder if they can overcome some of these wide open ranges where I feel like ENCE is at their best.
Well, we're about to find out, and that's why we're sending him back over to Jack and Necra for all the action.
Thank you very much, guys. And this, thank you very much. Yeah, Servasa is the pick here for GG Peps. Vestola coming in, Rose, so a lot more Sigma. Not normally seeing the kind of poke style on Flashpoints. You want to normally quick and fast, but yeah, like Jake was mentioning, that very open first point. You can play at range and really win that first fight and then snowball off the back of that.
I mean, this is already going to be a bit of a different look here from both teams. You have Vestola coming in. You know he's going to be playing the Sigma, but what kind of pieces do you actually put around it to try to support that choice? Well, we've seen a lot of Kevster Genji. It's always looked so good, but I think you could consider running something like the Echo, which is something we were hoping to see on that first map of Oasis to deal with something like an Ashe. But I love this Echo choice because Naga on the Genji can't deflect that. Can't deflect the focusing beam. And if you expect Tread to run out of Sigma 2...
Mirror, yeah.
Yeah? Sure?
Mirror for Tread here.
That's so strange.
Yeah. I think, yeah, with Yoham also playing the Kiriko, that is also a little bit odd when you play the BAP, especially if you know that you're running into an enemy Sigma. Exodio taking this high ground. So important for the Ashe player up here. You've got to stay up here for as long as possible, be a nuisance. But Kai, of course, can check you ASAP too. Lamp comes in for ENCE there at the back. So that one big cooldown is now not available for you in this fight. Kevsing gets taken down. Those Cheeros from FD God landing from quite the distance away. And Exodio has a lot of room to move now, still back on that high ground. Ghost and Kai trying to check him, however. Point has been unlocked, and only just now GG Peps are getting time on it, and they look like they're going to get the flip. Yeah, there it is. Or the cap, even not even a flip. As Vestola switched over to Ram.
Wow, I mean, this is why I'm a little confused, because I feel like on Flashpoint maps, you would always want to have some sort of brawl composition. But just because of how fast you expect these fights to take, I feel like Sigma just takes so long to actually get set up on these points to try to take these engagements because of how methodical you would want to play that hero. So Vestola switching over to Ramatra. This is not a hero that we see him play often, but he has played it before. But I think this does work a little bit better into the Sigma.
Oh, easy pickings for Kai there, that window. Just an insta-kill on Yoham. Not much you can do to kind of react to that. Be in a better position, I suppose. Oh, FD got just one. Surely you get the kill on the Lucio. No, too slippery. Too slippery.
Ah, you just had to reload. Unlucky. That could have been a kill for you, but nope. Not today. I do wonder if Tread stays on the Sigma, though. Like, wait.
Where is he? Kevs, look around!
No way.
Yeah.
But no, yeah, like I was wondering if Tread would stay on the Sigma, and he doesn't. It's gonna be back over to the Mauga. They are so much more comfortable on a composition like this. So I'm with the desk. I don't know why you wouldn't want to try to run a Mauga of your own when they were able to win Oasis with it.
Look at him go! Look at him go! 2 bombs coming in. Okay, eventually Vestola stopped T-posing, stop messing around. A duplication onto Kevster, quickly eliminated by Tread there with the help of that Bob. Vestola is just getting dominated by Exodio's Bob. Jeez, the amount of covering fire he's putting down was a little bit much. A little bit violent for Bob, you'd imagine. Stagger on Kai is really good as well. There's one more attempt for ENCE to come into this fight. So got the sound barrier at hand. Maybe they even work up to the Annihilation. Perfect for scattering Peps.
It would be good, but you have a Genji Blade with Cardiac Overdrive on top of it. So Naga should be able to get some really impressive picks, I think, with this Blade.
Body block. Oh, the body block doesn't end up being successful there. Blade comes in. Oh, and a slam on the ground as well. Perfect set and kills up for Naga. Beat comes in just in time, though, to save the back line, but not for long. Beat and the Lamb, not quite enough to save Ghost life. Annihilation is good. just scatters GG Peps. Kevster picks up 2 kills, so a rather even fight on the back of this. Vestola solo, popping that Nemesis form yet again as he comes out the Annihilation. It eventually fades away, and there it is. GG Peps claim that first point here on Esperanza. As the rotation is going to be easier for them too. You can see it's on their side of the map now.
Yeah, so they'll get there first. They've got the Mauga set up. They're going to have the cage as well, so they can play really aggressively. And knowing that the Mauga is now out, Vestola switches back over to the Sigma. So I get the concept now. And so they wanted to force Tread to go back over to the Mauga so they could have a stronger counter pick in the Sigma, which Vestola is much more comfortable in. But let's hear how GG Peps want to actually approach this, knowing that the cage is coming up so soon.
Support.
They're off the map. Nice. Lucio. I'm dead though. Tracer half.
S1. Empty. Equal.
You can win. I'm doing good.
Wait, you're down 1 right now. We're back faster.
Live. I need to full live.
Live.
I'm doing now. Go back.
Can you come back right? We can get to the point maybe.
Say no, really.
Alright, chill out.
I'm trying to
This window, Bob. Ça pulse, beat 60.
Both speed.
Ah, fuck yeah.
Just look to Bully Sig. I think with
Wow, there you go. I think FT got there calling Masters sound barrier in the exact percent. I think it was 1% off. He called it 60, but it was 61. Good call in there
very
from
impressive.
FT. Got a quick wrap around now for GG Peps. They want to go for a quick re-engage with this Kitsune Rush. Pretty unhappy with how that last fight went. Hands already used there by Vestola, but off screen. I mean, Naga has been instantly killed. Bob has been sent out by Kai. This is a bad fight for GG Peps right now. Already used that rush and not been able to actually utilize its full effects. They almost backed off. As soon as that Bob came out, they were like, ugh, can't really do much. And with Naga dead too, that's a rough fight for them, Rose.
That's a new one. You use the rush to actually use the extra mobility to get away rather than get in.
Disengaging rush.
You know?
I got you guys, don't worry. Now they're running into a flux too. High Noon's going to be good.
So
When this flux can come out, almost insta-kill Exodio if he's not careful. Got the skull on, got the skull on Vestola, and he's chasing him. Oh, Mach 1 speed for Exodio. It's still catching players off guard. That new speed up with the High Noon. Pretty scary stuff.
That's so funny. Yeah, you just see this Cassidy zooming at you going demon mode. I think it's so funny.
That is
Big pick
really
though.
nice.
Wow.
Ghost.
I mean, that's just so much healing now off the table. Peps get a chance to keep Ents from coming back in for a little bit longer. And they get to stall to maybe even work up to maybe a last fight potential. Just try to look at the ultimates and like Ents should win this next fight. As long as they don't get picked off early, they should win. They have the Sound Bear and they have the Ant Matrix to create some space.
Yeah, just save that beat for this blade that's coming in. You can see Masters kind of sticking all the way at the back here. Window comes in. Normally a sign for the Genji to use that blade to get in. Sound barrier really early. They need a pick now, or Naga could turn this fight. Blade to Poppy goes straight to the back, instantly dashing through the back line, and Kai falls almost in a blink of an eye. That lamp came in, but it wasn't enough. Naga spotted his opening, knowing Master had used that beat super early on in that fight. And that was it. GG Peps now. They got 2 points, only need 1 more to continue this reverse sweep.
Wow, I mean, the rush to try to counteract the amplification matrix, they just got so much extra damage out in order to just force out the Sound Bear and then go in with the blade. And yeah, you're right, like they only need 1 more flashpoint here. This could just be GG Peps really solidifying a good attempt at a reverse sweep here if they're able to win Saravasa too. Oh man, I mean, they don't have anything for this next fight. Maybe they get the cage online. So Ents, like, they still have ults to work with here. I look at the Bob as something that could really help out in this next one.
Yeah, you'd imagine they're very much banking on that 1-0. Oh, also from Kevster. Lands on the wall in the end. Naga forced to deflect. Can't quite get to the point either to stagger out the time. FD got easily chased down by Kev. All right. Banking on the cage, they didn't even get it, Rose, there in the end. 96%, a little rough.
Yeah, but you got out the pulse bomb at the very least, and I still think that, like, I think you're okay with not using the cage there, because ideally you also have this FD God Sound Barrier up and running as well. You don't really have a DPS ult that pairs particularly well with the cage, except for maybe this Dragon Blade, but that's so off time. I think you're okay with just a cage. Sound barrier would be nice just as an insurance policy.
There's the cage. He does capture 2. It's Master and Vestola in trouble. Bob joins the party, however. That lamp is so perfectly placed as well, Rose, right around the corner. So GG Peps, their entire team, would have had to swing on it to kill the lamp. That cage, he caught 2, but unable to follow up with that damage. And this is ENCE surely taking this point now.
Yeah, I don't think there's any world where GG Peps come back in and get a cohesive
look at that.
free
They're backing
contest.
off.
Yeah, they're just going to another flashpoint. They're like, surely it's this way. Yeah, even ENCE leave it alone. They're like, there's no sign of GG Peps in sight, so we're just going to go ahead and roll to the next one as well. No ultimates on the board here for ENCE just yet, but as we head over to our cute little jungle area on the map, GG Peps, they've got 3 ults to work with here. So even though the cage didn't quite work out for them, they still are at an advantage where even just getting like the rush down could really just solidify this for them.
Really aggro once again. That's what you need to do against these comps, and you can see the kind of thought process there, Rose. They rotate early, we give up that point, we only need 1 more, we try and catch ENCE off guard and then guarantee ourselves the first point capture, and that's exactly what they're rewarded with.
Of course. I mean, this is just another great start for them on this flashpoint too, because you only needed the rush to get that done. So you still have things like the sound barrier to be an answer to something like this flux that Vestola is packing for this next fight. So I think that Peps are quite well set up here, especially if Exodial can just, push the pressure like this.
Just 1. Oh, the stick's good. There's the roll, still survives. Kevster hindered with the new flashbang. New, old, kind of the same, but a little bit different. Kevster dead, 4v5. ENCE trying to find a rotation. Slowly but surely, but without Kevster, there's a lot less sideline pressure here, so it's going to be a little bit more deadly for them to do so.
Well, the Flux is still good, though. And FD-God doesn't have a sound barrier anymore.
Flux hits. Perfectly cool, Rose. Blade coming in from Naga. Oh, and there's nothing in the world that can save you from Naga's Blade there. I mean, GG Peps, they're at 80%. 1 more fight left. Kevster cannot die here, but he's getting chased by Naga. Oh, FD-God as well.
Oh my God. And FD-God!
He's going to get the kill.
So
no! The TP from Ghost to the Suzu. Oh, that's it. Surely it's done now. Bob comes in from Kai. Last-ditch attempt to try and find something here, but it's all over. GG Peps with a 3-1 on Esperanza. Oh, Rose, we're going all the way here. All the way to map number 5. I got a feeling.
We are. I mean, like, that was something I think that nobody expected when we took a look at those first 2 maps. And even partially through Esperanza, we just go, yeah, this could just be a 3-0. I think the map could just simply end here in the series as well. But GG Peps, they lit a fire under themselves or something. And they're really taking advantage of the fact that they had compositional advantage on both Esperanza and Saravasa. And they've got the gumption. They got the grit.
ENCE getting a little bit of their own medicine, maybe. A little taste of something that they gave at Ataraxia the other day, or Virtus Pro. A little reverse sweep in the upper bracket sent Virtus Pro all the way down, and now GG Peps are doing exactly the same thing, but to ENCE this time. Have to wait and see. Look at that high noon too. Wow, it's so tough to escape.
So good.
With the speed up from the Lucio plus the after that buff is a little crazy with it. And that was a very
even though you're like, you have the damage fall off, like, you're still just doing a lot of easy rotation. Yeah. So like, even there, like, you're not going to get the full damage down to like one-shot Kevster, but you didn't need it. You just softened him up enough to just take him out after.
Yeah, rolled out, get a little bit of healing as well. Survive pulse bomb. GG Peps set themselves up for a big reverse sweep here against ENCE. Might knock ENCE down into that lower bracket. I mean, look, GG Peps, maybe they do want to face Space Station again. They hit him with a 3-0 the other day. They're taking down ENCE here as well. They've taken down 2 of the titans of EU Overwatch. So we jump into map number 5. We're going to Route 66 now, Rose.
I feel like this is where we see a Tink switch up. I think Chase comes in. I feel like we would want to see him come in to play something like the Winston, as Route 66 is such a classically good dive map. You need some type of vertical mobility to access the high grounds on point 2. So I don't know. I kind of hope that we see that and they just kind of stick to what they know that they're really good at.
Yeah, I mean, Vestola could stay in too. With the Sigma, it's a very good Sigma map, and yeah, I think Chase could also come in. There's lots of variables here. the Mauga mirror, which is something that Jake kind of spoke about a little bit earlier on as well. I think at this point in time as well, I think GG Peps are very confident in their Mauga. Tread being an exceptionally good Mauga player, to be fair, and quite a young gun too. When it comes down to things. I'll have to wait and see what ENCE want to do, of course, as we jump into the map in just a moment and we get word if there is going to be any substitutions. But honestly, I could see it either way. 50-50 at this point. Festola, Chase, whoever is in, they're going to feel confident going in, and it's actually going to be Chase, so you called it perfectly, Rose. A little bit more dive here. Are we going to see Doomfist, though, or do you think it's going to be Winston?
No, it has to be the Winston. I think, like, it worked until it didn't on Esperanza, but I hope that that was like okay, we're going to close the chapter on that one, and we're just going to move back over to the stuff that we really know. I think it has to be the Winston here as well, because like we saw sort of where that Doomfist can struggle, and there's even less punchable surfaces on Route 66.
Yeah, there are, all the walls have got some weird like diagonal angles, so you're not guaranteed to get like a slam into the wall. Like right? Kai got his clip, so we can put that to rest. It's all good. There you go. There's the map graphic for you. For only just joined us, GG Peps. About to reverse sweep, potentially. Route 66, we'll see if ENCE can deny, of course, as we jump into the map. And here it is. And that, those first two maps is worth keeping in mind. Pretty one-sided in ENCE's favor. Like, full hold, mid-town.
Yeah.
A 2-0 on Oasis as well.
It was so clean from ENCE, and I think like when you look at just what was able to get the job done there, Oasis, they went out the Mauga mirror, and then they ended up playing a little bit of Doomfist on City Center, but ended up going over to the Winston at the end of the day to get the job done, right? And then on Midtown, they brought in Festola to be able to just absolutely crush with something like the Sigma, because he's so good at that hero. But I just feel like maybe the composition wasn't quite right for Esperanza or Suravaso. So this is going to be really important for ENCE. I think they have to start out on the right foot here. Otherwise, I worry about whether or not they can actually win out on Route 66.
Yeah, we spoke about like the kind of mental game as well. A lot of ENCE are vets at this point. Like they've been around for a long time, whether that's in the Overwatch League or just in general, like EU Overwatch, to be fair. So it's probably not weighing on them too much. Even when you have like newer players on your roster, the veteran talent's going to be there to kind of like, you know, chill, it's all good. We'll go to map number 5. Also, we've qualified already. We've also beat these guys before in the regular season 2-0. Like, it's all good. We can round it out here. Chase is going to come in. We're going to play Winston. Kev's just going to kill 5 every fight. Like, we are chilling. But on the flip side of things, like you said, Pep's coming in with a new fire, it felt like, in map number 3.
They really turned things around, and I think a lot of it, the desk touched on this, maybe their Midtown composition or execution of the Mei just didn't really hit. It didn't actually at all, because they couldn't capture the point. But yeah, like it still didn't look great. And so I think like when you have to take that halftime point, you're just like, okay, Esperanza, we know that we can play the Mauga. We know that we can crush with something like that. So do they go back to what they know as well? Because Esperanza, Suravaso, those are both won with Mauga. Is Tread okay?
No, he wants to eat.
He says, I want to eat. Such a mood, actually.
Please, just end the game. I need food. Please.
Bro, I'm hungry.
I mean, come on, man. Got a roast? He's got a roast dinner on the way? What meat have you got?
What?
Favorite roast dinner meat? Mine would be lamb. Yeah, on a Saturday is a bit weird, though.
Really?
Yeah, lamb goes hard. Oh, Tread's birthday?
I think I'm a beef roast kind of person. Oh, it is.
Roast.
Happy birthday, Tread.
Legend. Happy birthday.
Have birthday roast with maybe a birthday win.
There you go. All right. Let's see what Kai's got. Can't imagine he's going to stay on the window. Just a little spawn peek. Nice Soul Infernal skin too. And just waiting for the call. It's going to be Ash, Sojourn, Cassidy, Ash. All right, okay. Spotting the fire there. Going to stick on the Ash. So it will be Doomfist, Rose. No Winston.
Yeah, I'm gonna hold my breath. I'm just gonna talk about this Mauga comp from GG Peps right now. That is on the defense. They've got high ground control on Big Earls, and they just can boop the Doomfist away. But they are isolating Tread. That is the one thing about the Doomfist that is quite nice, is you have that booping pressure.
Yeah, that big, those big power-up punch, or even just kind of the normal punches. Very good at kind of escorting people unwillingly off of that high ground, right? You ideally want to just get those high damage DPS like Exodial. Well, just Exodial really that's holding up there because he's the cast, but like off of the high ground ASAP, or even like we saw there, punching Tread into the back of the enemy team, or back of your team.
Right.
And, it will suffer a little bit more damage than once. They're going to get another chance to re-engage though.
Yeah, but the Doomfist again, like, yeah, they get to take this big Earls, but... Okay, well, that's not great.
That's not good at all. That's not good at all. That's not good either. That's really not great, I would say. As things go, losing your Lucio that quickly, not great.
Okay, so reset here, but it's working. Right now, the Doomfist is working. As long as they're able to continue to execute on those combos, like the punch from Chase, get somebody into the rest of your back line just so they can kill them. But it's so methodical, right? It has to be one at a time.
Oh, no!
Oh my
Did
god.
Master just boop Exodial? Oh no! Oh, Exodial went flying off the high ground there and launched and got 2 kills. Mid-air, mind you.
That is insane. That is insane.
My bad, guys.
And that is now ends with 2 minutes left to try to push this cart only a little bit further to get that first checkpoint. But look, like he gets booped away. And now Chase is just stuck.
Good Suzu again, stopping that Meteor Strike damage coming in. Pulse one from Kepsa in his hand, but Exodial didn't need it. Already dead to a headshot from Kai. A cardiac overdrive. They're focusing down Chase right now, but it's really hard for Mauga to chase down a Doomfist. Super tough. You're happy in the 1v1s, but Trey can get out, or Chase even can get out of there so quickly. Good follow-up. There you go. That's the point. Surely, if Tread dies, that is. Oh, another cardiac overdrive.
I think they're going to chase this. Yeah.
They're going to... Okay, no retouch, no. It's way too close. We managed to chase him out for long enough.
Push him off, push him back to the buildings, and Ents have so much else to work with. Like now to work through momentum, you've got the rush creates space, the bob creates space. I think like Ents should be able to get quite a bit of meterage here as long as Chase is like not in like no man's land.
Rest in peace, the Bob. It's a good place for this team to hold though, to be fair, right? You just kind of stand there with the cage. Oh, Ghost! First one to step up, and unfortunately, first one to die. Goodbye, team. Goodbye.
That's unfortunate.
Effort, though.
Yeah, I mean, like, you have to do what you gotta do, and I think that the rush, the cage and response, like, not a bad cycle of ultimates to get through, but you still have this really awkward spot where Ents have to try to contest from.
Look at these rotations.
They're just like, yeah, like, Peps can just collapse on them.
Well, Sound Barrier comes in to save the team. Later, Sound Barrier, look at the focus fire on Kai. Didn't even have a chance to scope up and attempt to find a kill. It was the whole gang from GG Peps there, just descending on his position. I wonder if Ents end up changing anything up here, because their comp is very good at picking individual members off. But the way GG Peps are now playing, Rose, they're just playing as a group, just around this payload, around this choke point. It's tough for Chase to isolate someone and get Kevster to follow up.
Yeah, and while like any of these pieces from Ents are isolated, it's easy pickoffs here for Peps' comp as well if they're just gonna rush at it with a full team of 5. That's why we're seeing these random picks, it almost feels like, onto people like Ghost, Masa.
Oh, I knew. Dodge there by Chase. But that Meteor Strike was also dodged by Exodial. Good stick, no roll, no nothing left. Just rolls off into
Poor
the
guy.
sunset as Exodial is exploded to a million pieces. Oh, good punch. FT got sent flying back as well. That rush should be good enough for at least a kill, but it's actually Naga that falls. You can see rush also really hard to use in this point, Rose, because there's so many hiding spaces you can run. And Ents are like, okay, we just disengage now, we're chilling. And the rush doesn't net them anything at all. In fact, it nets them deaths.
It does, yeah, it does net them deaths. Again, maybe you just use the rush as a disengagement tool. That's crazy. Don't use that. Don't do that in your ranked games. Please don't do that. But another recontest here from Peps should be coming through. There's not going to touch with a pulse bomb in mind.
Yeah, Kai's in a good spot though, Rose. If he can get that Bob, free dynamite. There's no Suzu to kind of cleanse that fire either. And it is just a shooting gallery right now for Mr. Kai. Oh, FT God, yep, goodbye. All right, that's points. It's been a bit of a struggle here, burning a lot of time off the time back at GG Peps, playing the time game, it feels like, more often than not. 40 seconds to go, and that'll be points.
And Joham's even stuck behind the rest of the team here. But yeah, they've bought a lot of time off the clock. I mean, Ents only having 2 minutes to enter into this next section. You kind of give the comp advantage in these close quarters to something like the Peps Malga Rush, right? You just stay together as a full team of 5. It's even easier to do that when you're playing up here.
Oh, hello. Goodbye. Meteor strike on the high ground there as Bob unfortunately succumbs to Tread. Eventually goes down, but Tread that entire time, Rose. Oh, he's stuck.
Oh, he's stuck on the door. Oh, he's stuck on the door.
A little bit too thick in the right places there to fit through the doorway.
Oh my god, he was stuck on the door. It's actually crazy that the hitbox is so big that he couldn't actually fit himself between the door and the payload. Sure. Well, at least you have a cage. You have the cage. You have like 5 ultimates here for your Peps, so like, surely they get this fight.
We've all been there, Kai, missing the dynamite shot. Sound barrier for Marsa and Kai. That cage coming just in time for Tread. I mean, pop the cage down. Marsa was mid sound barrier, so only hit 2. That's a team fight win right there and then.
There you go. And only having to use the cage there means that they still have 4 ultimates to use while this time make is now sub 1 minute territory. Ents are still struggling to get anything on the table here in terms of this 3rd point, but it's almost a full compositional switch up here. You've got Chase finally going over to the Malga with Kevster on the Genji and Kai on the Cassidy, so matching that a little bit better, but Peps are running. But you still have the spawn advantage if you're Peps, and the ultimate advantage.
Oh, charge. Oh, counterpin there from Chase. Ends up getting knocked down. And knocked out. That Naga pulse bomb land on top, just so much damage. Really, again, playing to how they want to play. GG Peps just so aggressive. Their aggressive tendencies paying off for them very well here. 15 seconds to go, Rose. And Naga even waiting in the wings.
10 seconds. Yeah, I think you can still play aggressively here because you have got the high noon. You also have the sound barrier. Just jump on them.
Kai's
you know
dead.
they have nothing.
Slain like a level 3 Lumbridge Goblin there by Exodial. Overtime in session and a high noon from Exodial, and that will be it. Sound barrier, everything thrown in. And that is where Ents' journey will end, halfway through to that 3rd point.
To be fair, that's still pretty far for this map. I think Route 66 can always be troublesome. Either you get stopped in the 1st point or you get stopped on the 3rd. So I think that's still pretty good progress that Ents should be happy with, but that defense from Peps was so good. And I worry that if they take that same type of aggression on something like the attacking side, Ents might just get rolled over.
This is it. This is Ents' chance. Deny the reverse sweep here. In this final round of this series, GG Peps want to run it home. Want to lock their spot. And they want to get a little bit of taste of Space Station again, I'd imagine. This end of the bracket is just so competitive, and GG Peps, you've got to be feeding yourself, not letting the team get the full cap there. That is like spirits high. You know, even when you're playing ranked, quick play, or whatever, you're feeling really good about yourselves when you don't let the team full cap on an escort map. And Ents on the defense, Rose completely switching things up. No Malga, no Doom, Winston now.
Okay, so at least they're finally going to bring out the Winston here. But I just hope that what they were able to do on that 3rd point, that progress with this cart was enough. I feel like GG Peps, like, if they are able to collapse onto a vulnerable target, maybe somebody misses the memo on the dive. Maybe it's even just you run a Kai. Does Ents actually have the response time to keep somebody like that alive? If Peps, they're going to be running out with the Symmetra to get them out of spawn right away. And like, that's an instant backup there from Ents. They wanted to try to play a little bit closer. And they can't do that now because of the Symmetra TP.
Yeah, super scared. Kind of chase away from that 4 position, like you mentioned. Good dynamite damage from Kai, just landing on 5. Not bad at all. We'll see how Chase wants to do this, because like you were mentioning as well, Rose, the follow-up of the dive here can be a little bit rough. But Naga Dead's a good start, okay. Peps don't want to mess around, gonna reset, all Gucci. Hopefully find yet like a pick here or something on the back of things. They're gonna go in again. I mean, you might as well. They're still not at full 5, and that bubble, yeah, isolating the Cassidy and isolating the heals. And Tread's going to get taken out by Kevster. They do lose Chase in the process, so they need maybe another pick here to kind of extend that time to make sure Chase has enough time to come back.
I think it's all right.
That's a good pick. Perfect pick, in fact.
Kai's got you, no problem. Now they're going to back up, though, to try to retake this Big Earl's high ground, as Chase has finally been able to beat the back there. Even got the Masa Taxi. How generous to make sure that your Winston is back with you. But Exodio's like already so low. He's taking so much poke coming through from Kai. Kai has Bob. Kai has Bob.
And pulse bomb for Kevster too. All right, okay. Okay. I didn't know Kevster had hands like that. In fact, I did. I've been watching him play Overwatch since the dawn of time in Contenders back in 2018.
This is more stall here. I like, what do you do if you're Peps? Maybe use this Kitsune rush, but ENCE has the high ground. If you want to get up there, how are you accessing that? You got to walk up the stairs.
All right, rush for Johan, as well as Ghost there. This low ground's going to be rather deadly for ENCE to actually assail, but the bomb is just so good. It's so good from Kai. Just puts it right in the back line, providing infinite cover fire. The MG42s in the bunkers just destroying Peps as they try and approach Big Earls. Minute and 40 seconds to go. I mean, Rose, this is looking like Midtown all over again.
It is looking at Midtown all over again. Like, GG Peps, they don't have their act together on this attack. The Kitsune rush is just, it really gets completely negated if ENCE just play on this high ground.
Oh, they have to use too early too.
Oh, they're stuck in this choke with all the dynamite damage. Like, that's wild.
Uh-oh, High Noon, Primal Rage, chases out of there. Big slam coming in, High Noon from the high ground. Oh, Master taking a little bit too much damage. One shot to follow up, nets him a kill. Oh, Exodio, another flashbang kill onto Kevster. Okay, this is the start that they need. They just need Exodio to light them up. Takes a little bit too much damage, has to back off as Kai ascends the high ground using that coach gun. There's still 3 on the height, but Chase is also low. They can get another re-engage here, Rose, but they're going to have to be careful about it.
I mean, the cage is going to make this really difficult for ENCE to actually come in and get this recontest, right? Because you don't want to just jump into that area, but that's what the Lucio sound barrier is for.
2 beats, a cage. Where have they all gone? Tread's looking around confused. No one was actually caught in the cage, and Naga goes down to a pulse bomb. 40 seconds to go, and GG Peps aren't at full strength.
They just are going to get staggered here, too. Jack, I think, like, this is the writing on the wall here. Johan goes
Exodio
down.
down as well. No more deaths can be afforded here from GG Peps, but ENCE going to make sure...
Oh,
see you later. Tread's off the map. 20 seconds to go. ENCE trying to deny the reverse sweep here on first on Route 66.
Oh, they're going to rush them at spawn. Surely they just rush them at spawn.
Tread's Winston now. They got a Bob, a rush against just a rush, maybe a high noon from Exodio. Exodio once again needs to go absolutely Super Saiyan. Bob gets spooked, and Bob is pretty much off the map at this point. They're going to need to get back to the point as well, but Naga does get the touch. OT in session, and Ghost actually the first to fall. This is not looking good for ENCE. A pulse bomb in the choke doorway to try and kill Kevster, but it's not to be. Tread's the only one there to touch, and ENCE, they got the primal, they got the kills, and they deny the reverse sweep from Peps.
They got their act together, ENCE. They did not let the reverse sweep happen, and they were able to do it off the back of some very well-coordinated dive play. That's what we wanted to see. The Winston from Chase is just so good, and when you have these powerful pieces in this DPS lineup to back you up, that's where the magic happens. And that was so much fun to watch.
It was looking just a little sketchy. Just a little sketchy. Always does.
Sketchy. The doofus is still sketchy.
Yeah, always does in
it's still sketchy.
Reverse sweep situation. But that looked like Midtown, their defense there, really. I mean, they defended that whole time on Midtown, got the full hold. I mean, Route 66, they managed to get it all the way to the 3rd point, and GG Peps probably breathing with confidence, like, we can do this. This is very easy for us. But ENCE, once again, leveling up. Chase switches over to the Winston, and that was it. It was all she wrote from there. Deny the reverse sweep, and yeah, as we head over to the desk, that couldn't have been more of a nail-biter at the end.
No, and I'm so glad this is how the match panned out at the very early stages of it. It looked like a bit of a sweep. Alas, it was not. I did love the compositional differences we saw and just seeing the little adaptations that both teams made to make their compositions work, because they really stuck to their guns, right? We did see on ENCE's side that they prefer that dive. We saw on the other side, of course, for GG Peps, they're sticking to that Maga composition. So which or what change gave which of the teams the edge in the end?
I think the Ashe was really critical on 66, playing the dive matchup with Ashe as opposed to the Sojourn. The Dynamite just proving to be such more consistent value, punishing those grouped up enemies, that want to stack up on their Mauga, as well as the Coach Gun, peeling people away. Just a lot more consistent than Sojourn with the rail nerf and just the inconsistency of that hero in the current patch. So I think 66 is a map that allows Ashe to shine, and Kai showed really why they pay him the big bucks on the hit scheme.
Hey, shout out to Ens for actually playing around the Mauga so well. Chase on the Doomfist couldn't get the job done on Esperanza, but a lot better in a route, and Kevster went crazy on the Tracer, like we've done so many times. I don't know if we have the highlight towards the end of Kevster pulse bombing Naga, bit of a Tracer diff, but Kevster went off in this matchup, surrounding your opponent like we talked about yesterday, Twisted Minds doing some similar thing that time with Kellan playing the Winston, of course. But yeah, looked a lot better here. And we always talk about, well, Mauga, should be able to deal with dive heroes like Winston and, Doomfist. It's difficult to play around this. So just tons of props for Ens for pulling this one off once more after last week's reverse sweep against Virtus Pro 2. They denied the reverse sweep this time around. But this is so hard to do. You need to be so good at positioning, playing around the opponent's team composition. We're giving it to Kai because I guess he play hit scan, but I'm giving this one to Kevster or Chase because that was an incredible performance, being able to play a Mauga like they do. Only the top teams can do that.
I think the Doomfist on attack is really difficult. I think in general, attacking into the Mauga is hard when he can just kind of hold corners, hold the payload, and you have to somehow deal with him while also executing a dive. But honestly, on defense on 66, I'm not so convinced by the Mauga. I feel like just Winston holding those corners,
oh my God,
stalling you out, pressing bubble, cycling in and out over and over again. Mauga just can't find anybody to really stick on and force the engagement. And so honestly, I think if anything, for Gaming Gladiators, Pep's there at the end on the attack, it's like just a little overconfident in the Mauga. I actually don't think it works too well on the offense in that spot.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard because, like, what do you do? Do you try to match the Winston? And we've seen Tread play some Winston, but, like, I feel like this is their game, and they've had really good results so far. So you have an argument, but, like, I think Pep's in a tough situation. I believe it's
I think they needed to win control.
So, yeah.
And they also, why did they pick Midtown? Still confused about that. The Ents loves playing Sigma, and that's probably the best Sigma map. I don't know.
It's a comfort pick for some, right?
Yeah.
Maybe you just have to roll with it.
Questionable pick, but
I dare say they consider themselves the underdog in this one anyway, so you might just want to play to your own strength. And if Midtown is their strength, which did not look like it against Ents, but it is what it is. GG go next. They're now falling into the lower bracket. They're not out yet. They can still compete for the money that is on the line here in our FACEIT playoffs. Here's the bracket. Updated Ends moving on to the grand finals, where they're currently awaiting their opponents. And if we're looking at the lower bracket, GG Peps finding themselves in a situation where they might be facing off against Twisted Minds, also a team which likes to play that dive, or Space Station Gaming, which plays whatever Space Station Gaming plays.
It's a great matchup. It's going to be really fun.
Yeah, but first we need to find out who is going to meet them. So we have another match coming up soon. First, of course, we are heading into a very quick break, and then afterwards we're coming back with SSG and Twisted Minds. You don't want to miss it. Hello and welcome back to the FACEIT League playoffs. We're about to get into our second match of the day here in the EMEA region. So we're here joined by Jake and Johnny, and we got a lower bracket semifinal on our hand, a potential banger, I dare say. Chat about the teams. I'm very, very excited to see them going head to head because this is once more going to be a compositional difference that we get to witness, and who knows which one will come out on top? Who knows? We're about to find out.
Kind of know.
We low-key know, but not really. But yeah, let's chat about it. Let's chat about
Educated guesses.
Exactly. Twisted Minds. They've looked shaky early on here in the playoffs, but they really found their style and themselves along the journey somewhere in lower bracket. They looked really, really strong yesterday. Let's say it how it is. And they are relying heavily on those dive compositions. Will it work going up against SSG, who do like the Maga?
That is the question for this series. Like you said, Twisted Minds, they started out rough here in this tournament last weekend, but look, much improved. And taking down a team like Virtus Pro is a big accomplishment because Virtus Pro has been one of the best performing teams in the EMEA here in the FACEIT League. So big question for Twisted Minds now, can they carry that momentum forward? They did deal with the Sigma composition from Virtus Pro, and the question is how much are we going to see from that from SSG? We might see more of the Mauga look, which is going to be a different compositional matchup than we saw yesterday. So Twisted Minds carrying a lot of momentum with Quartz having stand-up performances, but also playing compositions like this, where you're seeing Quartz on the Soldier surrounding these brawly, slower compositions and taking additional angles, which help you pump up damage, which help you get those final blows. So it's been a much improved Twisted Minds roster that is peaking now, but will they fare well against an SSG that is playing more meta stuff? It's going to be tough.
Let's talk about it. Jake, SSG, Sparker's back in. They're playing that sim. It's looking mighty good. Never worried, right?
I mean, I think this is a great matchup on paper for SSG. I think they really love playing Rush, especially into anything, into Dive, into Rush. And, we look at the last match. Yes, ENCE was able to come out on top over the Mauga, but they threw everything at it. They used Sigma, they used Dive. Sometimes they mirrored the Mauga. They really had to bring a full court press, where Twisted Minds has played a little bit of Rush, but just a lot of full dive comps. And that did great against Virtus Pro, who pretty much locks in the Sigma. It's a great matchup for them. But I think SSG is just a much tougher team to get a compositional advantage against. And so for Twisted Minds, I think this would be a big proof of concept if they can get the win here. Like individually, the performances have been standout. They've looked really good. That might be enough. But SSG is not a team that you can just beat with individual skill. You've got to match their team play or at least come close. And Twisted Minds, I think it's a little early to say whether they can do that. They win with a huge strategic advantage. Individually, they look good. But what happens if SSG get you the advantage on you? Can you is your individual mechanics, are they actually good enough to overcome that kind of a difference?
Yeah, and that's exactly where, if we're looking at the Preds here, no matter how great Twisted Minds looked like in their most recent matches, like pound for pound, if you're comparing the individuals on their respective roles, you gotta give the edge to SSG. They're just stacked. They're very stacked. They have so much synergy. They've played together for a long time, made very, very little changes. I have to give it to them. I do hope it's going to be a close one. I do think Twisted Mind definitely has what it takes to take it all the way even. But they've been looking good.
It's funny, I'm at the same conclusion as you. I think SSG is the favorite. I predicted them to win. But I do think, honestly, if you look at the individuals, 1-to-1, these matchups are not bad for Twisted Minds, right? Yubi and Quartz having big days, Kellen looking good, Vigilante looking good. These are really strong individual players. But I think SSG, it's going to be the team coordination. It's going to be the strategy. It's going to be the coaching. That's where I think they look really, really scary. And that's, I think, might be too tough of a test for Twisted Minds.
SSG, no way Twisted Minds win this one. Come on now.
Okay, but hey, we all gave them one back. We all gave them one.
You got to look at some of these sports highlights and be like, but wait, like there's possibility of just crazy highlights, but actually winning the series.
Winning the series.
I mean, the dream would be Hadi just matching him on the ball because it's Hadi and he might. I'm just
wishful thinker over there.
Nobody play ball.
Funny. It would be so
wishful
funny.
Thinker over there.
A gentleman's agreement.
Yeah, honestly, I'd rather see none of them play ball. I'd rather see no ball than 2 balls.
Maybe Crazy Raccoon is allowed to play ball. No one else.
That's a quotable. Thank you, Johnny. You're providing for the masses. Very happy for us. And on that note, we're heading over to Jack and Ekra.
Me when I ball, but I have no balls. Thank you, Johnny.
2 balls.
What are you saying? What is my guy saying over there, bro? Oh, classic. That's a clip and chip. Yes, thank you very much, Johnny, for that one. You've had so many quotables recently. It's kind of hilarious.
It's really great. Good. I know Johnny's living in his quotable era.
Alrighty, Oasis, Midtown, Eichenwalde, Esperanza, and Route 66. Oh, sorry, Barcelona, Esperanza. SSG versus Twisted Minds here in the lower brackets. Semi-final, no less. Yeah, Twisted Minds have had a really good run, really leveling up, but Space Station not expecting to land themselves here. You know, I bet they were cheering Ents in that last series, like, no, don't let them reverse sweep, don't let them reverse sweep. I bet they were going crazy after, of course, GG Peps knocked them down here. Here we go, the flexibility from Space Station versus Twisted Minds, who have been showing some rather oddball picks. Thank you, Johnny. See you later, mate.
I love that. Well, yeah, on that note, for Space Station, we are going to see Psycho bring out the Echo as well as Sparker playing the hit scan. Cassidy, this is what we're hoping to kind of get a chance to see. What can a Cassidy player like Sparker actually do with this retooled Cassidy?
Definitely the scariest member in the server. Him and Quartz. Quartz on the Ashe. Really liking it. I remember saying the other day, of course, that even Quartz tweeted out, I think Soj might be a rip. I think maybe that pick's not so great right now.
But the Mei 2 here from Yubi, they were able to make so much work of this just the other day. So I'm excited to see Yubi show up on this newly retooled hero too.
Oh, that wall very proactive there from Yubi. Saw Hardy maybe dashing into the side. That is not a death that you want to see, though. And good ice block usage as well by Yubi. Jumping onto the point. Just making sure there's no funny business happening. No free captures before Hardy eventually succumbed to the fire.
I'm not so sure.
Wow, just the team play. Like, yeah, you had the wall as a response to seeing something like the overrun, the cardiac overdrive come out. You take him out immediately after you end up isolating him, and then Quartz with that big dynamite. Like, that's just how you get it done. We're gonna end up seeing Space Asian try this once again, and they do have a chance to play aggressively here with Psycho's duplicate. And with the rush too, I think that'll be good for them to actually get in and try to take this fight quickly.
They've got the duplication, which is proven quite frustrating. That massive window is going to get completely denied by Space Station. They just charge on through it. You'd be already dead. Still got to be rather careful, though. That window lasted a little bit too long. You can see Space Station backing all the way up. That Echo duplication did help and result in a kill onto Crispy. Now Spark is taking the 1v1 versus Quartz, but that dynamite damage onto the Cassidy means that Sparker has to end up backing off. But it's all good, though. Teammates were there to back him up, and they end up getting the cap.
That was so interesting to see the Echo actually duplicate something like a Sigma rather than the Mountgo we're used to seeing, just because Kellon is on that hero. And the Sigma makes a lot of sense. I think if Twisted Minds can come in with the Gravitic Flux as well as the Blizzard, there's not really a whole lot of places that Space Station can go and hide.
Oh, instantly denied there by Kellon and jumped straight into the Flux. Only hit him one, the Blizzard coming in. That's a whole lot of ult was thrown in. That shield too to deny any healing, any Suzu or any of anything, to be fair. That's going to get attempted by Space Station Gaming. Twisted Minds dumping their old Holt bank, or a lot of their ults at least, in that fight. That 50% in building. Space Station recoiling into their spot.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad because I think you're happy as Twisted Minds to get the sound barrier out. You still have to deal with things like the cage, the duplicate. Not gonna feel great, but I think you always kind of expect with a composition like this, you're just gonna die to the cage anyway. Like I don't know how you get away from it except to just run.
Yeah.
And
yeah, the cage is...
I don't always trust that.
Yeah, the running strat in Overwatch, a classic, honestly. All right, Suzu there to help out Hardy. He ends up charging back through that room. So you see that Bob in the window on the other side of that room and decide, we won't fight that, actually. I've decided I'm going to run. Duplication onto the Sigma. A potential free flux here from Psycho, but can't quite get the damage in. It's actually Yubi caught now in the small room, isolating himself in there. You see, walling up those passageways into the side. Maybe thought he could get a nice bit of AoE damage and Korn to go follow it up with some kills, but I mean, as long as this fight just continues, it's Hardy that's going to come out on top. The rotation of the cooldowns, that cardiac overdrive just gives the team so much sustain. But Twisted Minds, Rose, they got 98% off that fight.
That that's huge because you also see them with a couple of ultimates in the bank to come back into this one with. And getting the cage out of Hottie is perfect. You knew you were always going to lose that fight. So now you get to come in with the Blizzard and aggressive beat.
Well, aggression is the name of the game here from Space Station, but UB isolating Hardy with a perfect wall of Blizzard. Just so clean on the Mei. Just very much understanding where he needs to be positioning-wise. And that'll be Kellen wiping the floor with Space Station Gaming. That should just be it. I mean, who can really get back here? They've jumped over to Tracer, but OT, there's CC. I mean, Psycho is going to have a hard-fought battle to get onto that point. And there it is. Kellen with the kill. And they even had a beat and a flux if they really needed it.
They didn't even need those in the last fight, which I think is crazy. Yeah.
Nice rock.
Nice rock. He did actually get rocked though. I think what happened there is he got rocked and then he got taken out by a couple of the Sigma orbs and that was it. Kellen's been so clean with that too. I'm so impressed by Kellen. I feel like every single time we see him in the server, he's leveled up in some way. Like watching his time in the New York Excelsior, he got so good at Winston, having to play in that lone tank role when we first got Overwatch 2, and now, like just seeing the Sigma, he just looks in such good form with a hero like this as a perfect counter to Amalga.
Yeah, it has been really nice to cast Kellen again. Same with Vigilante, another player I kind of miss.
Yeah, for sure.
Glad to see them still up in the top of their, well, I guess not respective regions, but with Kellen being... okay,
so low.
Let me get the quip out at least. Hardy dead, but Astro too. All right, that's the fight over. Well, I was going to say, it's nice to see Kellen kind of back in the mix. Of course, he was on New York Excelsior. Didn't really find success, but now kind of near the top of their region. It's been good to see kind of Kellen finding a little bit more success than he did in the past in the Overwatch League. So, yeah, it's good to see him again. Oh, of course, Vigilante was on a very successful team, the Atlanta Reign.
Oh, Hardy's on Reinhardt. Hardy's on Reinhardt.
All right. New Reinhardt Mythic this season as well, by the way. That's going to be that weapon.
I'm so excited.
It's pretty sick. Astro sniping Quartz. I can imagine that was with the help of Psycho and Sparker there. Not just Astro alone. It's not that good. Come on. Don't feed him. Don't feed the ego. All right, Hardy just swinging through that shield now. Nothing much more that Twisted Minds can do. Of course, when you lose the Ashe that early, Rose, where's the damage for your comp?
It's gone. It's non-existent. That is true. Like, you just don't have nearly as much as what the Mei might be able to provide. Although we say that, and then, you know, UB can still do UB things with just how clean he's really been on the mechanical skill. But yeah, you just go back to basics here. Space Station get high ground control. They've set up Sparker now. And Landon as well with this amp matrix on the high ground here with Cassidy. That's great. I think Space Station, they for sure should win this next fight. Unless something crazy happens with like a Vigilante window up there, that'd be sick.
Very cheeky. You can see Astro kind of preemptively now getting up there as the Lucio trying to boot them away, yeah. Quartz using the Bob. Bob hits his little hair, but he's in the corner of the point now. We see what Space Station want to do, and in fact, well, they do what Space Station does best. Run at you and kill you very quickly with the Ryan. Vigilante just decimated. They do end up trading funny. Astro and Landon. Hardy kind of looking around, wondering where the rest of his team went. If they can get this kill onto Quartz, they might be good to stay in this fight for a little bit longer, but help arrives rather quickly from Twisted Minds.
Wow. I mean, Space Station still have ults to work with, though. Oh, Psycho going down before using the Blizzard, though.
Oh, here comes the Flux. Oh, Spartan actually gets out of that. Oh, dueling with Vigilante behind the window, too. Surely this is one dead Cassidy, but they're making it hurt here for Twisted Minds. Someone kill Sparker. Someone kill him.
Oh my god, he got so much healing.
How is he still alive?
He got way
okay, he's dead, finally. My word.
That was ridiculous. I mean, like, we're not even seeing the point. The point has flipped back over to Twisted Minds, by the way, in case anybody missed that. Well, we've been dueling around this mega pack.
This fight lasted for like 3 minutes. Little messy.
Yeah, wow. Very messy. Like, there's still ults on the board for both teams, but that was so messy. There wasn't really a cohesive team fight win on either side. Twisted Minds out with point control. They have great AoE coverage with something like the UB Blizzard. But this is where I think Space Station could really thrive. They could take a quick rotation. Hotty's got the Earth Shatter and Psycho is the Blizzard. So even more AoE on the side of Space Station if Hottie can get this Earth Shatter past his Sigma Shield.
Psycho elevated there a little bit. Nice wall, forcing Twisted Minds to take a different approach, a different angle. There's the Blizzard straight after that block coming through from Yubi. Only one core in it, but Kellen gets, well, he gets pushed into a room where he doesn't want to be against Hardy. Shatter's still available, and a good wall yet again from Psycho. Now Blizzard returned here from Twisted Minds. Doesn't quite catch Hardy, but I don't think they need it to at this point. A very clean and quick flip around once again by Twisted Minds, and this could be it once more. Space Station with 3 ults, Rose. 3 ults! And they can't touch. They can't touch.
Get a chance to use anything. Oh my god, they're gonna call it C9. Oh
okay,
no.
Astro gets in there. Oh, that was so lucky. Jazzy Lucio skin buff potentially there. He does get booped away once more.
It stops him from playing forward too with the Ant Matrix.
Okay, luckily for Space Station Gaming, they can get back just in time. It looked almost impossible, but Astro makes it work. 2 windows now, and actually a kill onto Kellen. That's not what you want to see if you're Twisted Minds. Oh, and Sparker. Oh, he's just too clean with it. Double headshot, double kill. And that is the flip. No, lol, no C9. Yubi, you curse yourself a little bit there, son.
No
you
way.
hate to say, you hate to see it.
Oh, that's so funny. All right, well, Course is going to switch, though, over to the Tracer. So you do have the opportunity to come back in with the Tracer. Thought about the Sojourn for a quick second. Thought better of it. But Kellen, they have another chance to come in, and maybe Kellen gets the Cloud Flux. There's no answer right now.
High Noon.
Can they touch?
They can. They're going to have to. OT ticking down. There is no touch. Where is it? C9. Love.
That's the C9. That's the C9 we know and love. A UB9. No, stop it, Chris.
Literally, yeah. Instant karma. Never call things too early. It will bite you.
Oh my god, that's so funny. A UV9. That's the curse right there. The player instant karma curse is called the UV9 now. Heard it here.
All right. Now Twisted Minds. They know. Come on, you got to know. Also, Hardy's going to be still running with the Rhine here.
You think so? Because we're on City Center. I feel like this is like an easy Winston map.
I'm going to be honest with you. I trust Hardy doing whatever on whatever map he chooses, to be honest with you. Let's get a quick listening from Space Station Gaming for this first bit of the round.
Whip your squad. Slow behind them, slow behind them. Monkey, rewind.
Okay, here.
Let's go position. I should outside cat of Widow swap.
Yeah, I'm on point. We just wanna play lower?
Yeah, right?
Yeah, we can.
I think we can just play low ground together.
Yeah.
Can we peek soon, guys? Can we peek soon, right?
Yeah.
Right here.
Can peek
Let's
now.
peek them. 3, 2, 1. Asher. Monkey close.
Fight going top.
Yeah, Asher, come back. Come back. Yeah, just come back one. Play this shock. Asher, peek 3, 2, 1. Peek. Monkey. I can slow monkey. Monkey 1. Back. Ash, yeah. Ash 1. Sweep the Ash. Nice.
Pure precision there in the team comms from Space Station. Hardy calling every single peak like, I've got shield, we can peak. Okay, 3, 2, 1 peak, 3, 2, 1 peak. You can see everybody playing as a very tight-knit group. And they've had so much experience together, of course, Rose being on London Spitfire.
Yeah.
Obviously minus Funny Astro. They're just so well drilled. They're looking good. Twisted Minds now on the approach again. Look how far Space Station are willing to push this. Even the window invest. Jeez. Oh, Kellen!
Well, where are you hiding from this?
The tree's not thick enough.
It's so dead. This tree's not big enough to hide a Winston body, that's for sure. Oh my goodness.
Unfortunately, they actually use Sparker as well, so look how far they're having to back up. Vigilante with some just crazy kunais from across the map.
I think you're okay with this, though. Like, Space Station just go completely back up here. They want to play the low ground anyway.
Sound Barrett comes in really early from Space Station. Bob comes through. Not quite landing on the rush, sadly. But Psyche doing some mean work on this Tracer. That's a couple of fights back-to-back he's found initial picks. Random flipper from Twisted Minds. They end up investing a sound barrier in a 4v5 situation. Maybe think they can kill Hardy, but little do they know he's still got the Annihilation. Quartzo coming out with a big kill. A big win, killing Funny Astro. A lot harder now for Space Station to chase down the backline, but Quartz is going to have to play rather safe. 36 HP, with still a Mega Hack to kind of play around, but doesn't want to overextend. A high noon from Sparker, pushing everybody back from Twisted Minds, but with Kellen joining the fray once again, it is all up to Space Station to try and find this point flip.
Yeah, but it's going to be hard to do that when you know that Kellen is still alive, and this Primal Rage is coming online very quickly.
Oh, of course he's in trouble. The Psycho forced to recall, but he's willing to go in yet again. He's almost got a pulse bomb, just chasing Quartz out, making sure Quartz is a non-factor in this fight. Landon trading for Crispy. It's a 4-on-4. Kellen with low HP has to back up. Had the Primal Rage to get out of there, but now still Hardy in the front line. Dodges the Vortex expertly. It's how Quartz is watching his back, but doesn't watch his front. Sparker insta headshotting him, and Quartz down. High ground control lost, and Space Station Gaming are taking over this point.
Yeah, not before Twisted Minds are able to get about 60%. They still have a little bit of life to throw at this fight, but finally, Space Station are able to get the flip, and they have one fight territory here. They're able to use this like pulse bomb, get a quick pick. I think they can even still play aggressive here, knowing that Funny Astro has that sound barrier advantage. Then Space Station could just win this round, win out the map here. And yes, that is Kellen on Wrecking Ball. It does get you to the rollout faster, but we have seen this have little success.
Well, he's on board. Slam. Hits 4. Unfortunately, not the creator patch where you can slam twice. That would be rather devastating if that was live. Please no. Overtime is here. It's going to get re-triggered a couple of times by the Tracer and the ball, I would imagine. Pulse bomb in hand from Psycho. He's looking towards his enemy Tracer there, and UB is actually forces the recall. And Sparker now using his F1 speed to try and find somebody. Uh-oh, Crispy caught in the corner. There's the flashbang, there's the kill, and the round, and the map. Space Station off to a flying start.
C9 lol.
C9.
C9
Don't call
lol.
it early. Don't do it.
That's so funny. That's so tilting. Like, that's the team that Space Station is, though. Like, they'll see another team chirping in the odd chat, and then they wait. They're patient about it. And they just wait until they prove them wrong, and they're like, we're gonna really, like, get you where it hurts. With the C9s in the odd chat. It's so
It does
funny.
feel real good, let's be real. So I was like, someone calls someone in the chat, and then
yeah,
you end up flipping it on his head. You end up winning, like Widow Duel was, oh, go Widow, bro, go Widow, or like something like that, or like C9, and then you ended up winning, and it feels super good. Space Station off to a good start here against Twisted Minds. Still at 2-1 though, so you know, Twisted Minds keeping up their hot streak they've been on recently. So a little less Kellen ball, more on the Sigma, more on other picks, Winston, for example.
And they looked really good. I think there were moments where we could have seen Twisted Minds actually win out on Gardens, and then we wouldn't have had to go to City Center. But I think at the end of the day, it's so tough when you allow Space Station to take any sort of control, because that's where they like to play. That's where they get a chance to show us that aggressive team coordination. And that came through on places like City Center, where you heard the comms. They're so cool, calm, and collected. And those comms, they're so trusting. They trust every single person to do their job.
Yeah. It's good. It's always nice to hear and jump into player comms, either when it's the end of the match and Jake's in the comms, or we have at the very start of the game. It's really nice to hear how teams end up like approaching these fights. And some teams yap. Some teams, you know, yap a little bit less. But it's nice to, especially Space Station for me, when you go in and you can see everybody, every single person in that team like has their role in the comms, and Hardy a lot of the time main calling, and then you have Astro as well, just perma yapping too on the Lucio, which is normally kind of the Lucio's role there, the quote-unquote main support, normally their role to be chief yap, and then Psycho rather silent but deadly, you know, the classic DPS moment where it's like, okay, the Tracer player's not going to say a whole bunch, going to call out a thing every now and then, but then they're the ones really collecting the bodies.
I feel like it'd be so hard to play any sort of mechanically intensive hero like Tracer and still be able to talk. Like, I already have so much trouble playing video games, just like point blank, and then you also have to talk while thinking about all of the mechanical interactions that Tracer has. I wouldn't be able to. You gotta lock in for characters like that.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, that's why a long time ago, of course, with like what, back 2015, 2016, like 2017, that kind of era, it was mainly the Lucio, just a heal bot or a Lucio running around. So funny, I was kind of speaking to Johnny it was a while ago now, but talking about how the differences between Overwatch then and Overwatch now, and like if you transported, say, like, I don't know, Quartz, like Proper would be a fantastic example back to then. They'd look like they've broken the game somehow, like a god amongst men. They already looked sick, but like back then, it's just a whole different game. And it comes down to just the game evolving, the players evolving too, but the comms too, very, very different in how teams play and the tempo at which teams play as well. All right, enough of that. Midtown is the next map Twisted Minds' map pick as well. So as we load on in. This is Eichenwalder though.
Oh.
I got baited.
It sure is.
I got baited. All good. Eichenwalder is the map.
No,
wait,
it
this is
it did say on the map set that it was supposed to be Midtown, but it doesn't make any sense, right? Because I think when you take a look at those map picks, why would you give Potty a Sigma or Reinhardt map? Like, why, right? Midtown is the perfect place for Hadi to bring out his own Sigma, and it's also looks so good. So I don't know why you would do that. I think the Eichenwald pick from Twisted Minds makes way more sense.
Yeah. I'm so confused. All good though.
The map set did say Midtown. You were not baited.
It said Midtown.
You were lied to.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. We're chilling. Everybody's chilling. Callan's like, I will play ball. And he's going to play ball on the defense. I mean, we saw a little bit of this actually, and it was a little, somewhat successful on the defense last time they played. But when he did switch to Winston, he dominated. So we'll see.
Yeah, no. Don't give him any of the false confidence, Josh. We don't want to see a wrecking ball. Johnny said 0 balls, not 1.
0 ball. He's like, this one's for you, Johnny. Points to the sky, looking up. This one's for you, bro. Well, Quartz, unfortunately, is dead. In the disadvantage of the ball comp, you do need people to kind of follow you up. UB, for example, but your backline is going to just get run over. They are going to be, they're going to be twisting that wound, bro. Like, yeah.
Yeah, the knife is in, and it is just wrenching it at this point. See, look, Wrecking Ball did nothing. It did nothing. Thank you, Winston. Thank you, Winston. Developer said an out.
Like, C9s don't exist. C9s don't exist. All right. Twisted Minds. Yeah, switching over to the Winston now. Exactly the same thing we saw them do yesterday. See how they handle Hardy on the Mauga, though. Pretty scary. Quartz got dominated on the Cassidy, on the Ashe, unfortunately. Ooh. Luckily, the range fall off there was a little bit too great for Sparker to net the kill.
Yeah, but the Winston's so much better because you allow Twisted Minds to actually play up on this high ground. A trade's not that to even keep this defense up.
Oh, the stick onto Sparker. No roll, unfortunately. Good kill from UB. And now Quartz can set up on high ground, be a little bit more, a little less vulnerable. But unfortunately, Kellen stuck around a little bit too long. And with Space Station kind of pushing up, I mean, you lose your Cassie in that fight, but you can still kind of jostle, especially with the Mauga. You can still take positioning with the Mauga because the Winston can't stay on the ground for that long, and of course punish there with the pulse bomb.
Oh, for sure. I mean, the Mauga this comp wants you to come to you.
Good kill onto UB, but they do end up trading. You saw how vulnerable now the Casty is when he's high nooning for a prolonged period of time. Bob, instantly booped off. Astro called that one. Nice denial of the ultimate there. And Kellen is getting kind of bullied. They used to pop this Primal Rage to even stay alive, but luckily though, UB is coming up with some big kills, eventually returns back from the spawn, and Landon caught off guard.
Oh, they're just bullying Kellen though. Like, Funny Astro's booping him into a corner, and then Hadi's overrunning him into a corner.
Oh, Astro kills him though. Wow, I'm surprised Astro survived for as long as he did. A sound barrier used by Crispy, but it's a solo beat inside of the cage. Should be an easy kill though. It's only Hardy up there. Luckily Landon and Sparker are kind of behind him. This is the longest fight. Are we playing a tiny Overwatch right now? Like, what is happening?
Yeah.
This is the longest fight I've ever seen in that room.
You unlock a special achievement if you win a fight in that room.
Well, no one got the achievement because no one won the fight. It was about even.
It's like bonus bucks.
All right, Sparker, he's back. Pulse bomb on the ground from UB, a little bit of damage, but that's about it. Got caught on fire and has to back all the way up. Space Station still pushing that payload. 3 minutes to go and a kill onto Crispy. They're going to have to back off now with that rush being used, but they're very close to that second point.
This is still like a better position though for Twisted Minds to take on the defense. No shot. I was like, no shot. Funny Astro gets away from that one. Kellen was getting so low. I was a little concerned, but no, is able to keep that defense up. But yeah, there's a much better position for them to defend from because Chorus can sit pretty far back. And you have the opportunity to like use the coach gun to actually get up to maybe that nest on top of that second point. And you can also still play pretty far forward here if you're Twisted Minds. Space Station have a lot of ground they're gonna have to cover, but a lot of tools to be able to do so. Look how far forward actually they're playing. This is crazy.
Yes, we've seen it.
They're gonna force out a ton of ults from Space
We're
Station.
seeing a lot of teams do this now, especially when the payload is that far up too. You don't want to ideally send someone to just tap it and then get back. That wastes a lot of time. Like, here comes the Bob. In this small corridor like this, can be rather devastating. Even if Bob can be focused down. UB Sparker trade. Psycho with the pulse bomb goes to the point. Make sure it doesn't trickle back any further. And with 2 minutes to go, Hardy with that cage is in a bit of a rough spot here. Same with Landon, who gets jumped on. I mean, Kellen's got the perfect ult to deal with anybody on this side of the map. Of course, that Primal Rage can prove quite a menacing task to deal with. And there's another good team fight from Twisted Minds. They can set back up on this high ground, and they're going to stagger Astro too. Oh, no. Oh, Astro. There's the boot.
That's so sad.
See you later.
Oh my gosh. We saw the Mauga having difficulties getting past the payload, but it's actually the Lucio having difficulty getting past the Winston. Unfortunate. That's how hitboxes work in this game. Physics.
Physics moment.
Yeah. Overwatch physics moment. A lot of ultimates for Twisted Minds to use, though, to keep this defense up. And with only 1 minute and 15 seconds for Space Station, like, can this high noon be enough? Look at it. They go in with the rush already. Twisted Minds.
The high noon absorbed by Kellen's bubble. A little fan the hammer, a little right click. Kellen health bar not looking so pretty, but after that sound barrier top up, he's good to continue his fight. With this Primal Rage, 0.63 meters to go. Surely there's no C9. No, Crispy's on the point perma here. So he's not going to let this one go without a fight. Landon eventually focused down, and with a pulse bomb in hand, Twisted Mind still looking good to continue this hold. Quartz going down is a little rough, but I'm not sure it's going to matter. He's going to come back with the Bob, and 30 seconds to go, and dwindling Space Station members near the point. This is looking real rough. Hardy.
I'm so glad Crispy didn't leave his
Yeah, luckily Crispy didn't get off. Yeah, that would have been a C9. Hardy, Landon, Funny Astro with ults. They can come back in. They've got to deal with this Bob. Again, should be pretty easy, but any pickoffs here will be disastrous.
Yeah, I mean, look at Quartz, like, kind of ready to let that Bob rip almost, to send it into this room.
Well, that's exactly what he's going to do. Look at that. Now they have to fight through this. Sound barrier used fairly early on from Astro. The cage, the rush, everything thrown in. Okay, finally they're getting kills. Crispy gives Sparker his comeuppance there after he eliminated 2 of his teammates, but they eventually get it done. Had to throw 3 of their largest ultimates there into that fight, though.
Sometimes that's just what you need, though. If you're getting stopped in that defensive position for so long, you just need an overwhelming amount of force when it comes to those ultimates. So it makes a lot of sense that they just threw everything in the kitchen sink at that last fight. But Kellen switched over to the Mauga, and it's working.
I really like the Mauga aggression, like how aggressive a lot of teams are playing now. It's like every single week we're seeing new levels of aggression. I mean, playing up to the spawn doors here, a little bit scary, considering how split both spawn doors are. You can't really do that, but it's been nice to see teams really push the limits of this comp.
I love that they have had these immediate switches too. Like, obviously Twisted Minds have a game plan. You know they're always going to come out of their defense point A with Wrecking Ball. They immediately switch over to the Winston when they've lost that point, and now Kellen is switched over to the Mauga. Like, they have a good game plan, and so it's nice to see that they have a lot of faith in what they actually want to execute here. But 20 seconds left, Jaws. This could be it here. Twisted Minds, they've got ultimate advantage with this venture too. Almost having tectonic shock.
Yeah, already, yeah. UB's been farming this up like a storm right now. I mean, this is looking real good. And Twisted Minds just struggling to even find an opening here, taking a lot of damage on the push. Just making it final fight and then making it work. Maybe they were just playing around this rush or attempting to get it. UB goes in for the burrow. Now they're backing off. They have to. I mean, Hardy dead. Surely there's someone there to touch. A sound barrier from Astro is going to get matched with a tectonic shock and a sound barrier from Twisted Minds. I mean, the overwhelming amount of ults there and losing Hardy so early. Yeah, you can't quite do it. UB, you see UB not even participating in that fight? He backed off as soon as he used tectonic shock. Hit enter, hit C9 and enter again, and then made sure he let him know.
Astro touch? Oh, I forgot.
Oh, my bad. Put backbone, heel touch. Okay, well.
It's nice to see the banter between these two teams. Backbone, don't forget.
I want to see Bone
True,
back.
Actually.
When's he coming back?
Oh my God! Can we?
Little
Can
double
we get Bone
flex.
back in the server?
Honestly, when double
yeah,
flex
get this
meta comes
Zenyatta.
back, we'll see it.
Oh my God.
We'll see it.
I would
Very
love
good.
To.
Very, very good on the set. One of his better maps on the Zen too. There were a lot of highlight clips from Overwatch League. What are you doing?
Why is Chris in lobby? That's cheating. We don't have a coach. Course is not okay.
Oh, you should be feeling pretty good, Course. Come on now.
What's happening?
All right, what's Twisted Mind's going to roll out the gate with here? I wonder.
I mean, I could totally see them actually sticking Yubi on the Venture. I feel like Yubi is the one that is more often than not been pretty comfortable to flex onto other things in this roster. You see the Symmetra a lot. You've seen the Tracer, the Echo, the Mei, maybe even the Venture as we saw on the defense. But if they want to run the Sigma, it does feel like it makes a lot of sense to just pair this Mei alongside of it. But I hope they're actually able to get past this 0.8 defense. Knowing that Psycho has the Echo, how are you going to hit that on Twisted Minds?
Yeah, it's tough, especially around this giant column, but it is up to Quartz to do that. See if he can actually get an angle. Of course, Space Station going to make it extremely hard for him to do so by just putting a lot of pressure on the front line. Sparker narrowly escaping with his life there. Landon not quite so lucky. 3.5 minutes and already they're pushing in. A very quick cap, remember, from Space Station. Twisted Minds looking to match that.
Okay, so the answer to that question is allow Quartz to be bait, and then Vigilante picks up the kill. Love it. That's the Echo answer, and that is an immediate switch from Psycho over to the Tracer. I'm gonna ignore it now. I'm gonna ignore all chat. We're gonna
I think they are actually bringing up ranked beef. Like we have descended into we're talking about ranked beef now. About you threw my game. No.
In an elimination match.
Well, you actually threw my game.
Everybody.
Newsflash: everybody in ranked throws games, except for me. I'm the perfect player now. I'm pretty.
Yeah, it's always your teammates' fault, never yours.
I like Space Station again, kind of holding close. Callan's very farmed up on this ultimate already.
He's so low.
Dashes in. I was going to say maybe Callan opens this up with a flux because he's pretty close, but it's actually Hardy just gifting them the fight there. Fortunately, again, they're trying to play quickly. They're trying to just get in Quartz's face so he doesn't have a lot of room to work with, can't scope up, can't get some initial picks, which Quartz is very, very good at. Space Station playing their game, and they play it well, but Twisted Minds, they've come with all the answers.
Here it comes. Yeah, now this is such an awkward position for Space Station to have to recontest from, because look at Quartz's high ground control. You've got Dynamates down that area. You've got the Accretions as well. Space Station don't really have an option except to try to rotate around to limit how much damage they're taking.
Look at him go.
So now
quick.
Comes
there's
touch.
the boop. Nice kill onto Crispy. Astro setting up Sparker with kills. Quartz still finds both the backliners and an eat on the pulse from Callan. Okay, no heals now. Hardy. He's got cardiac overdrive in about 5 seconds or so, but there it is. There's the kills. Quartz almost made that impossible for Space Station to come back, but luckily both supports are very quick to also return from spawn. So Kiriko probably.
But here's now the problem. Yeah, but here's now the problem, right? Space Station had to use 3 ults in that last fight. Twisted Minds have 4. I don't like those odds for Space Station because I think Funny Astros, Sound Barriers have been amazing, but they can't stop everything.
Yeah, the math is not mathing right now, sadly, for Space Station. Look, that was almost an early kill onto Kellen, which would have been good. Look how split they're playing too. Astro is down there solo. Well, no, actually, Landon's there too. I was going to say solo healing Hardy. But Landon ends up joining them, and they actually rotate. Same with Twisted Minds, who have a little bit of an easier time now, like you said, Rose, with that many ultimates to aggress with. Bob, Flux, just throw everything in. Sound Barrier narrowly saves Landon's life, same with the Suzu. Perfectly timed to stop that initial impact damage onto the ground, but yeah, a Flux in the cage. There's the Blizzard in the cage as well. I mean, you're setting yourself up there for success if you're Space Station. Just needed to press every ult button at once, because look at that golden box of victory, Rose. It is not too far past these doors.
Nope, it is right there. And I mean, if Vigilante potentially gets this Kitsune rush online as well, then this could just be game over without 4 forward. Twisted Minds are going to push the tempo. We even see Psycho actually switch over to the Venture just for a stall tactic if they need it.
1 minute to go, 0.4 meters. A blue box of victory looking rather shiny right now, and Vigilante rips the rush. Landing in desperate need of one, but I think it's too little too late. And that will be Twisted Minds taking Eichenwalder and tying up the series.
Court's shouting off another C9 in the chat.
Come on now. We're diluting the term at this point
it's
of
gonna
C9.
be true. That's true, actually. But then maybe that means that the curse is lifted, right?
No. You're always going to be cursed, Rose.
Okay.
I hate to break it to you. Sorry, Chief.
It's bound to happen. If you say it enough times,
Exactly,
it's going to happen in this match for one team.
Exactly. Don't cast a curse yourself. One apiece, though, for Twisted Minds and Space Station as we roll into the third map, the push map coming up. I mean, look, this is a very different game from what we saw on map number 1. It was very much Twisted Minds playing their own kind of style, like you were mentioning. Space Station, they knew they were going to come out on the ball. Then Kellen switched to Winston and then went to the Sigma on the offense. And there was not much that Twisted Minds can really do. They had a lot of the answers that Twisted Minds, the Space Station throwing at them. Space Station want to get in your face, want to stop Quartz getting away with quite literal murder on the Ashe. Like, the guy is lights out when he gets enough space. And they kind of perfectly played around that. They ended up either kind of slowly pushing in, waiting for Space Station to kind of make a move, and then they back off, or they were spotting Hardy, putting a shield in front of Landon so he can't receive any healing, and then rock, spheres, dynamite, everything thrown at him to take him out of the fight.
Yeah, they know the CC rotations in order to just take out individual members of Space Station, but I think also, like, look at how they just surround Hottie. Like, every single time, it feels like as soon as Hottie tries to go in and push the aggression for Space Station, there's an immediate response of Twisted Minds to just surround him, take him out. They know that he should be priority number 1 because of just how much utility Malga offers in a lot of these fights. If you don't have the cardiac overdrive, then the rest of the team just isn't as strong as what these Malga comps are really built out to do.
Yeah, and on top of that too, this Mei is also proving quite the hindrance to their comp. Like, you're using the shield to kind of wall off the heals. You can also use that with the wall. And Hardy and the rest of the team kind of getting in your face. You don't have to hit the right clicks there, realistically, I don't think. I think you can just honestly spray them down because you end up just slowing everybody, and the big bit of AoE damage that the Mei can provide, it's annoying to kind of deal with. And then kind of getting onto Quartz with the speed, it's like, well, we kind of hindered by the Mei. And yeah, it's a tough composition, it seems like, for Space Station to actually grapple with. We'll have to wait and see where we go for this next map. Of course, there was no substitutions coming in either, so we're not seeing Bone back or Backbone come in for Space Station.
Unfortunate, because I feel like Backbone was just such a key piece for Space Station's last victory. Just having the Symmetra gave another dimension to this Malga composition. I feel like really just plays a little bit better into the Space Station wheelhouse. But I also understand that both of these DPS for Space Station, Sparker, Psycho, they offer a lot of flexibility in a lot of these cases. And I think also, like, if there are a lot of teams that still opt to run the hit scan, how do you not have Sparker on the roster? Because that's usually who we'd see subbed out for Backbone.
Yeah, and the Cassidy is still very strong. The Ashe is super strong as well, like Quartz is kind of proving in that last map. Like, yeah, you want the Cassidy. Double Flex is still pretty decent. I think I remember kind of talking to Jake about it. He was saying, yeah, I think Double Flex is kind of, Flex DPS is kind of maybe where a lot of teams want to run, but Cassidy still happy with it, despite the small nerfs and small tweaks here and there, even with the roll and the changes to the high noon. The high noon change, I feel like it's more of a buff now than anything, because you move so quickly with Lucio that before, where you could just kind of run behind cover, jump in a room, you know, jump off a ledge, just get somewhere else, like, it's really hard to do that nowadays, even with the kind of reduction in damage reduction as the longer you channel. Yeah, it's looking like more of a buff to the Cassidy. Of course, the roll got nerfed, but yeah, it's...
I think the scales do balance out where Cassidy looks a lot stronger than maybe what the original patch notes had provided. And I think we are getting good examples of cases where that's true and cases maybe where that's like not. I still think the role is a pretty significant change. Like, you can't just totally roll your way out of pulse bomb detonation territory now. Like, you still get picked off by that tracer pretty well.
Kevin calling out Psycho there for not being good at football.
Surely they're talking about like the European version.
Yeah, they're talking about
like what everybody else should call it.
Soccer. Yeah, they're talking about football,
soccer,
like European football. Yeah.
Like the footy.
Yeah. Not American football.
I'm cultured.
You are, it's true, it's facts.
sometimes.
Not most of the time. You get it. A lot of Europeans on this broadcast as well, to be fair, so. Oh. Sparker almost got instantly popped there. All right, so we're seeing Kellen, Winston, we're seeing Hardy on the Ram. No Ryan, obviously. We'll be surprised if we see Ryan again, to be fair.
I think that would be very interesting to see the Reinhardt here. Maybe if Kellen switches back over to the Sigma, we see the Reinhardt come out. But yeah, Kellen opting in for the Winston here. But how are you going to isolate anybody? Ramaja's really fast. Better disengager than something like the Sigma.
Yeah, especially with the Vortex too. He's sort of an Oasis when you can Vortex the Winston before he jumps out. You can slow him down. It's a way easier target. Winston quite a large head hitbox. Pretty easy to isolate in that regard. Quartz unfortunately falling though for Twisted Minds first. A slow but surely, a slow and sure approach from a Space Station working out very well for them. Just kind of rotating the Ram cooldowns really. Nemesis form, we haven't got it anymore. We back off, we play a little passive, we've got it, we push. It's exactly what they've been doing and finding success with it thus far.
Yubi threw out a pulse bomb, by the way. So it was like so much of a nuisance that I actually got the pulse bomb, didn't really find anything with it. But there's still this Katsune Rush to be able to use. High ground control, though, here.
Sound barrier instantly deployed there by Funny Astro, and here comes Sparker. Even the lab being thrown on top. Oh, Yubi. Yep. Either dies to Astro there or dies to Sparker. Unfortunately, you had to pick one. Truth be told. And that will be checkpoint. 2 back-to-back fights there from Space Station.
Where do you dive? If you're this Kellen Winston, like, what are you diving on? Because I think that there's always going to be a pretty good answer from anything, really. Like, a Kellen's going to get exploded if you get hit with a flashbang. You also have Landon there for something like the Immortality Field. Maybe this is an easier team fight for Twisted Minds to take because you do have something like the Primal Rage helps get a little bit more disruption so that Twisted Minds can pick everybody off. But Space Station looks so clean and so coordinated so far.
Sound barrier comes in from Twisted Minds, only hits 3, and Kellen, that overhealth barely lasted a fraction of a second. Oh, unfortunately for you, Bob, you're also dead. Twisted Minds Focus Fire, or a Space Station, sorry, Focus Fire looking really good right now. And Twisted Minds losing their sound barrier is real. Like, look at Space Station's ult economy now. I mean, Crispy's probably regretting using that sound barrier in that instance.
I mean, just not getting enough value with the sound barrier. You're going to see Twisted Minds actually make quite a few adjustments here to go over to a Mago comp with Genji and Venture. But yeah, Space Station didn't need anything in that fight. They still have so much to throw at this, and they might just get a full completion.
Good slam there by Kellen. Just slam basically the entire team. Wow, Hattie's even going to rip the Annihilation. Still thinking they can win this fight. Psycho throw that Pulse Bomb landed on Kellen, I believe, of all targets. Yeah, Landon got actually dominated there by Kellen, sadly. I mean, luckily for Kellen, Landon, I suppose, he managed to jump over the wall just before Kellen insta-killed him. But, I mean, as soon as that slam landed, Astro was also in pain.
Yeah, Kellen, Hottie has switched though, so has Psycho. So like, I think just throwing out the Annihilation there, maybe you're able to get something done, but if not, you already know that the game plan, seeing the Malga, is to try to switch to counter that to something like the Sigma. So.
Well, the sound barrier from Astro proving a little bit better than Crispy's there, hitting all 5. Oh, that deflect, unfortunately, not infinite.
Well, the Sigma's good.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah, it's really just been about counter swapping. It's something the Death touched on too, just the counter swapping and rolling out of different tanks. And Hardy starting on the Ram versus the Winston, now switching Sigma because of Kellen's switch. And it's now just about, these fights, Rose, are honestly just going to go down to sound barrier trades.
Yeah, and that's what Crispy's going to have in this next one. As long as somebody from Twisted Minds doesn't get taken out here.
I mean, after using this Tectonic Shock, especially on the rush, you can fire that so fast, by the way. I do believe you can force the Ajax out of a Lucio by firing it as fast as you possibly can if a Lucio is sound barriering. The bot is being pushed, by the way, by Astro. You got a couple of meters, you take that.
Funny Astro gonna call for a C9 in the odd chat, like, hello, you guys forgot the objective.
I think he resets the entire team too. Checkpoint available still, Rose. I mean, they have to reset this whole progress. 102 meters versus 13. Twisted Minds are going to fight once again in the exact same spot.
Yes, and with the cage though too, I think it feels a little bit better. Quartz is also going to have this blade soon too as well to copy with that. Should be a team fight win for them, but they're getting surrounded on the low ground.
There's the cage, duplication available. Sticky bombs land, so they get that damage, and then the cage pops up. Oh, the blade. We saw so much cage blade action over the last coming weeks, but unfortunately not working out there for Quartz. Oh man, this is Twisted Minds looking in quite a sorry state. A checkpoint too, meaning they get forward spawns, that being Space Station. So every single fight where Twisted Minds are wiping rows, Space Station are just returning to the high ground and then fighting them.
It's another switch.
It's real rough.
Look, it's another switch here for Twisted Minds. They're really floundering at this point. Kellen, Yubi, and Quartz all just switched to new heroes.
Flux lands, all right. High noon used, Sparker speeding, everybody understanding that he does move very quick now, luckily. Have to back up a little bit further. Sound barrier comes in from Astra after they lose Landon. That was a window, an insta-kill onto the BAP. Look, Psycho just does not care for that window at all, just sailing above it and finding kills. Is this a full cap from Space Station? It's looking like it, Rose.
That would be a statement.
I'm honest with you. Sure.
I think you might be right about this
Quartz
one.
Widow? I mean, it's done terrible, terrible things to enemy players in the past, but what can it really do now? Spot Psycho. Swads everybody. That's it. That's a full cap. Space Station Gaming making a giant statement here against Twisted Minds. A 2-1 now in the series. Match point. As Twisted Minds, you know, reeling in the lower bracket earlier on, really coming to form, and now meeting Space Station here in the lower finals, the lower semi-finals, sorry. They might just knock them out here.
That could happen. Like, I feel like the writing is on the wall right now with how well coordinated Space Station were. That is the type of map mode you really see the team gap differential. Like, this is where you can really test, like, how good is a team versus the other team that's happening. And if you have that big of a lead, it says things. We don't see full push completions very often. But when they happen...
Statement maker is what it is. I mean, a lot of that came down to that game, I felt like, was the sound barriers from the Lucios, because once the Space Station ended up capping the point, Crispy ended up using a little bit of an unoptimal sound barrier. They didn't end up winning the fight, and then it's like, okay, so now Astra has sound barrier, they can come back in, we win the fight, we push it a little bit more, okay, then Twisted Minds win, but because we have forward spawns, we're just piling on the point over and over again, and it was just a little bit out of sync, and Space Station Gaming, they end up running it all the way to that final checkpoint and capping the whole thing. I mean, 2-1 in the series, Space Station taking the lead, expected?
I mean, yes, that is expected, but what wasn't expected is, I think, the fight that we seen Twisted Minds put up in the early stages of this series. So let's actually roll it back to map number 1 and talk about what we've seen. We talked about the stylistic differences, or rather the compositional differences that we're expecting from this match. And Twisted Minds, they've been very flexible. If we're looking at Kellen here, he showed us a lot of different looks, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of different looks coming out from Twisted Minds, showcasing, you know, we saw the Wrecking Ball for just one defense one more time.
Yeah!
But primarily, you know, the Sigma came out. We've been seeing a lot of the Winston. So this is Twisted Minds really being flexible. We saw the Mauga come out as well on Ikemalde. So this has been a team that is adapting to whatever SSG is doing. And, you know, credit to SSG as well. They're staying adaptive on the fly as well and making their own adjustments according to what Twisted Minds are doing. But this is, you know, I hate to use the term peak Overwatch, but really we're seeing both teams being really flexible in this regard and trying to find these advantages with Twisted Minds flexing more into this Venture Genji composition. So didn't look too great on Esperanza, but it did work on Ikemalde, so it could be a key for his success, especially as you head over to Flashpoints next.
And if I know someone who loves Venture in the mix, it's Jake.
I'm a big fan. I think Venture's really strong. I do think it's not in the wheelhouse, frankly, of Twisted Minds, with Quartz being such a hit scan specialist. The Genji is a crucial hero in the comp. You really need a very, very strong Genji to really make it work. But I do think the comp has a lot of potential. We could see Vigilante on the BAP as well to deal with some of these flyer picks coming out. Psycho bringing out the Echo, I think, was really wise. Maybe a BAP could help answer that for Vigilante. But it's I think for me, when I'm, you know, as much as I love the versatility from Twisted Minds, whenever SSG is like able to make their core rush styles work, they're really, really good. And as much as Twisted Minds have actually impressed me this series, in the end, this is Space Station keeping strategy in their own wheelhouse, being confident with their own flexibility. Hadi using Ram, using Ryan, using Malga, using the Sigma, and always kind of staying one step ahead of the competition, really.
I mean, SSG, that is a team which has been shown so much flexibility after coming into the scene, known for being more of in the one-trick side of the spectrum. So seeing both teams now with so much adaptation and flexibility and versatility taken to the server is an absolute joy. Let's see if one of the teams can close it out or if this series is going all the way. So for all the action, Necra and Jack are standing by.
Thank you very much. Yes, here we go. Twisted Minds' pick on Suravasa. Is it going to be that one-sided again? Don't think so. A lot of that tank adaptation like they were talking about, like tank swaps. And with Kellum, where do we think he's going to go here? It feels like the Winston has been his most successful tool, especially on some of these faster pace maps. It's actually just going to be a little bit slower, coming out on the Sigma against Hardy's Ram.
I think it's so hard to actually kind of lock in and try to pick a specific tank because you know that both of these rosters are going to be very flexible when it comes down to what tank that they can come out with. So you're kind of hoping that you get the guessing game right. So Kellen on the Sigma with the Mei as well, like this is something that Twisted Minds have looked pretty good with in practice with, but like you're kind of hoping on the other side then maybe you're actually seeing the Malga from Hadi, but it's not, it's the Ram, and it feels like maybe you just got this one a little bit wrong.
Nemesis form pop, just to absorb some of that damage. Because now Space Station take command of this point, or at least try to. Both Meis popping their ice block, but a very proactive wall there by Yubi. God, it's just like they're playing Tetris. Eventually they'll get it, and their walls will crumble. As well as Quartz and Psycho just kind of trading. Not good for Twisted Minds though. Damage dealers there cut in half. And without your Ash, without those dynamites, a lot easier for Hardy just kind of donk walk into your front line and just knock Kellen for 6. And with a window on top of that, that's a free point there for Space Station.
So long of a fight, but it works out for the war here for Space Station. And having the sound barrier up as well is going to at least help you to match that of Crispy's. But I think like when you take a look at just how Space Station have control first, they're going to play pretty aggressive here. Especially knowing that you have the Mei here from Psycho, you can maybe potentially section somebody off. You could isolate Kellen, but it's about whether or not you can actually play reactively to what Yubi has on the Mei. Because Yubi's outpaced you. Yubi has a Blizzard. That's not good. So Space Station have to know that this is up and have to back away from it.
Yeah, drawn away from this window too. Course landing 2 body shots there onto Astro, but luckily he was too far away. High Noon popped by Sparker. Drops down to the low ground, but Landon again falling down. Space Station Gaming. Well, and Hardy specifically. What can he really do? Feels like Yumi Ma would have just jumped behind the shield there and meleeed him, but there you go. Yeah, pops the Annihilation just for some sustain, and even that sound barrier is not good enough for them to survive.
Oh man, that's his first flashpoint now going over to Space Station, and the struggle was, can Twisted Minds...
That was smart tech there by Yubi, actually.
Good.
You see that wall coming up from Psycho? It was just kind of planted in Yubi's face. Yubi then angled the wall so it was directly in front of him, and then popped his wall up, and it broke the middle pillar, and then would have sent Psycho up. So he's kind of playing a guessing game there to launch one of the other Meis up into the stratosphere so they can shoot at him.
Yeah, I'll always see that kind of reactive play, though, between the Meis, and that is going to be something so important to look at. But, like, the fact that Yubi still hasn't thrown this Blizzard either, like, I still think that Space Station could win this with some really good team coordination. But, like, you got to deal with the Blizzard first.
That wall's going to come down.
Psycho's thrown that out first, actually.
Yeah, Psycho did. Now Yubi can throw his in. Hardy. Oh, Yubi expected maybe to survive as he jumps over the edge. Kellen, though, with the flux and with the help of that Blizzard to get the kill onto Hardy. And now Psycho trying to hold down the fort on the point. Pops the block, but no more defensive countermeasures now available for him. Vigilante is pretty low, and Astro's hunting for him. You can see the Lucio flying through the air, trying to land the kill. It's actually Cross that ends up falling over, but through the window, there's the supplemental damage that you require. But with Hardy coming back on the Rhine, okay, I take it all back. Hardy resurrects, jumps onto the Rhine, here's the 5-strike through the window, and they win the point.
Yeah, that's just the chatty move right there. I told you the flashpoint was gonna go the way of Space Station. Like, I see it in the tea leaves and I foretell it. Just so happens that it's gonna be off the back of this Reinhardt switch from Hadi, even though it really wasn't that big of a factor in the flashpoint. But still. Look at this. They're gonna push so far forward here. They had the high noon to help maybe even just open things up with a pick, but they know that Sound Bear is coming up for both teams too. So elongate the fight.
High noon. Spark hitting the gnarly dab there as he jumps down from the low ground, high ground to low. Crispy dead, point unlocks. Lamp already used, but it's all good for Space Station. Very well timed lamp there by Vigilante, I must say. Making sure this team doesn't get blown up by the Deadeye.
Sound Barrier here for Astro. Okay, doesn't even matter. Landon just finds that pick.
I think that was a combination of Fire Strike and a couple of headshots there from Landon and Sparker, must have been. That was a very quick kill. It's exactly what you need.
Still have so many ults to use, but now at this point too, you have Amp Matrix and you also have the Earth Shatter here from Space Station.
All right, high noon for Quartz. Ooh. Window. Oh, luckily enough again, Lamb comes in, same with the beats. And a pin from Hardy. Oh, he is full sending into the back line. And they're going to try and stagger this BAP as well. You see him not swinging at the Baptiste at all. Crispy hit him with an Ajax potentially. Oh no.
I didn't see
That's
that.
point two. This stagger is going to result in the point. A really long charge. Cancel the pin. Cancel the pin. Yeah.
Yeah, that is it.
Oh, that's it right there. Sorry, Vigilante.
Oh, that's so sad.
I'm sorry, my friend. There it is. That's point. Space Station now one more flashpoint away from taking the series as they roll on in. And it's in a really good spot for them too. You see Twisted Minds actually in the silhouettes? They thought it was going to be the other side of the map. I think they're walking the other way. So Space Station.
Yeah, they're way too far now. Oh my goodness. Yeah, like that's the risk you run though. You just kind of hope that you get it right. And sometimes with these flashpoint maps, you just don't. So Space Station, they beat them to the punch.
Oh, it's so fun to see Hardy get pin kills.
This is just
Annihilation
murder. This is just
getting
murder.
ripped. So it's murder on the other side of things now. That's a quick flip around from Quartz. Still finding a small trade kills there with Psycho killing Vigilante, but Twisted Minds, all right, they're going to cap first. First time in this map.
After that flashpoint ended up going 100-0, I think this is going to be a good start for them. They have the Blizzard to also throw at this, but I think when you take a look at how Space Station have been playing it, I don't know if they fall for the Blizzard. I think they just wrap around. They just kite away from it.
High noon for Sparker. Oh, he's waiting for his teammates to break the wall. Peekaboo. Not quite. Almost got through that. Blizzard thrown in onto the point. They spot Landon and an Icicle will seal the deal. Astro getting slightly hindered there. And Space Station, yeah, they do end up capping the flashpoint, so stealing a bit of percentage points away from Twisted Minds. They aren't exactly making these fights clean either. Hardy got a pink kill onto Kellen.
That was actually a couple of picks. I mean, like, Psycho takes out Vigilante as well, so it opens up the door here for Space Station to come back in before maybe Vigilante gets a chance to pop down this Amp Matrix. I mean, look at that. Crispy has to go back and taxi Vigilante, so there's no way that they can use this Amp Matrix just as a sort of an engagement tool for this next fight.
Too quick.
Space Station are in.
Space Station, yeah, just I think they were kind of expecting that a little bit there, Rose. They end up backing off. Fire Strike through the windows. Who's using it? Absolutely nobody. Astro sniping Quartz from downtown there. Shadow onto the shield. All good. Cosmetic ultimate anyway. There's a pulse bomb onto Kellen. Rips the Annihilation. That lamp keeps him alive for a brief moment, but they are backing up. Space Station once more. Capping the points, and Kellen knows it. Crispy 2 ends up going for the reset there as Space Station. They now march on forward. They're going to play close, I would imagine. Quartz with a high noon, maybe the difference maker, but Twisted Minds very much on the back foot.
They are, I mean, you could just get another Fire Strike here. At the very least, Space Station are looking for some type of poke damage before Twisted Minds come in. Even better if they can force Crispy to just use this Sound Barrier now, but this is final fight for this flashpoint. Space Station win here, they win the series.
Well, Quartz can now step up with this high noon, try and create some space. There it is. He's going to push on him, but gets booped. Oh, not quite over the edge. Funny Astro, paid for his sins, but Astro actually lends the kill to Yubi. Boosts him off the map, so it's a big trade. Sparker now having to back all the way up. Has got that mini pack to kind of heal him, sustain him for just a little bit. And Hardy is making Kellen look at all different kind of ways. The pin doesn't quite connect. Landon staying alive in the backline does kill Crispy. And somehow Space Station have done it. A GG in the chat as Space Station claim the series 3-1 and knock Twisted Minds out of the lower bracket.
That was was a fast map. Oh my goodness. Like, it was looking good there for Twisted Minds after they got point control on that first flashpoint. They made it really competitive on that first one. But then after that, it just felt like Space Station, it was their game to play, and Twisted Minds just had to play it. They didn't have a say in a lot of those fights.
I mean, UB going down that early to a booth of Astro, I mean, that's real rough. I didn't initially catch that. I was looking at the high noon. Astro goes down, but with UB dead, what is there to stop Hardy just kind of, you know, doing this? Swinging.
Nothing. You don't get slowed at all. He just swings. He hits. It's all
It's
like
all
knockouts.
Hardy's game at that point. Like, that is all Hardy's game. The Ram versus the Rhine, I mean, he's swinging. And he's killing. And then Sparker 2 was playing on off angle. Everybody from Space Station. Not like the comp's supposed to play. We used death ball. They were all on off angles and all finding their picks. Space Station with 3-1 over Twisted Minds, knocked them out, and they advance. Guys, you all get your Preds right. All 3-1.
That's right, actually. Genius. Just geniuses across the board. So thank you so much, SSG. They do be swinging. They do be swinging.
They do be swinging.
They do be swinging, and it was looking
I'm just
good.
doing the jaw stuff. They were all over the place.
Yeah, very cool. Actually, club worthy. That's how they dance.
That's what I do in the club. I'd be swinging.
And that's why you're banned from almost.
Get away from this guy. Give him some space.
He's going crazy.
Let's take a look at the highlights. Speaking of crazy things, I mean, there was no space for Twisted Minds to get in the majority of Suravasa for sure. That was just all SSG. They ramped it up. They came in with tempo, and they were dictating this tempo throughout the entirety of this map.
I mean, taking a rush mirror into SSG takes a lot of confidence. Honestly, very bold. They're just so well practiced in these mirrors. They're so confident in them. I think, honestly, Twisted Minds impressed me. Their flexibility looked good. But then when it comes to just like that team fight execution, I mean, SSG just have everything perfect in the rush mirror. I think for the moments Twisted Minds were at their best when they were forcing mismatches, I think Kellen showing flexibility on the Sigma, the Winston, the team able to flex around him. UB's May was pretty solid the whole series. But yeah, just this rush mirror, I don't think Twisted Minds is quite ready to take on Space Station. Maybe everyone else in the region, but Space Station is a different beast, a different animal altogether.
Yeah, even though they find themselves in the lower bracket, Space Station should be considered the best team in the West. Landon, great performance, earned himself player of the match. Not a hit scan player. We gave it to a support, Zoe.
I couldn't be more proud if I tried. Thank you so much, Jonathan.
I mean, sometimes the supports are the unsung heroes. I think in a rush comp, Baptiste is such a high APM hero. I mean, you just have to do so much at all times. Somebody always needs healing. Somebody always needs to save. And yet you're also expected to put out your own damage and find kills. And Landon, I think, is one of the best Baptiste players in the world. He strikes that balance incredibly well, while also having the flexibility to bring out whatever the team needs if, you know, we're going to see a Hadi Sig or a Malga or something different.
Yeah. And especially, I mean, you have to adapt to all those play styles, right? And Landon did really good in that regard. So, yeah, a really great showing by SSG. Sparker back in the mix as well. And, you know, we were saying, even though they did lose to Peps, we were saying, like, hey, this team, they admitted they didn't practice for that much leading into the tournament, but now it looks like they're in top form heading into the last day of the weekend tomorrow.
They are indeed. And we actually have Landon, the man of the hour, our player of the match, joining us for a quick chat. Landon, thank you so much for joining. Congratulations. How do you feel right now?
Thank you. Feeling good after that game.
That's good. It looked like a convincing victory, although Twisted Mind did fight back a little bit. But I want to go further back here because you got knocked down into the lower bracket, which, you know, that was a big surprise for a lot of people. What was your takeaway from that game against GG Peps, and how did you recover?
We're using this time before the main event to work on some of the strategies, you know, round out our hero pulls a bit, to get some more varied practice. But the match where we tried to implement all that, it didn't quite go according to plan. But it is what it is, you know.
So do you think that was just an anomaly, you know, that you guys were trying some new things, you were, you know, coming at things from a new direction, and so Peps was able to get the win? They've been playing a ton of rush. They've been looking decently solid. How do you see that rematch coming when you face off against each other tomorrow?
I mean, Peps are definitely a pretty good team at this Maga comp, but I'm going to be honest, I went on Twitter and I was seeing some of these players just completely delusional. Like, completely delusional.
They have some choice words for you.
If we pick the comp that we want to play to take it very extremely seriously just for results, no team in Europe stands a chance. we are still the best in the West. Don't get confused. We will win this tournament.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I love it. I love it.
Shots being called.
We did listen into Peps after that 3-0, and they had some choice words, and were like, "Oh, we're the best team in the West now." Yeah. So you know, I can imagine that probably motivated you. But how do you feel about the region overall? Because of course, OWCS Dallas, both you and ENCE, they earned the top 2 West spots, but I feel like we're watching here on the desk. We're watching a lot of competition going on. It feels like there's a lot of parity. You know, Peps, Twisted Minds, ENCE now integrating Chase as well. How do you feel like EMEA overall stacks up against like North America, for example? Do you feel like the region is just so much stronger these days?
Yeah. Like I think like the top 5 of Europe like is all like a super like competitive. Like our region has so many more top teams, whereas in A it feels like there's Toronto, and then there's this giant gap of teams that don't have the same amount of passion that Toronto has, or the resources. But in Europe, I feel like at least on the passion side of things, there are so many teams that like really want to win here and work really hard.
That's right. Europe, you know, passion and vibes are on point. I say that as a very biased European, of course. London, thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck in your lower bracket final match tomorrow.
Thank you.
That was London from SSG joining us for a quick chat after their victory against Twisted Minds. Let's take a look at our bracket to see where we're at right now in the EWC qualifiers. Of course, in the EMEA region, everyone's already qualified. We're just playing for the money. And GG Peps and SSG are going to get their rematch. That's going to be
there's also a bit of pride on the line in that rematch, right?
Oh, yeah.
For SSG, I think this is about reasserting themselves at the top. They experimented while they're in the upper bracket, but I think it's clear now they're playing for the results.
And then if SSG manages to win that one, they're going to get to go up against ENCE, which is also just going to be like a really fun.
Yeah, I mean,
if you're an ENCE with Chase in the roster now and more versatility to bring.
It's a different ENCE, but it's also the ENCE that got second in Stage 1 OWCS and second in Stage 2 OWCS. So you're like, hey, ENCE, maybe don't make it second in the FACEIT League playoffs, please.
They want to get a win.
Maybe don't make it a trend. Maybe don't pull off a fusion impression. Maybe.
I mean, sorry, Landon's confidence just now, like, you got to root for them. Like,
no, I kind of want ENCE to just get a win so they don't become the forever second place team in the EMEA. No one wants that brand. No one wants that.
The bridesmaid? I don't know. There's something, they get to wear pretty dresses too. You know, that's what I'm saying. Now, we're heading into a quick break. When we come back, we're actually going to dip into the LATAM region. So that's going to be super exciting. We have Warpigs going up against Endese after this. So don't go anywhere. We see you on the other side of this break. what's good? Welcome back to day number 5. Checking with my numbers here for the EWC qualifiers. This is the FACEIT League playoffs, and we're now switching regions once again. We just wrapped up EMEA for the day, and now we're heading into the South American region, a region we haven't had the opportunity to cover just yet. And here to bring us up to speed on what's been going on in the South American competition, now we've got the head coach for Warpix here to chat with us. OC, how's it going over there?
Hello, it's going well. Having
Wonderful.
A good day.
Can you run us through what happened in the bracket? Who are the teams to watch out for? Were there any big surprises?
No bias. No
bias, obviously, for Warpix.
No bias. Okay, so essentially the bracket so far, it's been kind of expected. Los Hermanos, they've struggled, I think, to kind of compete against the upper teams, but and they say ATS, Warpigs, my own team, and Loaded are all three kind of the strongest teams. And I think for us personally on Warpigs, our kind of goal is to beat Loaded, right? And all of our preparation up until now has been to compete with Loaded. We obviously had our first match as well against ATS. It was 1-3, and I think we definitely have to come up with solutions, right? And I think South America is very interesting because in other regions, you might see more Malga teams. But here in South America, I think most teams really prefer Sigma compositions a lot of the time.
Okay, some Sigma. I'd love to hear it. Obviously, going up against ATS, as the Wasp has returned. Sorry, no distractions. Obviously, going up against ATS, some of these players have experience playing together with each other on last year's Brazilian World Cup team. Is that some extra motivation? I know it's all about the Esports World Cup slot, but is there some extra motivation in perhaps this quote-unquote rivalry, do you feel like?
Right. I think it's interesting because both of our teams, I think, had Brazilian World Cup players. So it's kind of like a mix. And I think generally, like, it's almost a battle for Brazil, really, here in South America, where we have a bunch of talented Brazilian players going up against each other. And it's really just a competition to see, like, who's the best talent in Brazil, right? So it's very entertaining.
Entertaining indeed. One last question before we let you get into this zone with your team as they're up next. How do you feel your entire region is actually stacking up against EMEA, NA, or even Korea?
That's a tough one. I mean, you know, I have to be kind of like brutally honest and say, I would say Brazil is around maybe low tier 2 and NA at the best. And that's like probably your lower level like FACEIT League teams in NA. Unfortunately, like South America, you know, is a little less developed in terms of Overwatch than I think other regions. So, you know, no matter who goes to EWC, I think it's definitely going to be a struggle. You know, if a South American team is going to take a map off another region or even a match, I think it's going to be probably against NA. But against the other regions, EMEA, Korea, I don't know if that's going to happen.
Hey, you know what? Maybe they got the element of surprise, since the other teams may not have been keeping up, you know, with what is going on in the SA region. So you might have one there. I'm excited to see those matches.
Maybe.
OC, thank you so much for joining us and for keeping us up to date on everything that happened over in your bracket. For now, we say goodbye and thank you so much for joining and best of luck in your match.
Thank you.
Thank you, OC. Yeah, I mean, look, at the same time, though, you know, it's a really passionate region.
It is,
and they've been trying to be involved in Overwatch scene for so long. So this is an amazing opportunity for this region to step it up, to learn, to practice, and get these opportunities, right? So I know, you know, on the surface level, it might seem like, oh, they can't really stack up to North America and EMEA, but this is how it starts, right? You give these teams, this region, an opportunity to compete with the very best, and it's a learning experience. So I'm stoked to have South America back here at the top OWCS, or not OWCS, the top Overwatch esports competition, rather, here at the Esports World Cup.
That's right. Let's actually dive into this and take a look at those rosters, because this is going to be a rematch from the upper bracket semi-finals, which is the game that ATS actually won. However, during the regular season, it was actually Warpigs coming out on top of them. ATS, throughout the entirety of the regular season, they were only really able to take down the mid-table teams and the lower table teams. They couldn't touch Loaded, they couldn't touch Warpigs. So for them to get the dub in the upper bracket semifinals and now meeting them again is very exciting.
Yeah, I mean, this is where it matters, right? So that regular season group stage match, it's like, it doesn't really matter. You gotta turn it up here in the playoffs. So the fact you've lost to this team once already, now you gotta step it up in the lower bracket. So
That being said, I think at this level, there's more variability, right? There's more individual performances on the line that could have a bigger impact on the outcome of the match. And so I think individually, it's going to be about the players themselves, like who can cope with this pressure, the opportunity to potentially to go to Riyadh, to play in the Esports World Cup. Even if you're not expected to go far, I mean, that might be the biggest moment in these players' careers so far. So there's really something on the line here for these teams to fight for.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this one is going to pan out. As OC also said in her interview, there are some rivalries there as well. Name recognition on Warpix's team as well, as we know some of those familiar faces from the Overwatch World Cup some years ago. So
We also love Ludwig.
We do love Ludwig. Also, like Dalka, Niall, like, you know, they stood out. They stood out. I'm excited to see what they bring to the table, and for all the action, I'm going to send it over to Necro and Jack. How are you feeling about this one?
Good. I'm excited. Again, South America, I think I like that you brought it up on the desk. They were a region, they had a contenders region for quite some time back in the early days of Overwatch, and then unfortunately it did end up disappearing. So it's good to see the competition is still there, and a very passionate fan base as well, historically, the South American region. So yeah, it's good that we get to broadcast this here today. And they say versus Warpigs. It's going to be a good match, Rose. A lot of name recognition in terms of like World Cup players, which is very, very vital and fantastic experience against some of the highest like the best players in the world. So I want to see if that really steps up here and ends up coming to fruition as we jump onto Samoa as our first game here. First map.
I think it speaks a lot, though, to just how good this region can be, just knowing how competitive a lot of those spots for Team Brazil at the World Cup really were. And we get a chance to see two pretty, I think, full Brazilian teams on either sides with Warpigs and FACEIT. It is so interesting to think back to some of the history that these teams have. Like Warpigs, this was a team that actually competed in South American contenders under the same banner, and FACEIT also had competed. A lot of these same members were actually on the contenders team Vlog de Camionero. So it's nice to see everybody kind of returning back and on such a big stage to vie for a spot at the Esports World Cup.
All right, so we've got Farah Cass versus the Tracer Cass. With the Warpigs running the BAP as well. A lot easier to kind of focus down the Farah most of the time. Much prefer that than the Kiriko, especially in this matchup. Point unlocks in a couple of seconds, just kind of waiting for the Farah and Svenko there on, and they say to try and find an initial pick. Decent damage from Sornoff though, initially.
It's definitely good, but everybody's health bars on Warpigs is getting so low. You can see and FACEIT trying to push the aggression here to the point.
Slow rotation, and they say kind of putting pressure on it now. Yeah, Warpigs doing the same thing, but there's the first kill. Kabadala finding Sornoff on the Cassidy. And that should be the cap as well. And they say in the first one, Warpigs having to retreat quick. I mean, there's no stagger on Dakala. No, there's just no way. There's no, you're not going to get that, especially with the bat behind him. All good. Quick reset. And a rush coming up first for that. And they say.
Yeah, Fazenelia is going to be able to throw that in pretty quickly here, and I think what's also pretty stark is just how much follow-up FACEIT actually have with a barrage from Cabelada as well. I think that's just going to be a lot of firepower, and Pardal does not have this Lucio sound barrier yet.
Got to be careful using this window too. Can be instantly reacted to with a rush, and you can just get rolled over. But sort of going down is not good. Not good at all for Warpigs. Ludwig missing that pulse bomb too. I heard that go off somewhere off screen. No kills. It was a little bit of a whiff, sadly. 5 ultimates for, and they say, for this next fight, with only the Lucio being 10% away.
Yeah, not having to use anything there is just absolutely wild. And they say are just getting so many big picks that they haven't had to use any ultimates, so they still have the full bank to throw out this next one. They have so many answers to everything that Warpigs have right now. It's hard not to see FACEIT just could clutch it out here and finish off this round.
High Noon lands. There's the sound barrier to counteract that flux. Oh, damage. No instant kills there for Svenko. Later sound barrier for Warpigs. Now they can rush in. However, you've got to be already at that High Noon, or maybe a little bit worried about that rock, in fact. Good cancellation on the flux as Warpig find the cap.
Wow, and this is just the backup signal here for FACEIT. They still are able to get quite a bit of percentage here before they lose that point ultimately. But Warpigs, like maybe this is their war path, right? They get to play a little bit more close to these FACEIT spawns, but Cabelada still has yet to use this Farah barrage. This has just been such a good set piece for a lot of these teams in EMEA that are running the Farah. So let's see if Cabelada could actually find an angle to use it. There's already so much splash damage there onto the back line.
He is grouped up just a little bit there, like you were mentioning. Sornoff going a little bit low, but all good. Quick rotation. Oh, quick rotation to the point. Dalka dropped almost instantly there. Here comes the barrage, straight on top of that lamp. And already Sornoff. Didn't really see that far where they were coming from. That should be a little flip here for FACEIT. Oh, Pulsebomb on the ground. Ludwig, second time there, trying to find a Pulsebomb at the very end of the fight. Ends up going wide, and that's Warpigs losing the point, and this is FACEIT setting up for this final fight.
Yeah, with the high noon as well, this is a way that you can just kind of just keep this distance between yourselves and Warpigs as they move back in. But Ludwig has changed over to this Pharah, so a little Pharah for Pharah action is a little bit more of this aerial presence. Might allow Warpigs to actually find an angle and get in here. Potentially even give Naya this opportunity to build up to this amp matrix.
We're using the thrusters to get out of there. That high noon moving so fast now. He was double shifting, wasn't granny shifting. Ludwig taking a headshot, and this is FACEIT just trying to lock down this point as Sound Barrier lands on 3 for Pardal, but I think that might just be about it. This rush from FACEIT should end it. Svenko picking off Ludwig, and the final staggered members of Warpigs are going to get cleaned on up.
Oh.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, just the gravitic flux on top of it. As you see Dalka move back in, that's just the cherry on top here to a great round. Even though Warpigs ended up getting about 50% of that first capture progress, Jaws and FACEIT were so clean. They just had so much good synergy there to work with the Sigma on the front lines and follow it up with just these great off angles there from the Pharah, from Cabelada.
Yeah, they mentioned it on the desk, though. This was an upper bracket. This is an upper bracket rematch. Or sorry, this is a lower bracket rematch of the upper bracket game, and it was Samoa taken by FACEIT in a 2-0 fashion. So you're expecting they're pretty well versed on this, and getting a win here from Warpigs, you've got to imagine is going to be a bit of an upset for them. Did win their lower bracket quarterfinals, 3-0. Moved on to this game, of course, to get the rematch.
Yeah, but this is all for a spot here at the Esports World Cup. If any of these teams lose now, they have now lost their chance to try to grab that away from Loaded, who is waiting in those finals for either FACEIT or Warpigs. Right now, it's going to be Warpigs that make it to this point first, and Ludwig is going to start off with the Pharah right away. He does not want to give up any of that lateral presence that Cabelada is having on FACEIT.
Taking the high ground control from FACEIT, and now they can push on the point as soon as it unlocks. Dodging the rock there expertly. Sornoff in a little bit of trouble, you can see. Cabelada is just poking as much as they can. In this position you can play here, you can barely get shot. Like, there's not many angles right now that Sornoff can actually find to even pressure out the Pharah. It's so tough when the initial team takes that high ground and then rotates as soon as that point unlocks. It's very easy for the Pharah to almost corral people into a small group, into a small cluster, because you're trying to avoid the rockets and then just kind of decimate you. I mean, already has the barrage. Svenko has the high noon.
Right.
So many ults for FACEIT.
I mean, Vazanella also already has the rush. Like, you could hold forward if you really wanted to, but you don't want to bring yourself into a potential where you could just get picked off if you overextend. So it makes a lot of sense to just kind of back up and maybe even give Warpigs the problem position.
Oh, Svenko kills Sornoff. That's a rather unlucky pick. Warpigs have to reset here. Go again. They got a rush of their own row, so don't want to use it to break the spawn hold, but can if you need it.
You might have to. Yeah, you just might have to, but then you also take a look at Svenko having the high noon, so it is a way to just kind of limit the amount of value that Niall's Kitsune Rush would even have. Warpigs have so much else coming up, though, but I think this is going to be a pretty outrageous fight, taking a look at what's on the board for either of these teams. It's about positioning now, knowing that there's 5 ults on either side.
Outrageous is a very good word to describe this fight upcoming, especially with the amount of ults, like you said. High noon from Svenko. Oh, Sornoff is dead again. A TP away from Niall, and yeah, that Kiriko has to get out of there. They cannot use that rush to push onto the point. I mean, this is looking quite the repeat of the upper bracket quarters here, with FACEIT taking the map 2-0. Still with 4 ults. They only need high noon to counteract the rush.
Yeah, not too bad. There's still 2 barrages on the board as well, so who's going to get the better one is going to be the Grab Flux first here from Dalka.
Early Flux, match with a beat, and here comes the rush. from Baza. Oh, and Pardell ends up going down, and I think that's about it, Rose. Shawnoff finds his revenge, gets one with the high noon with the Lucio, and I think that might just be it. Yeah, with no tank, it's all on Shawnoff, who's been a bit bullied this game so far, sadly, but it is, and they say, taking this first map 2-0.
Pretty convincing at that as well. Samoa, this was where, and they say, started their upper bracket win versus War Pigs, and maybe we are seeing history repeat itself with this map win in the books as well. They look so well practiced, and I think when it comes down to just, you know, you even heard it from OC, the coach of War Pigs, saying, well, yeah, it's a lot of Sigma in this region. Well, we kind of see how that's played out with the MEA, with the Pharah, the Cassidy. It looks so well drilled on teams like this.
Yeah, it seems like they're following the meta of most other regions right now. Not too surprising, of course. I'm curious if a lot of the players probably do end up playing on the North American servers as well, just in their ranked games. So you're kind of expecting the bleed over there to happen. Eventually, all the regions are kind of looking at each other in some regard and kind of like, okay, a lot of people playing this on this map, this and this and this. And everybody kind of understands what the meta is roughly, and then it's about kind of adapting it to your own style kind of thing. But yeah, and they say taking this first map 2-0, like you mentioned, quite decisive here. But we'll have to wait and see if War Pigs can come back as we go to a hybrid. It's going to be Eichenwalder here as we jump into some highlights from that last game.
It's already so telling. I mean, take a look at how convincing Cabelada was on this Pharah. You saw even just this early engagement, how much damage that we ended up seeing onto War Pigs right away. There were so many instances too, like, okay, Shawnoff had like the best pop-off ever there with the high noon, but you saw so many instances where just there's so much onus on War Pigs to have to respond. It was almost overwhelming at times, and they just couldn't quite find the right answers.
Yeah, I'm using a high noon to get out a rush, for example. We saw it on Lava Base there. Yeah, it's a real rough when you have to trade those ults because you're happy using the high noon. If you get a rush out of that, that's fantastic. A rush can just instantly win a fight. Just the sheer firepower that it really unlocks from your character is just too much most of the time, especially if you're kind of up close and personal with them. And to trade that for a high noon is just, it's perfect, honestly. We'll have to wait and see, though. Eichenwalder is our next map. See if they end up staying with a Sigma going into the next one. Of course, in North America and EU, it's a lot of Winston, a little bit of dive here and there. So it'd be nice to see something else.
I think so. I think maybe like a Winston is an opportunity to come out on Eichenwald, but I feel like when you take a look at just how comfortable these teams are on Sigma, maybe we do just see more Sigma. The high ground is not necessarily difficult to access on Eichenwald's second point. You just walk up the castle stairs, or you just go up the other high ground, like to the Widow Nest, like normal Widow Nest over there. Yeah, you can just walk, like it's fine.
You're chill. You don't need to fly, just walk. Say every Lucio player ever. Please, just walk. Walk there, I don't want to taxi you.
Just walk.
All right, let's jump in.
No way.
Eichenwalder, Esperanza, Suravasa, Shambali Monastery. If we need to go all the way to map number 5. Remember, this is for a chance at facing loaded in the grand finals.
Wow, that's going to be a great match. We're actually going to have that grand finals match tomorrow for those of you that are interested in following along. A little bit more of the South America action. We've got this match and then the finals tomorrow. So yeah, we'll have to see who's going to end up meeting loaded there. But as we start to get a little look of what's going to be coming out on the defensive War Pigs, it is that Sigma. So I can't imagine that we're going to see FACEIT switch up anything here, as their Sigma comp was so comfortable. Like, it's just a run back of what we ended up seeing here on Samoa.
Yeah, it feels like you're just going to run that again. I mean, you might as well. The Sigma did look very clean. Rotations were really nice. The Sigma's very good on this point as well. Just as long as you don't get too overwhelmed, a lot of the times you end up getting kind of rolled on the defense. If your DPS or one of the supports is maybe caught off by a comp that's a little bit quicker than yours, and then you just kind of get snowballed. But it looks like, and they say, are also just going to run out with the Sigma here. Just mirror comps apart from the BAP and the Kiriko.
I was going to say, the BAP and the Kiriko actually change up the flavor of these comps quite a bit. Bazanella has the opportunity to end up using something like the Suzu just as an instant cleanse of maybe even just any of this big explosive damage. So I think that actually gives them a bit of a leg up. Whereas the Immortality field is so static, you can just kind of push people out of there, especially if you get a Lucio boop out of that AoE field.
Oh, Svenko. Svenko's doing a lot of damage, kind of putting Sean off in his place right now. Alrighty.
Oh, those shots are crazy.
Yeah. Doing a good job kind of suppressing the backline too, everybody huddling behind that payload at the current moment in time. Slugwood is a little bit low, can't aggressively peek either. He's also being tagged out by Svenko, you can see there, and over in the mini pack now. Almost hit that direct. Wow, that was lucky. Cavalella managed to get out of there just with a shift.
Still blocking down that door. Doesn't want to anybody from that mini pack room actually coming out.
There's the first kill.
It does eventually get Svenko down.
Yeah, nice little boop kill there by Ludwig. Okay, Svenko in the majority of and they say his damage, or has been at least over the last couple of minutes, is dead. Very slow but sure, making sure that no one is lost. They're playing a little bit passive, but maybe forcing Svenko into a position where he shouldn't be.
But you have to play so methodically with these Sigma comps because you're playing poke. You're waiting for a Pharah or a Cassidy to get a pop-off, get one of those picks.
Double Kitsune rush. High ground window as well. This is a deadly combination. Flux used on the Sigma. Dalka does manage to connect with one, but there's no follow-up really. A lot of his teammates are on the high ground, so it was a very easy escape for they say. Used the sound barrier to run on in, didn't obviously need it for the enemy Flux. Cavalella takes down Sean off and has got the barrage too. Oh, it looks like Fardal did manage to at least kill the Pharah, but unfortunately no more resources left and no real space to heal up the rest of their team. Ludwig is staying alive on this church, this clock tower, but it is just the random donuts, so those Cheerios coming through from the Lucio that end up netting the kill. Slowly but surely, and they say have managed to do it. The Poke comp takes their time. When it gets done, it gets done. 4 minutes to go now.
That solo barrage onto Nile, that was so funny.
Didn't expect it coming. I mean,
but
it was lucky. It was lucky. Pardal had a sixth sense there for the Pharah using the barrage and got the kill.
Right? Oh, it's so good. But yeah, and they say they unlock the cart. It's going to be high ground control for Warpigs, and with this barrage ready to go from Ludwig, you would have to be a little bit careful about, and they say potentially wanting to take a castle approach, because then Ludwig can kind of just drop down, get the barrage on them, and go from there. And they say also do have this Kitsune rush working up. Bazanella is going to be able to lay that over this low ground point, and kind of just make this cart just keep pushing forward. You're forcing Warpigs to have to come to you.
Oh, that rock does connect. Wow, that looked like it went through the shield there, but it must have been a couple of pixels worth. A nice connection once again by Dalka. That rock helping with the kill on that high noon. No hands, no problem.
Guy does have the Sigma Flux though, so that could be a really good engagement tool to just kind of even get access to the high ground. Crazy enough, I feel like that might even be a possibility when you do just look for a target with that ground flux. But still.
Well, as always, we expect this to go pretty slowly. Just judging on the comps. Window used on the high ground there. Svenko kind of looking two different ways. Oh, nice kill onto Shornoff. Once again, just unloading the Deadeye, not a full kill, but a nice little bullet to follow it up with. Doesn't want to overextend over towards Ludwig. Unfortunately, dodges the Flux, but the rest of his team not quite so lucky. However, another fantastic stop there from Dalka. Cancellation of the Flux once more. And they say, just a pile on top of Warpigs.
They're just gonna get this. They're just gonna keep this card progressing as well. Somebody has been pushing this entire time, so it is gonna be starting to reach this bridge phase by the time that Inmese's reinforcements come back. But they don't really have a whole lot outside of the sound barrier from 12, so I'm a little nervous to see kind of how Inmese decide to approach this when Warpigs still have a sound barrier of their own, and Ludwig still has this barrage.
How about that end up going down there, just way out of position, just nowhere near the rest of the team, and just sky high, almost touching the skybox. Gotta be careful, even against the BAP, the BAP is doing considerable damage. All right, rush from Inmese. Oh, the barrage in the room blocks most of it with the shield. Ludwig kept alive, thankfully, with that, with the lamp, and with the sound barrier on top of that. Inmese, not sure they got anything to say in this fight.
Nope. I mean, not with the barrage like that. I think you just take the L there, maybe pray that the sound barrier would have potentially given you a couple legs to stand on. But now you're just kind of hoping that, you can take this push with a big pick here. But Warpig's having the high ground control means that the spam damage is going to be coming through a little bit thicker and faster for them. And they still have this Amp Matrix and this High Noon while we are entering into sub 1 minute territory. So when they say, I think like they're going to take this castle approach, I think that's smart. They just want to bypass a lot of this damage. But it's still going to be tough to actually get to this cart to start to push it while we're nearing this overtime.
It's in a very awkward spot, that car. Just directly under the bridge, and Shaunov utilizing this window that was deployed. Just stops and they say from really doing much, and the car is still moving backwards. And they say do manage to rotate onto this high ground. Without much resistance, mind you, Warpig's happy to drop to low, fighting this small room. I see someone in the corner of my eyes right now. Oh, it's the Farah, yeah. It is a Cabalella who ends up just hiding on this choke point, this small little doorway, ready to use the barrage at a moment's notice. Dalcat does end up going down, so and they say can still move this bot. If they find any small picks here, they will be golden for this checkpoint, surely. Shaunov, Niall, they end up backing up. Niall suffers that flux. And that might just be the checkpoint too. They got to walk into a barrage. It will be the Lucio, in fact, trying to get back in time. Pardao ends up getting instantly deleted, though. The Flux is good for some damage, and Shaunov comes back, rolls into the backline, killing Svenko. But with this barrage... Wait, okay, the payload...
Didn't use it!
They didn't use it, but they still got the point. Somehow, in that mad scuffle, and they say still managed to cap.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, like that is a cap that's gonna get through the castle doors. Yeah, without having to use the barrage there, like actually kind of works out for them. I was so nervous, and like I think Warpigs actually had a potential there to stop this cart from getting to the checkpoint, but now you've given them the barrage, you have the rush. At least Niall's actually switched off of the Baptiste to go to the Kiriko as well, so it's a little bit more evenly matched here when it comes down to these ultimates.
Nice, Suzu. Clutching up there. Dalka ends up getting saved from the rush damage. Barrage available from Ludwig. Same for Cabalada. 30 seconds to go as they push onto this final point. Here comes the rush, reverse, okay. Instant disengagement, and they say perfectly timed too. Lucio obviously knowing that there's an enemy rush coming up, so saving that speed boost to get out of there.
All right, 20 seconds left, and they say still have an opportunity to push this cart over the line, but it's double barrage here.
Double barrage, mixed with a beat. Oh, what a perfect shield. Oh, dearie me. Farah's worst nightmare always has been that shield pointed directly up in your face, and you insta-kill yourself with your own rockets or aid the enemy team in killing you. The High Noon from Shaunov. Taking a lot of damage from Svenko, mind you. 8 HP. Actually goes for the triple repeat into the High Noon. But yeah, how many teammates left, unfortunately, for Andese? And they get halted just before that second point. I mean, a couple of meters, if that.
Oh. Cute shoulder pad. Taking out the Farah was so important there. I feel like Cabalada has been so deadly with a lot of these barrages and just direct rockets. So just perfect timing there for Warpigs to at least stop this cart in his tracks now. But I still think that Andese got away with a little bit more than Warpigs was intending. Like that cart got so close to the finish line, but also got over that second checkpoint, which Warpigs like were so close to stopping. So close.
So close. Yeah, that
so close.
When the fight breaks down, you know, comms are getting a little bit wild. Like, yeah, sometimes you forget the little payload. I mean, the amount of trades that were happening on seconds, it was like it only took one small trade, one small swing for the payload to get flipped over because it was that close as well. You can't even react with that many meters left. So, yeah, a little rough, but all good.
It happens.
Yeah, exactly. But now a clear win condition for Warpigs.
Yeah, I mean, like, you stop the cart where it is, but I think, like, I still am curious to see how Andese are going to actually approach this defense. Because Control can only tell us so much of this matchup picture, but it was still such a convincing map for Andese that it's really difficult to not see, like, oh, well, you know, maybe, like, recency bias is going to tell me that their defense is going to be really strong here. So maybe it is just going to be another map win here for Andese. Oh my god, the accretion is so funny. Could you imagine?
Yeah, I mean, you can get the lineups there. You get like the smallest bit of ult charge, but it's worth it. It's just very small cooldown because it will come up just before they end up re-peaking.
Crazy if you hit that accretion.
Yeah.
That would have been insane.
What you want is the accretion onto the spawn doors, or out the spawn doors, sorry, onto the enemy Pharah. That would be even more insane. Our Overwatch split moment.
Not to be, though. So it's going to be a perfect mirror match between these two teams.
Yeah, no BAP anymore, interestingly enough. Just the Kiriko is really valuing the ultimate over the Immortality field on both sides. Did someone just get booped? Oh, no, okay. Woo! I thought Shornoff got booped then, because Shornoff went flying across the map. Nice little boop from the Pharah, of course. Just hugging this building right now. Svenko down. All right, Warpig's off to a good start. Can they capitalize now on the missing DPS? Darkeye just getting in the face of FACEIT. Look at him just kind of 360ing on the point. Just making sure he can stay alive, that Rock is still available, so has got CDs to burn if he needs it, but there's the second trade. It's actually Shornoff that ends up going down. And then Bazanella also falls to Ludwig. This rush should seal the deal, but with 2.5 minutes to go, and Svenko coming back and just annihilating Warpigs. I mean, maybe this is only a couple of ticks, or in fact, only one tick gained here by Warpigs.
I mean, like, you just deny that other third of the pie, and yeah, that's a lot of time off the bank now. It's about half. Warpigs at least have, like, the Flux, they've got the Sound Bearer and the Fair Barrage, and then I look at that and I go, huh, well, and they say have 2 more on top of that. And I think, like, to be able to kick things off with the rush just to see what you get done is so valuable as long as you keep this Pharah from Ludwig in check.
Warpigs wanted to get that done with just the rush too, so they could have more ults for the next fight, but look at the ults coming through from FACEIT. They got 5 coming in. Pop 3 almost instantly there. That rush, the beat, and the high noon in response to the flux from Warpigs. Kill Shornoff yet again. Those spheres almost annihilating Niall there as well. But now they have to go for another reset. Minute 30, Rose. This time bank is just slipping through their fingers.
Yeah, but Warpigs have the barrier advantage now. So Pardal has that to go for this next fight. And you do have the opportunity. Wait, no, don't do it to him. Cavalada, don't do it to them.
Oh, they know. That was lucky. You saw that sting turn in that corner instantly. Like, yeah, we know something's up. We know you're trying something silly. High noon for Shornoff. Looking, hunting, searching. No one peeking. A tick given over. And now here comes the re-engage. That barrage going across the map there. Quite horizontally. Cavalada does end up going down, and with Ludwig holding this doorway now, it's going to be painful for FACEIT to jump onto the points. And there it is, Warpigs. They are going to get the cap on first. 50 seconds or 47 to go, results in 3:17 for this next push.
And that's not nearly as much time as what FACEIT had to push over this bridge themselves. So I think they really got what they wanted. Ideally, yes, you get the full hold, I think, on FACEIT's side, but otherwise, you're very happy with having whittled away so much time after the clock. Cavalada still has yet to use this barrage, but unfortunately, FACEIT will not get an opportunity to use this close hold. I think it's also really difficult to do that too with the Sigma, because you can't always protect yourself from the enemy Pharah across the way. But it's going to be harder for FACEIT to get this close hold, knowing that Niles has this Kitsune rush as well. You don't want to just walk into that for this defense.
Cavalada does have the barrage too. They got the rush. Dumped all their ults in last time in this fight. They actually gonna have to try and match Warpigs on their own rush, using on that low ground to just push onto this bridge. Kind of a deadly spot to be in still. Cavalada can use that barrage whenever they so choose, and being able to hide behind the castle walls as well is going to be even more of a benefit. A bit more defensive for the Pharah.
This card's still moving though. I mean, bridge control going over to Warpigs. They have better setup here for their own Pharah.
That's a long-range flux. Where's the follow-up? Oh, yeah, not to be. I mean, following up on a high noon as well, almost impossible. So even if they had follow-up there, it wouldn't have looked inspirational if they tried to dive on that high noon.
But this is dangerous. Like, this card is still moving. They are now crossing the bridge while this high ground control is still in Warpig's hands. And so you have to fight along this cart where a little bit more presence going over to the sound barrier here from Shy.
Shornoff. Yep, no one's there. Here comes the beats, though, for FACEIT. Shy laying that one in. Oh, the press Q to die butted in full effect there from Cavalada. hit the Q on the bridge. No real defensive tools there, and then they say to use. And Warpigs, they find two with the barrage, that being Ludwig, and there is the bot, or the payload, sorry. Doors are going to get knocked down. 2.5 minutes. A very clear win condition, 63.82 meters, and they will tie this series up.
Yeah, and because that take was so fast, they actually have, like, this is a lot of time to do this with. Like, you get at least 2 attempts here, which just feels really nice, knowing that you're both going to be feeling the hurt here from all of these fire rockets. But this gravitic flux here from D, I think this could really turn the tides here for Invase to get a good defense.
Oh, nice dodge of the rock there. Flux comes out, hits, connects with 2. Soundbarrier perfectly timed there by Pardal. Unfortunately, the focus fire on Dalka, that percentage-based damage from the Sigma ultimate, I mean, just torn to shreds, really. That overhealth just disappeared almost instantly. And they say setting themselves up for success now with a sound barrier coming up of their own. Same with the barrage. They've already unlocked the high noon, so they're good to go with that one. Yeah, I was about to say, like,
oh, yeah, just
you can even use the Deadeye on the bridge to buy some time. I mean, I don't hate that at all, actually.
That was great. I mean, you get a pick as well, which is even better to have that ultimate actually find some value. Now you're buying even more time off the clock, and with this close hold as well, you know that there's like a great defensive position here for Caballada to take with this barrage. The only worry is the fact that Ludwig is on the Pharah themselves. So, like, if you are a sitting duck, if you try to use that ult, it's going to be very difficult, I think, for either of these Pharahs to find value. It's about who actually wants to pull the trigger first.
From Shaunov. Everybody moving quite rapidly into that corner. B comes in. There's no way he's going to get this one. And the Hand's absorbing a lot of that damage too, so it's a lot of health for the Sigma as they do march on forward. They trap 3 in a room, but Caballada is actually the first one to go down. Shaunov is on the opposite side of the way the rest of the team were, so was able to re-peek and kill the Pharah. Here comes the fuck from Dalka. They end up only catching one. Suzu perfectly timed, connected there. Bazanella manages to save the Sigma, and now absorbing all of that damage too into that grasp. That barrage from Ludwig not finding any purchase whatsoever, and with 20 seconds to go, it's coming down to the wire.
Oh my gosh, there's also going to be so many more ultimates coming up for Invase, but Shaunov!
This flux has to be absolutely gigantic, but there's a beat. Shaunov finds 3. Almost make that a 4th too. That Lucio and the Kiriko, they're all but history now. 4 seconds to go, and they've managed to make it work. Tying up the series, what a piece.
Wow, that was just such a big clutch up there by Warpigs in those final moments. Like, that was great. It's so difficult to do that when you know the respawns are right there. You have to have such clear, cohesive teamfight wins, and yeah, they tied the series. This is a good one.
All right, well, it feels like it's going to go the same way, almost. I mean, maybe Warpigs get their revenge here. They obviously managed to get 1 map off of And They Say in their previous game against each other. As we go on to push as our next map, Esperanza Rose. More Sigma, I'd imagine. Both these teams seem very comfortable in that. Like we mentioned, there's a lot of meta kind of crossover with a lot of the regions. We're not going to see too many differences, but, you know, both teams happy with the Sig, and why wouldn't you? I think both Sigmas have had their time in the sun. I mean, both hitting good rocks on the enemy Sigmas to cancel fluxes, and also trying to pin down those pesky Cassidys too.
I think a big difference maker for me was actually Niall switching over to the Kiriko rather than playing the Baptiste, because that was one of the differences in these compositions that we saw come into play on Samoa, even just in that first round of Eichenfeld. So Niall actually switching over to the Kiriko, you saw just how much impact Niall was able to have with like the Suzu onto their own Pharah, Ludwig, just making sure that those barrages were going to land or at least have that full duration rather than getting taken out by somebody like Caballada, and even just to help out Dalka as well against these gravitic fluxes. I think Niall really showed up in that way on the Kiriko, more so than the Baptiste, just plays a little bit better in these comps.
Yeah, you do lose out on the lamp, unfortunately, but a lot of the time you're using that sound barrier anyway to counteract the flux. So it's a bit of a give and take there in that regard, and losing a bit of damage on the Pharah too. But I think both Casties have been good at shutting down the enemy Pharah. Esperanza, like we mentioned,
they have
is our next map.
I will say, though, I feel like Caballada got a lot more focus from Warpigs in this map of Eichenwald. Like a lot of opportunities for Kabelada to actually use the barrage and not actually getting a chance to be able to. Like even in these final moments of Eichenwald, you see Shonoff has like some really big moments to take out both Kabelada and Svenko. And so Kabelada went down with the Pharah barrage, and even coming out of spawn, didn't get a chance to use it again either.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a rough time for both Pharahs, I think, in this series so far. Dying to your own rockets when you're hitting the shield and just getting rocked out of the sky. Enemy Pharah kind of picking you off as well. A tough ultimate to use at this high level, especially because you are so vulnerable. It really was just even now, like the press Q to die button a lot of the time. You do need that support coming in, whether that's a Suzu, even a sound barrier, like something to help the Pharah stay alive, because it is such a high impact ultimate that it's hard to negate on the other side of things when you have no 50 billion missiles just being thrown at your face, you know? So
you also have no Malga.
Yeah,
like, there's
right.
no cardiac overdrive to keep this Pharah alive, which is a big difference in these comps versus when we see like the Pharah or the Genji run with the Malga versus the Sigma.
yeah, that's very true. Yeah, I mean the cardiac overdrive when you're hitting rockets with the Pharah, you're healing so much, like it's crazy. Cardiac overdrive into the rocket barrage, like oh yeah, you're chilling. Esperanza is the map up next. I'm curious if we're still going to see the Pharah here, but you know what? Wouldn't mind it whatsoever. I wouldn't mind it also a little flex DPS action in something like a Genji, but I'll have to wait and see. I mean, Ludwig has been playing Tracer for a long time as well, so maybe Ludwig switches over to that too.
It would be very cool to see if that would be the case. I mean, like, yeah, I've seen a lot of Genji, but I feel like Pharah, maybe May? I feel like we've seen Ludwig play just a couple of different things here. So I think the flexibility is definitely there if Warpigs want to change anything up, but I don't know if they will.
Yeah, we'll see. It's worth keeping in mind, actually, Rose, as we load into this map, that this was the map that Warpigs took off of and they say in their previous series.
Right. Right.
A little 1-0. It wasn't a full cap. It didn't. They didn't end up full capping all the way. That'd be crazy. That'd be too crazy, right? No way we see full cap competitive play.
I would hope not, but I think it's.
You never know. Hey, Space
you know, there's been so many full caps in EMEA.
It's a little insane, actually. I'm surprised we've seen that many. All right, both teams rocking out. Is Warpigs changing up this time again, Rose? They're going on the BAP now. No Kiriko.
Yeah. Going back to the Baptiste, maybe believing in a little bit more of just this high ground stability that Esperanza provides. You have the moon boots to be able to just like grab bridge. I think it's also not too bad to have that vertical mobility just in general. But I think you still look at how when they say are playing, and I wonder, like, does the Baptiste make you almost a bit too vulnerable to something like this Kabelada Pharah?
Yeah, the BAP does provide a lot of that AoE healing at a moment's notice too, which is also really nice.
Yeah, it's true. But it's harder to actually heal your Pharah.
Yeah, exactly. They're giving the takes there. Unfortunate for the Pharah player if they're not on the Kiriko. Oh, Ludwig taking it direct. Don't want to be too careful, doesn't want to test the metal. I wonder how Warpigs kind of advance here. They're slowly kind of losing this space, being corralled in this corner. And there you go. Hadal, first one to fall for Warpigs, just sniped by Svenko. These rockets are going to hurt now, especially with this amplification matrix, but you know what? You just back off. Sigma uses the hands, and then we're all good to go.
Still a bit of a standoff here, but they say you're finally starting to crack through these doors. The grab flux already onto the high ground. I mean, like, wow, that's big.
Dalka again with the rock. Man, he's so precise on the Sig. Speaking of rocks, he throws one straight back. Unfortunately, though, didn't cancel Flux this time, so unfortunate. Shonoff with a high noon. They're trying to find at least one kill. Hands have been used. Oh, ends up running out. See Shonoff still trying to move to the right-hand side there to get a kill. Ludwig now checking behind and making sure they're not getting nothing sneaky is happening. Svenko ends up taking down Niall just before that sound barrier comes in to play for Warpigs. And without that healing, not sure you're staying in this fight any longer. 2 minutes have passed, and a little bit. And we're finally getting that bot going. Feeling like Colosseo almost.
I was gonna say.
There were kills though. In Colosseo, there's never any kills, to be fair, or wasn't any kills. I should rephrase. Obviously, Colosseo has been changed now.
I was gonna say, like, what year are we in? The new release of Colosseo? This is crazy.
I never thought I'd see the day, but luckily we were here to experience. I was here to experience it. Colosseo being reworked.
Okay, well, they gotta give up the point now as we see this wraparound from Warpigs. They have this Gravitic Flux on the high ground too. Oh, the rock misses.
Sound barrier comes in there. Oh, instantly. Svenko, High Noon, into killing Ludwig. Oh, that's it. That's fight over. That's checkpoint 2. Very quick team fight. Warpig's not really sure what happened there, but looks it.
Oh! Sorry, those shots were, like, nasty. I think Svenko has been able to mark down Ludwig so many times on this Pharah. Even though the damage fall off is pretty great, just based on the range in which Svenko is actually hitting him. That's still wild. Like, you're still marking the Pharah, and you make it a little bit more scared to have to make these approaches. But with the checkpoint unlocked, this is a pretty sizable lead here for FACEIT to have developed in this map so far. They don't even want to extend far forward. They know that that would be giving up too much territorial control to Ludwig's Pharah with this barrage ready.
Well, he's positioned to try and catch him off guard here, as Warpigs have made the grand rotation through the high ground and going to try and surprise him. Everybody 180s though, kind of knew that was coming almost. Cavalada does end up falling. Flux met with a lamp. And they say now trying to say, well, you know what? If you want to take high ground, that's fine, because we'll just end up taking the forward position. Kitsune Russia used the final moment here by, and they say, they end up losing Sig and Svenko already. Got it a couple of extra meters on the payload push, but a forward spawn is probably on the cards for everybody. Yeah, the bot is way too far away from that mid checkpoint, so, and they say they're going to be able to re-engage really fast.
Yeah, exactly. And like, even though they don't have anything, I don't think you particularly care too much that really what you're only contending with is this High Noon. And the sound barrier, to be fair, but I feel like every time you've seen that come out from Warpigs, they say just have had so much critical damage that it's like the overhealth doesn't always help.
High Noon. Ooh, taking a lot of damage. Shorn off unwavering in the face of the wave of bullets and missiles being thrown at them. Still in control, but they're now going to have to fight uphill as Warpigs have once again flipped the map. Ludwig trying for some additional damage, but like you mentioned before, Svenko's aim looking a little bit too crispy, and Ludwig very aware of that at this point in time. High Noon from the high ground, drops low. Easy rock. Oh, the beat comes in, but doesn't save Dalka. That's so rough for them. And now they say they've lost their Cassidy, but they've still got control of this bot, and they've still got their Sigma up as well. And in fact, they're going to just burn the sound barrier here to almost guarantee themselves this fight, Rose.
Not a bad idea when you know that Parthal had just used a sound barrier as well. It just gives you the barrier advantage immediately, and you get the pickup on Denial. So there should be some good cleanup coming through here from FACEIT to steal the spot back over this midpoint. But they have a lot that they need to contend with, and they say end up having like the barrage as well as the Graflux and the rush, and that's really the biggest difference maker of this Kiriko as well. Ant Matrix is already used, so it's not like you have the Ant Matrix or even the High Noon to actually stop FACEIT from finding value off of this Kiriko rush. It should be pretty deadly here, but FACEIT actually don't even want to push far forward. They know that they have the checkpoint. They also have the lead. They don't need to overextend here.
Yeah, they'll wait for a pick before they even attempt to drop down from that high ground, that is for sure. Okay, it looks like, I think Ludwig is kind of doing the same thing here, maybe taking an off angle on the Faria. Definitely something that they've drilled, so they've practiced. But look at this, quick rotation, and Ludwig, who is on an off angle, gets instantly killed. And Warpigs have flipped the map on themselves.
That's not good.
Barrage. Oh, the sneaky Farah, double kill. Oh, that's not where you want to see yourself. 4K, a 4K for Cabalada. And with 3 minutes to go, this bot is nearing this final corner, and they say are running away with this game.
They don't even need a full completion here, though. Like, just extend the lead as much as you can. If you get to this trolley car, you have a pretty good defensive corner to play around if you're on FACEIT. But yeah, like, you just want to kind of run the clock here now if you're in FACEIT.
Sean's just walking past that shield too. And training again, like training the Sigma for the Cassidy, not always the best, but if you can keep your Sig alive in these fights, it provides so much sustain and additional cover as well with that shield. But Svenko just shutting down Ludwig yet again.
Like, it's not even a clean team fight win for Warpigs either. Like, and they say they're able to like keep up the pressure now that they have like a what, an 80-meter lead at this point. So that's so many fights when you only have 2 minutes left. Warpigs have to win like 4 fights in a row now to actually be able to take the map and get the lead in the series. So it's looking good for They to just kind of win this one out. Especially if they can keep stalling through this midpoint without allowing Warpigs to get a pick.
Svenko looking for somebody, maybe looking for Ludwig. Here comes the Flux. Sound barrier in. No need to use the Suzu either, and Ludwig is dead yet again to Svenko. Just been a public enemy #1, that being Ludwig. And Svenko is just locking him up. I mean, this is, with 1 minute and 30 to go, this is a sizable lead. Not only that, but they have 4 ults for this fight.
That's overwhelming. I think this should just be, and they say winning, bar any miracle coming out of Warpigs. Like, it's gonna take a village, I think, to try to get over this big meterage lead. And you've got High Noon getting hit first here from Svenko.
All right, the High Noon creates some space. Again, they're kind of trading sides here. Suzu comes in from 9 on a little bit too early, but it's all good. They got the beat to save, and once again, focusing down the Sigma is their name of the game. And they say, you're chilling. You are very much chilling right now. 4K? 5K? Yes, 5K for Shornoff. He got the clip, but Warpigs need 90 meters, 95 meters to gain the lead here. And that is a mountain, and then like what, in 45 seconds, that's how many fights? Got to be like 6 fights or something ridiculous.
I still think it's like 4, but it's still a lot. And Warpigs had to invest so much just to keep They from actually just full capping the map. So they don't have a whole lot to deal with what They can throw at them. Biggest thing is just this Kitsune Rush advantage that we do see from They. This could just close out the map right here if they're able to get that value.
Kitsune Rush available. Ideally, just not using any ults here is perfect. Oh, what a boop! What an unbelievable boop there from Ludwig and Pardal. Putting Shornoff in a position with a High Noon capitalizes on 2, like kills 2, and they can just clean up the rest. 47 meters. Still need a lot to go, and they need the checkpoint too. The butt scratch mode does need to be initiated. But They say whimpering after that one, I would imagine.
They're gonna get the point. Okay, They said that was 1 team fight down, 3 more to go. It's still gonna be really tough, and it's gonna be difficult for Warpigs to actually push forward, but they have no choice. This far barrage from Kabbalata could be absolutely huge, and Bazanella still has this Kitsune Rush to lay over this bot.
Oh, Ludwig is trying to be cheeky again. Ludwig with the barrage. Do they see
They see him. Surely
they see him. Yeah, they do. Ludwig has to get out of there. Was kind of in the mid anyway, half taken off angle to be fair. Here comes the rush from both sides now, playing on the corner. Cabaletta still waiting with this barrage. Flux does land. Dalkar doesn't get interrupted this time around. Oh, he does, I think. I didn't think that connected. And there goes Ludwig with the barrage in the backline, instantly killed off by the enemy Farah. And I think that's just about it. The sound barrier from They will see them through the end of this map and land themselves in a good position to finish this one out. And They with match point now.
That was very convincing. That map looked like just a 180 from what we ended up seeing on Icon Vault, which is a very close affair between these 2 teams. But that was almost a full completion on Esperanza, but a pretty close. I would say like Warpigs' good effort there to actually try to even it up.
Yeah, I mean, look, you got one more chance now if you're Warpigs to come back into this one, send us to this map #5, but it's looking very reminiscent of their series before. Although Warpigs, this was their map that they won against this team previous time they played. So, I mean, getting rotated on that many times too, very quick off the mark, and They were very good at kind of responding to what Warpigs were kind of throwing at. Again, potentially kind of recognizing that last time around, they ended up rotating on us. We ended up losing control of height, but this time, As soon as that early lead came through from they stick on that high ground, wait for Warpigs to rotate, drop down to the point, push the ball.
I think they have really had just like the better map awareness coming down to those rotations. Like I think it was this fight actually where you're calling out the side swaps. And it just opened up Warpigs to getting absolutely demolished by that Cabalada Farah barrage. And that was really what sealed the deal. Before that point, that was actually like, I think, amount of distance on that map that Warpigs could have actually made up. But then you see them almost get the full cap. Even coming back to this midpoint, Sean Off had a really great performance. But it's only like these small spotlights that I feel like are really helping push Warpigs over some of these team fight wins. We need to see the full team effort of synergy come through to actually pick apart this team of Inmate.
Yeah, well, we'll see after this break. This could be the fourth and final map here between Andese and Warpigs. Can they come back? We'll have to wait and see after this. Welcome back to Andese versus Warpigs here in a rematch. Yes, so 2-1 so far from Andese. In the previous game they did play against each other. It was a 3-1 going at Andese's way. We're going to Suravasa as our next map here. That game from Warpigs on Esperanza left a lot to be desired there, it felt like, and they say just their rotations were so clean and just took advantage of Warpigs being a little bit slow off the mark. If we're not slow off the mark, just taking these grandiose rotations to try and force them off of high ground, and just slowly the game is slipping out of their hands. But we'll see if they can come back here on Suravasa.
Well, you talk flashbang of the pigeon. That was funny. But no, you talk about rotations, and I feel like this is where rotations matter even more. When you take a look at Flashpoint, there's only so many different avenues in which you can ingress onto these points. Oh my god, we are seeing even more pigeons.
They're never ending, I'm telling you.
That's great. Oh, that's so great.
All right, let's roll out the gates. Yeah, no, just mirror comps cross board here. No funny business.
I think pigeon in Portuguese is pomba. I don't know why you would need to know that, but
also the
welcome,
pronunciation of Portuguese names and just honestly any names like Spanish names, Portuguese names, like French name. I just
Jack, I think that's a you
hyper
problem,
roll.
actually.
I just get owned.
Like paraíso, you guys suck at saying that.
Yep. Unfortunately.
Paraiso, I think, is the more often that I hear.
I'm trying. It's the effort that counts. Point cap from Andese. And more kids kind of rotating onto the back foot here. Rough 2, when you don't get like initial pick, if the enemy team gets the point but you get a pick, like you're feeling real good, but you can play so safe if you're Andese now. Just try and chunk away at Ludwig in the high ground. Both DPS pairs coming close to their ultimates already. The amount of damage that's been thrown out, the amount of healing too, has just been extraordinary. Both rushes also just thrown out onto the point. Just waiting for kills pretty much. I mean, just a stall fest at the moment.
Oh, watch these barrages though. They're up soon.
They are indeed. Well, I mean, Cavaletta, unfortunately, is now dead, so no barrage to be found. Oh, and a late sound barrier, and a late barrage too from Ludwig. Oh, dearie me. Warpigs just throwing in things there, trying to make something happen, and they say lose nobody in that fight. That's first fight done. And now you don't have to worry about beat.
That's first flashpoint. That's just first flashpoint.
Straight up.
Like, that's first fight, that's first flashpoint, that's it. Like, you see Warpigs just absolutely give it up. And they're gonna try to start making a move towards the next one, but unfortunately, it's gonna be closer to Andese's side of the map. So they're actually gonna be able to get there first. They have the Gravitic Flux as well, coming up for Guy, as well as just holding on to that bar barrage because Cabalata got taken out before they could use it. So there's not too many ways that Warpigs can actually approach this point where they're not gonna get caught by something here from Andese.
High noon. There you go. There's the speed up. Everybody. Oh, perfect rock. Once again, both Sigmas just coming up incredibly clutch with the rocks in this series. And they say with some unbelievable aerials there from Cabalata. Uh-oh. Oh, the shift. They're good. Woo! They're out of there. Never worried.
Hey, that's how you know that they've played this hero so much. They understand the far to fuel changes. They can actually take risky.
A little risky, a little risky.
Like
I think they were very close to death
so
box.
close. Yes. 100%.
All good, but chilling.
All right, it's Dalka's turn. What can you do with this Gravitic Flux? Are you gonna be able to hit it, or are you gonna get rocked out?
Yeah, being on the high ground, so you can hide behind your shield, but also the little bit of geometry there. Suzu came in just in time. There's only a one-person flux. There's the rushes on the point for both sides. Baza just caught out unawares. You see Sean just going around the side, able to easily pick off the Kiriko. But once again, a very messy fight here as Warpigs are in a 3v2. Eventually, they managed to find that flip there, and they say with 76% now, still garnering the lead. With no teams having ults coming into this one, it will be just Ludwig hoping to make something of this barrage.
Ooh, Pardal might get the sound barrier. I would not be surprised to see Pardal potentially use that as just a secondary line of defense if this Ludwig barrage isn't the fattest barrage we've ever seen.
Just as a little guarantee. Oh, Ludwig finds one though. She ends up going down. Okay. Lucio dead, and they say have to back up. Don't want to waste any more time here. No more picks can be afforded. Ludwig so low, 60 HP. Oh no, Ludwig! Ludwig!
Oh!
No, Ludwig! Okay, well, that's unfortunate. They trade though.
That's super unfortunate. Well, you know that they say are going to push this though, because they don't really care about the Pharahs being at play here. I think you just worry about the fact that you have a Graphlux that you could use. Plus, it's also final fight. You have to get in now.
Well, there's a high noon. All good. Svenko finds the corner. I think everybody's going to be quite so lucky though. Oh, perfect sound barrier from G. However, Ludwig comes back. Oh, he gets his revenge, but, well, he needs to get revenge on the terrain first, I think, but I think it'll suffice with a kill on Svenko. There's a rush on the point for Warpigs, but then they say just going to wipe them off the face of the map and find the flip. 80% in building. Warpig's going to be able to get back with Lucio dying pretty late. Looks pretty unlikely here, Rose.
Yeah, I mean, they still have wait 3 to respawn now, including Niall, who could swift step out, but I think they just, look at how they're just standing there. They're waiting to see where this next flashpoint is going to be and hope that they can get it right. And they say take another one, and they are one flashpoint away from sending Warpigs home so that they can go to this finals for a shot at the Esports World Cup. Let's see where we're headed. As and they say they have like 2 ultimates heading into this one. It's not like overwhelming, knowing that Delka actually does have this gravitic flux. And these fire barrages have been kind of not the biggest fight turners with just how static you have to be to land this ult.
Luckily, Warpigs are there first. Oh, and they kill Svenko just with a spam. Okay. Point unlocking. If they can punish and they say here, it might be quite nice, but no, they're way too far away. But they managed to get the point first.
That is big. So now they can play aggressive with this grav flux. They also should have a lot of other things coming online, just the poke that they get to have before they say move in. Maybe Ludwig is able to get another fire barrage, shot off even potentially a high noon, just depending on how fast they say want to move in. But with this barrage, I mean, look at this. Cabradada's hunting for an opportunity to land this Brandish 6 shield.
Oh, the boops!
Oh!
Shouldn't have getting booped away there with the help of that Farah. Easy high noon kill for Svenko. Just stagger the Lucio. Stagger the Lucio. Okay, all good. I mean, they can throw themselves on the map, to be fair. And they're still wanting to kind of fight, I suppose.
Not anymore, surely not.
Yeah, a little rock. Yeah, that'll do. All right, and they say they're in a good spot to kind of take this whole series, Heroes. This final flashpoint is in their control, and they got 3 ults to work with. Dalka switch. Okay, no, just spawn optimization.
I thought about
spawn optimization. Just D.Va, thrusters forward, switch to Sigma. All good, no one panic. No D.Va.
All these tiny little rollouts. I guess you just use the grav flux so you don't really care. So maybe you get the optimization, especially because you know if you're Warpigs, this is your final effort to try to get this flashpoint and keep yourselves in this map and in this series. But they are walking into a lot, as you said, Jack. Maybe it's going to be this high noon from Shawnoff. Has been able to get these before, be big difference
makers. Yeah, it's found large success. Doesn't need the high noon, though, to kill the Farah. Cavaletta down. Sound barrier from Pardal available. Rock hits the shield, slowly losing control, and they say as they try and get themselves back on the point. No, they lose their Sig. Svenko does kill Shawnoff, but no, all right, reset, go again. You have another chance here. You've burned your rush, but you still got 4 ults, fan, they say. No need to worry about that flux. You can use that beat super aggro. And Pardal actually has to go back for Shawnoff, but they should reach the point around the same time, so not too much of a worry for Warpigs.
Yeah, but this is it. This is the explosions, the fireworks, the fire barrage just trying to hit their glory. There is a small ultimate advantage here for Anese with Guy having this gravitic flux, but this fight could be prolonged by both of these sound barriers.
Flux lands, doesn't want to get caught by high noon. There's the beat, perfectly timed on Pardal. But sound barrier from Anese a little bit later. Better beat wins normally, or later beat wins, sorry. 99% for both teams. Here comes the barrage in the back line. Cavalada finds 1. Oh, finds 2, 3 kills. And Ludwig, sent 6 feet under. And they say find the flip, the team kill, and find themselves in the finals.
Wow, so exciting. I'm so happy for them to be able to just see, honestly, any of these teams get a chance at the Esports World Cup. It's disappointing to have to send home Warpigs so early on our bracket, or on our broadcast, but it's really nice to show South America some love right now. These Brazilian teams, they're so passionate. I hope for these players that we get a chance to showcase them more.
Yeah, I mean, definitely will. Of course, we are showing at the finals tomorrow, but that was exactly the same scoreline as previous, and they say ended up taking down Warpigs in a 3-1 fashion the last time they met, and now it is, and they say, getting to face Loaded. That is tomorrow, Rose. It's going to be a big one. Again, another space at Esports World Cup opened up for them, so it'll be exciting to see how that one ends up panning out. But we'll jump over to the desk now. They can break that down and send us over to NA.
Thank you so much, Jack and Necra. Yeah, desk back in action. So here, joined by Jake and Johnny, and we got some things to unpack. We did see the Sigma mirror match pretty much throughout the series, but once again, of course, ATS managed to come out on top. They've already met earlier in the playoffs, and they did it again. A little bit more resistance here and there from Warpigs this time around, but ATS are looking strong right now.
Yeah, I think they were dominant pretty much throughout the series. And yes, Warpigs, they got a map there, but at the same time, you've beaten them twice here in the bracket. Now you are deservedly going to face Loaded in the grand finals for massive stakes for this region. I mean, going to the Esports World Cup is a big deal, especially for a region that hasn't been getting official support in 4 years or so. And they were pretty set, needs to be said, on the Sigma, Cassidy, Farah composition. So they at least have a, they pull off the meta like we've seen so many other teams do in North America and EMEA, for example. So not quite at that level. We already had OC before the game admit that. But these teams, like this is serious business. These guys, this means a lot to them. So and they say with a great opportunity tomorrow in tomorrow's finals to earn themselves a spot at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, I wonder if in the grand finals we might see more versatility come into play. See how Loaded brings the heat. But this is a Warpigs roster that is put up a great fight, put up a great contest here. And they say though, I think honestly a lot of on this DPS lineup, I think. Svenko really impressed me on the hit scan in particular. A lot of big individual pickoffs he was able to find on the Cassidy. And they may be pretty much locking it in on the mirror match comp, but their executions aren't bad, right? Their team play, the pushes with the high noon. And it's really exciting to see on the new patch, especially those high noon pushes are really much more dynamic than they've ever been in the past in Overwatch.
Dude, they're speedy.
Yeah.
Around the corner.
You really, like, in the past, just running away.
It looks so dumb, actually. I really love it. It's visually not my jam, but it's funny.
Yeah, some far play too. The boost management, we saw that a couple of times here in Sorvasa. But yeah.
Yeah. That was a game. Of course, after the game, we will be crowning our player of the match. And you just mentioned him on that Cassidy. Svenko has been...
Not Svenska, that's Swedish.
It's Svenska. No, Svenko. It's like the SA version. Why not? Anyway, Cassidy play on point, looking really, really crisp and clean. Got a lot of space for his team there on that Cassidy. You love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, Cassidy in this meta especially, like you have a lot of impact, right? Because now you have real playmaking potential with the Deadeye. You can round these corners, really find picks and put a lot of pressure on the opponents. But also, I mean, if you're stuck in these hard mirrors and you're playing against a Farah composition, for example, it's on you to pick those Farahs out of the sky. So across the entire series, Svenko did a great job both finding those picks onto the enemy team, but also finding value with the Deadeye, which is especially lethal here in the South American region.
And let's take a look once again at the South America bracket after this very match. And as you can see, now it is up to ATS to take it to Loaded. And they are the only team that actually managed to steal a map off of Loaded in the regular season as well as in their upper bracket final. Now they have an opportunity for revenge. So this is going to be a good one. A lot at stake there, of course, a lot of rivalry between the players as well. So it's going to be very, very exciting. That is going to happen tomorrow, though. For now, we are heading into a break. And when we are coming back, we're going to get started with all things NA. So stick around for that. back once again. So here joined by Johnny and Jake, and we're getting ready for all things NA. We've already covered a South American region as well as EMEA region earlier today, but now we're diving into, well, hometown kind of ish. Not really.
Let's go, home team. No way. No way you pop off like that. All right. It's been a great region so far. It's been really competitive.
It's been super competitive. We had a lot of great games, very, very close games as well, and that already started last week. Let's take a look at the recap from yesterday to see what went down.
Oh, this stick. Legendary stick. The pause stick.
The pause is disgusting.
Yeah, that's legendary. Never seen that in, what is it, 8-9 years of Overwatch. That's legendary.
That's a first.
You get the pause at the exact right time. Oh, this clutch, Cal, immortality field, and the heal onto the flying Pharah. Boom! Oh my god.
Disgusting. Monstrous even.
That is, what a clutch.
Honestly, this is the one team that like makes ball clutches actually work. Like it's kind of great. It's like uncanny how they're the almost everyone when they come back on ball, it's like they're gonna lose.
Infected does love swapping over to that hero.
And that was so beautifully done. How the whole team moved in. We talked about that yesterday. Yeah. So he got so much value. Yeah, so much value out of that barrage. And those were just some of the highlights that we got to see yesterday. Let's take a look at the bracket to see where we're currently at, because we will be covering the upper bracket final between Toronto Defiant and M80. Toronto Defiant pretty much untouched thus far. Can M80 change that? We'll find out. Let's take a look at the lower bracket to see who's waiting down there, because Energy, Shock, and Timeless will go at it as well to continue to compete for that one EWC spot.
Yeah, you win this series and you're qualified as the third team in North America. It would mean a lot to both of those teams.
In a way, that's kind of the biggest series of the whole bracket. In that day,
that's one hell of a prize.
Yeah.
One hell of a prize. You know what's also always feeling like a victory? To get to know our players better. And that's why we're sending out questionnaires to them to, you know, get some fun facts. Unfortunately for all of us, our players do not quite understand what a fun fact is. So once again, I'm rocking up with
the facts game.
Facts.
Oh boy! Oh boy!
I'm gonna read
I went
out
the extra mile this week to really try.
I know you tried. You tried to motivate, but listen. Your efforts have not been rewarded.
Oh boy! I'm kind of looking forward.
I'm holding
in a sick, twisted way.
Fun facts from our players, and I will read out a fact,
all right, here we
you
go.
will have to assign it to a player. Who do you think this fact belongs
to? All right, Chopper's not on M80, but all good. All good. We'll fix that in post.
Fix it in post.
He feels M80.
I see
it's not on GG Peps, but we'll fix it in post. Don't worry about it.
It kind of looks like TSM.
Yeah, kind of.
Who are we to
judge? It's the same colors.
Yeah, who are we to judge their facts if
That's
we can't even get ours
right
straight? Yeah, we're starting it off with the funnies. Okay, I'm gonna read something out. They're all so bad, guys.
Let's do it. Come on.
Okay.
Come on. Look in.
Doesn't play Overwatch anymore. What a joker.
Oh my god.
Are you serious?
It's so easy.
They were griefing.
This is so easy.
I think I know who it is.
Come on.
Lock it in. Lock it in.
It's a big dog over here on the far left.
Kalush?
It is Kalush.
No question.
That's hilarious, Kalush.
Thank
you for that.
No question.
Funny.
That's great.
Thanks, Kalush. Okay, this one's actually, that's a good one. That's more like a trivia than, I mean, still not
That's
fun.
what we want.
It's fun for him, actually.
Wow. I was a thinker.
This player won NA contenders 4 times with 3 different teams.
Oh,
could that
wow.
be?
4 different times on 3 teams?
Yeah, 3 teams, 4 times contenders, NA contenders winner.
Icy is a vet.
Was it? It's either, I would think it's Icy or Vega. I kind of want to go Vega.
You're the North American. This is your region, buddy.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's on you.
It's Icy or Vega. I'm not sure, though, which one won on that many different teams. I think they both have done pretty well in contenders. I'm going to go Vega on this one. Maybe I'm wrong.
You wanted to say Icy, though, right? Or you're trusting him?
I'm trusting him. He's American.
Well, you shouldn't trust him.
Well,
okay, I'm picking Icy. I'm picking Icy.
Oh,
I trust an American. Icy is the correct answer. Icy has, in fact, won 4 times in NA contenders.
Yeah, great job, Johnny. You really got that one.
Thank
you. Really
big
got
dub,
that
big dub for me right there.
This is another, like, absolute knee slapper. Is that even a word? Probably not. Used to be a Genji one trick.
Used to be a Genji one trick.
Wow.
I mean, it's not Chopper.
It might be Chopper.
think it could. I mean,
Or
Rocket
was
is a-
Vega
Rocket
against?
is a
I mean,
decent
it could
shout.
be. It could actually be Vega because sometimes, you know, like when people start playing when they're like kids, you know, like a lot of these guys probably been playing since they're like 10 years old.
They're
So
literally
honestly,
still
any
10
of them
years
could have started. You know, I'm gonna take Vega on this. I feel
I'm gonna
like
go
the Lucio players are low key X Genji one tricks. Is like
Y'all should have trusted your intuition on this one. You came in with your hearts like could be Chopper, couldn't be Chopper, is Chopper in fact.
Wow. Chopper, okay.
There we go.
Oh, we learned something new.
A Prodigal player that realized that hit scan is maybe their calling.
Okay. Oh, well, I guess I... Oh, no, okay. So these are the last two facts since we only have two players left.
Okay.
All right.
So you have to assign it to either Rocket or Vega.
Okay.
I'm going to read it out. One of them says or states that they never played an owl. And the other one says dabbles in underwater basket weaving. Wow.
Wait, what? Sorry, what?
All right. I'm gonna give.
Underwater basket weaving.
I got
and
this
I think
one.
I have to explain what that means. Huh? Wait,
It's a
yeah,
meme. It's a
shouting.
meme.
Why is he shouting?
Yeah, I don't, he's angry. He's got issues.
What do you want? All right.
What do you want from us?
Okay.
I'm gonna say Rocket is the underwater basket weaver. Vega never played now, although neither of them ever played now. But
Oh, there's that.
One was close.
But I'm gonna say Rocket is the underwater basket weaver. I think it's more
Yeah, I was
Rocket's
thinking with Jake.
personality to make a joke about underwater basket.
I think Jake is calling it from this.
Yeah, I also think that we have to explain what underwater basket weaving means because I don't think at least one person on stage is not familiar with that term. You are correct. Rocket is in fact the underwater basket weaver, but that really just means that they're taking useless college courses. I got you.
Wow.
Yeah, it's not a hobby.
I'm surprised you know that. Sorry, that's like a very American reference, right?
Yeah, I'm basically American.
That's ironically educated from you.
Respect.
Thank you,
All right,
thank you.
I'm coming back to
the
the
real
desk.
winner of this game.
Cool.
And yeah, Vega joined the Toronto Defiant in 2024, so a little too late to play in now. They did.
They'll bring it back, I think.
They bring it back, sure.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, super fun
Not too late.
facts. Hilarious, in fact. Love that. More of all those. Thank you so
We
much.
had 15 responses, so that was just 5 of them.
Yeah,
Stay tuned
I'm
for the
sure
other 10.
Hey,
those are the
are the
five
best
best
5,
ones.
Johnny. I don't know if we should run this
I
anymore.
think there were some bangers in there, like I like cats. I'm like, what?
Word up.
Hey, that's actually a
Cats are cool.
That's a fact.
That is a fact, but is it fun?
Not playing Overwatch.
You're really scraping the bottom
considering
of
you're
the
right
barrel.
here in the upper bracket
But
pile.
we are efforting, and that's the best we can do. He's hating that word. Mitch is just malding in the back. Listen, okay, you want fun? I give you fun. How about we chat about Toronto Defiant and Amadi? Let's do it. Let's dive into
Let's
it.
go.
Starting with
Overwatch.
Toronto Defiant. I mean, Toronto, they've looked untouchable. They've looked untouchable. It's been a statement they had to make coming into EWC. They wanted it to be known that, you know, it was a little slip up in Dallas. And now it isn't.
I think this is a team that was really unhappy with the performance in Dallas. You look at M80, and it's like, I don't think they came to Dallas with the highest expectations. But for Toronto, they for sure underperformed their own standards for themselves. And I think we've seen that in their recent matches. They've been playing at 100% against teams they could probably be beating at 50.
But Jake, you're saying they're playing at 100%. They are currently all sick. Will this impact them? Drama?
That is
Question
really
mark?
bad. There's some kind of hope for M80, but Gator was saying M80 isn't going to scrim after they qualify, so I feel like Toronto's still going to have this one in the bag. I could be wrong, but I'm not too worried about that.
Okay, well, no hope. That's what I'm hearing. But let's look at the other side then, right?
Ken Tree solo carry.
M80, they've showed us like Sigma Ash comms to look good on that. But as you just mentioned, Coach Gator did state that they will just not practice. Is that just them giving up? Is like, why even bother against
Well,
Toronto?
so
That
I actually
can't be
asked
it, though.
him.
Like, surely not.
I actually messaged him.
You went to follow up.
Yeah, I went to follow up on this.
Sheesh.
So I asked Gator, and he said they're warmed up.
They're warmed up. We're ready to
warmed
go.
up.
That's a nice non-answer, Gator. Well
warmed
done.
up.
That's very political.
That's a +1 for you.
I won't say the other part, but they're warmed up. I can guarantee you that.
I do think that this is a team that maybe doesn't need to scrim that much. I mean, they're really reliant on just like super high individual skill, and they can absolutely bring the deathmatching ability. So if Toronto is slipping up at all in terms of their execution, there's always the chance for some just like heroic individual plays to turn fights. But I can't imagine over the course of the series, unless these guys are on death's door, that this is going to be a competitive match. Like, I mean, I think they just got cold.
We don't know what plague has befallen them.
I mean, there's also like a reason they can kind of coast like this. It's because they have 4 former Overwatch League players, and obviously 3, who is one of the biggest talents in the entire scene, right?
Yeah.
So they can kind of like afford that, and they're playing a comfort composition where Kalush can play his best hero, which is the Sigma, right? And they can kind of work around that. So they can actually kind of get away with it, right? They're already qualified for Esports World Cup. You're playing Toronto Defiant, which is by far the most dominant team in the region. Yeah, maybe don't put too much pressure on yourself to come in here and try to beat Toronto Defiant. You know, there's other things to play for.
The elusive play for fun strategy. Sometimes it works, actually. I will say, sometimes it works in a weird way.
It gets him up every once in a while.
It does. It does. And opponents are sick.
Omega underdog story.
The opponents are sick. I mean, it's something. It's something to hope for.
But the question is, what does Toronto Defiant have to play for here either? So it's not like they have a lot of pressure.
I think pride. Actually, I think Toronto
they better start
really
winning.
doesn't want to lose this, even though they're sick. Whatever. I think they really care about dominating this region and showing that they can compete on the international stage.
I mean, so far they've not loosened up. Like whether it was a good team or a bad team, they just went for a full stomp. Is Toronto Defiant being ill enough for a warmed up M80 to make a dent?
No. I don't think so.
Why do we even need to watch the match?
I mean, well, we can because I like watching like a train wreck as it happens. Are you kidding? Like half the things you see on like Reels and TikTok is like stuff you know what's going to happen anyway and you want to watch it. Or is someone superheating a hot iron ball and putting on different objects to see like how it happens. I love those ones as well.
That's like what we're going to see in this match.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, M80 are going to get punched through like a big sheet of polenta with a superheated iron ball just dropped on top of them.
So we don't know that for sure. We don't know that for sure, right? I think this match will be kind of predicated on like how kind of serious Toronto is kind of taking it.
They actually have been, Matt, right? Throughout this qualify.
Yeah, but now you're both qualified, so who knows?
That is true. Like I would say though, like this has kind of been our little narrative about Toronto, is that it was a disgraceful performance in Dallas. Disgraceful. In terms of what this team's aspirations are, I also think we've started to realize just how powerful EMEA are by comparison, which is such an NA realization to have in basically any esports game. But, you know, Toronto Defiant got knocked out by the 2nd seed in EMEA, right? You could even argue that NRG Shock gave a better account of their region, you know, on their behalf. So they have been serious up until this point, but it is fair, Matt, to say because they have qualified now, they may look to take their foot off the gas. But I still expect them to be looking to get this one out of the way without too much bloodshed. M80, as a roster, have beaten Toronto Defiant before in the upper bracket of the Stage 2 qualifiers, but it was a different roster, and I mean, Toronto were not taking it very seriously back then.
Yeah, so those names are flipped at the top of your screen. We'll get that sorted out in just a second, but it'll be Toronto Defiant, on your right side. So they'll be playing a Maga-based composition, nothing surprising there. Same thing for M80, right? This is kind of what they've been doing the entire time, playing this Sigma, playing, heroes you would say that are more, comfort picks for this team that are still pretty decent into meta and just kind of rolling everybody. So we'll see how Toronto deals with this. This composition should be able to deal with it for the Defiant, but I think this is the real test for M80. Like, can you just kind of continue to run this and not, add any variety to your play?
They're asking already. How's he? Never mind. I digress. Looking pretty good there, though. I'm not going to lie. Tree. Spectra takes down Sugar Free early, so that.
Well, you can buy the mythic prisms, right?
That's true.
He's went all out right away.
I respect it. We know Tree's been a prolific Ashe player, so may as well flex and look good while you're doing it. So far, though, Ultraviolet able to drag RuPaul down there. Pretty crucial, of course. The Kiriko, very important to this composition for Toronto. As M80 Sigma setup has had enough time to get to, follow its win condition in poking them down and keeping that tank standing.
Yeah, and that's a great sign for M80, right? If you can consistently win these fights in this matchup, like this is exactly the type of game you would want, where Ultraviolet, and Liar both need to be huge today here for M80 if they're going to have a chance to win this, as UV already fast approaching an Air Matrix.
Toronto here need to get someone in position. That last fight, really, the Malcolm was a non-factor. Vega, lucky to be alive, stunned up there, and the Amp Matrix is going to make it scary for Toronto. They need to try and fold away, but Kalush is not really interested in giving them the space to do that. From behind him, Tree's able to take a shot, and Vega spent most of that fight at about 20 HP. Eventually, is going to be brought down by the Ashe.
And I know we did an interview with Landon earlier in EMEA, and he was talking about how he felt that like it was like Toronto and then like a big gap between everybody. I mean, this will kind of tell you like what really the state of NA is, right? Like, is there a major gap? You know, is M80 kind of close that gap a little bit as push will come in here from someone to the high ground? That's a Kitsune rush. It's a nice flux. It's going to get sound barrier though from
I mean,
Vega.
the flux is for Kalush to not fall off the map, ultimately. It still draws out the sound barrier from Vega, but doesn't find any eliminations here. So that ends up being a fight where M80 spend a lot of their ultimates. The Bob, sound barrier, barrage is also in there, and they don't get anything for it. Someone almost had a free kill on Kalush.
Well, what it seemed like the Flux is also trying to do, right, is that the Maga just kind of ran in through that rush, and there was nobody else that had kind of crossed that gap. So to use it to deter players to kind of follow up, push all the way in while Vega decides to sound barrier. Yeah.
Doesn't quite work out. Toronto get their first significant fight win here on Oasis. And now Spectra will be peering in, trying to put some pressure down, but Sugarfree took some splash damage in Cluj. Found the elimination care of the Hyperspheres. Now Toronto have to fall back. They don't have Farah to soften M80 up before they engage here. Toronto have to just rush into them at full health if they can. They go for a cage fighter. Merit has a very safe position to play from, but eventually Kaluj is tempted to part with that kinetic grasp, and Merit is outside of his effective range right now.
Yeah, and the cage fight gets used, and they actually don't end up picking up anything because UV actually just drops an amp matrix there, and it's really just someone who's inside of that cage fight ends up kind of canceling it and running away, was scared of all the damage that he was going to take, and not getting anything with that dead eye, right? Trying to use him more at range. Maybe you can capture some of the players inside of that cage fight. So M80 doing a nice job, even with Toronto Define having a nice ultimate advantage winning that fight.
Yeah, 90% and counting now. A barrage for Sugarfree. Kind of hard to facilitate for Farah to be invulnerable here without a Baptiste. You can Suzu's them, but it's never a guaranteed thing, and it's a short window.
You're going to have this Kitsune rush yet again, so they use it on the low ground here, but you have players trying to go up on the high ground that actually get taken out. That's going to be a nice kill there on a UV.
Barrage here from Spectre, though. Sugarfree does go down. Toronto, though, aggressively, they throw themselves at the problem, but Kalush is still too healthy. They're not going to be able to deal with this Sigma at all. Eventually, Toronto will be felled. A sound barrier for Vega, the solo player up for Toronto. That now expires, and they are very susceptible to the AoE damage Sigma provides. It's a beat here just in case, but Mera's return to the fray on the Tracer. Already that recall drawn out of them here, so the stall will be done. In Toronto, yeah, like we've said, they're unwell and they're not playing from their practice facility, but M80 look really well drilled in this Sigma shell. Not bad for someone who doesn't play the game, Kalush.
Yeah, I mean, look, unwell, that's unfortunate, but they should still, this is a team that has been the same team since, the start of the OWCS, right? Has a lot of resources. Like, they should be, well trained in that they should be able to just kind of, jump on, be able to play the game, especially when you have Kaluj on the other side. It's like, yeah, well, I don't really play. And then they just had 3 players retire. You should be able, even if you're a little bit under the weather, to kind of battle through that.
Kalush here. Plenty to say. What is DR? Is go to the doctor, maybe? Is that what he's telling Sugarfree?
Potentially.
Yeah. Sugarfree, though, like he indicates in chat, would much rather rest. Right now, though, they've got probably the second best team in North America standing in their way, so Toronto won't be punching out any Zs anytime soon. Good poke here from Sugarfree, though. Emboldened by trash talk here. Grasp used as Kaluj wants to try and push up. There's a stop here. Kaluj goes for the accretion, and they do catch out someone here. So they turn that stun into a kill on the Malga.
Yeah, they do end up losing UV yet again, though. I don't think it's going to matter. I mean, Kaluj is so healthy on the Sigma, and he can just take so much space. One thing that's really interesting when we're watching this is just look how Kaluj with this Sigma just kind of moves up, right? Cycles those cooldowns, just kind of takes all that space. But now that you lost Tree, that's a lot of the damage, right? Ticking with the dynamite, making it very difficult for everybody to stay alive for the Defiant as M80 will back up, give the point back.
Okay. Shoulder charge away for someone. I think Toronto are happy with what they've achieved here in flipping the point. Now they're even on that percentage. Ultraviolet, though, close to an air matrix here. Merit getting taken down. So many picks on DPS players here. M80 manufacturing player advantages at the start of almost every fight. Spectre does drop down. Almost had a barrage available. Sugarfree not punished for having used his. M80 definitely have a bit to go on with right now, and Sugarfree doesn't want to be in this side room here dealing with that Sigma. Bob gets in the way. Vega caught out by Tree here. Bob eventually moved and someone charges in, but will be taken down by Ash's little helper, ironically said. And Merit here can't really get through that Sigma shield on his own. He's hit with a rock, and he will be staggered.
Yeah, I mean, that's the Kitsune rush used by the Defiant, right? They kind of use it where, you know, they have 3 players up. It's like RuPaul, someone, and Sugar Free. They try and, like, work their way back towards the point, but it is not enough. The Bob gets into a nice spot, and even when someone goes in with the charge, it's still the Bob just in the corner putting down tons of damage on his backside as M80. You know, pretty nice set of ultimates to use here. Let's see where Spectre decides to go with this barrage as he's currently playing from the high ground.
All right, someone charges across here in a good spot now to pressure Kalu. So the sound barrier comes out from M80. They say we need to take the pressure off our tank here. But this Merit swing could be nasty. Ultraviolet's able to at least get the immortality field down, but Merit's having to force that cooldown out right now. Spectre is down, definitely couldn't benefit from that drone himself, and Kaluj is in the thick of things. Not where you want to be as Sigma. We'd much rather ruminate from far away. But Toronto will be back in control of the point here as Merit strings them together.
Yeah, Toronto put Collusion in a really odd spot because someone came from the low ground, like in towards that kind of like U shape by the point, was putting fire on him from one side and then obviously crossfire from the other. So there was really no way to kind of get Collusion out of that position safely. So they end up using this sound barrier there to try and kind of like move him up, maybe gain some more space. But the sound barrier, pretty early it has to happen. Doesn't really work out there for M80.
Here's the charge. Good stop. Tree in trouble. Look at someone's gotten through the air matrix here. M80 didn't have a chance to set up properly. And now someone is going to butcher them on the other side of that window. Another stomp in Collusion's direction, who's managed to sidestep it, and Tree's found 3. Huge dynamite there as Toronto went low, and they didn't have the cardiac overdrive available. Now, M80 can move back up, and Tree, astonishingly, finds 4 in that fight.
I mean, yeah, they push in so deep, right? And they get past that amp matrix, like you mentioned, pretty good there for the Defiant. But Tree is able to get all the way back, you know, towards like the staircase to his spawn. Big dynamite damage, able to fire some shots at range through that amp matrix. Oh, but you can't have that happen. They lose the wire right away.
Tree going to be the one to bail them out again, man. He does have Bob, so can essentially make it a 5v5 when the push comes to shove. Someone going to be knocked out briefly. Cage fight thrown down. Barrage here, mostly cleared Bob, which is not really where Lenny wants to be with that ult. But Collusion also was caught inside the cage. The antithesis to Sigma's game plan, being held in place right in front of a ravenous enemy, and someone still has an appetite to sate.
Yeah, just early in these fights, you cannot afford to lose the support like that, especially against a team like the Defiant. So, Liar falling there really ends up hurting M80 as it'll be Spectre who try and get a touch here as Merit's moving forward with the Deadeye.
Liar, he knows this is just for him. Merit, make no bones about it. And in the meantime, the rest of M80 get brought down here. Okay, so Toronto even up the series here. But City Center is our next venue. Toronto seem to have bounced back quite nicely, even though Tree almost, wow, ended the map with a huge takeover.
Yeah, I mean, you just can't, against a team like Toronto, you just can't have those mistakes happen, and they happen so fast, right? Merit's so good, just like Tree on the other side, just turns a corner probably with the Cassidy and just, you know, lands 2 headshots on you as the Lucio, which is a really difficult target to hit, and there's nothing you can really do about it, right? So, difficult situation there for M80. Almost was able to pull it out, where this has been a very competitive map number 1.
Heading over to City Center, not too surprised to see Toronto try it for a Winston setup. Can be quite effective against Sigma. Definitely need to be avoiding that accretion if you're Winston, but outside of that, you can do a heck of a lot to pressure down.
But you can put a lot of pressure on the Ashe here, right? No, Tracer, Sojourn, Winston, the Ana up on the high ground is, see, it looks like,
that probably shouldn't have happened, I think.
Yeah, and I also wonder if he was going back to maybe swap, but
he was very low.
Extremely weak, yeah. So he was going to switch back to the Tracer here.
Sugar Free getting to play Tracer now. This is maybe a little bit less seen from Lenny lately, but very powerful, knowing that there's no risk of going up against those Manga comps, where Tracer is arguably a little bit weaker. Also Sigma, you know, not boasting this huge amount of armor, which usually makes it pretty tough for Tracer to put a scratch on those tanks. It's just shield, so
yeah,
big difference.
Yeah, so now we'll see M80, right? They won't change the tank, and if you're not going to change the tank, you're not going to change the supports. But Tracer with the Cassidy, so we'll see now how it'll make really difficult for Sugar Free, right? To kind of play around Tree. Cassidy obviously very strong when getting Dove in comparison to like Ashe, where you see they're just kind of like rotating around here. Oh, those shots are nasty.
Sugar Free blinked into that shot. Tree's been incredible on hit scan.
Yeah.
Ever since we've seen them starting to play here for M80. And there's no real pressure right now on the Cassidy. Bear in mind as well, a little bit scary for Tracer, like the way that the flashbang sort of works. Now, the hindrance is a big problem for her. Rupal picked up by Spectre, even if Kaluj was slept. Toronto will be stopped at 49%.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty fast and free 49% though, right? M80, they'll try and get set up here from the high ground. So you would want the Cassidy, the Sigma, you have the Matrix, right? So they're going to be set up in a fantastic spot, but this should still be a pretty difficult fight for them to win, right? You have a Nano onto someone, he's going to have Primal, you're going to be able to dislodge these players from that high ground relatively easily.
Spectre parts with the pulse there. Someone going to hit the Nano boost, now headed upstairs. Hasn't really found any damage on anyone. Kalush now starting to feel pressured and someone's into the back line here. Oh, he's in such a great spot to disrupt this air matrix. Tree still trying to make use of it, trying to ignore the bulk of the Winston, but someone is not a player that you can turn a blind eye from. He will demand your attention.
Yeah, it was also a pretty nice bio grenade from RuPaul there. Kind of once that Amp Matrix goes down, just kind of tosses it right in there, right on top of someone. Connects at least with 2 targets. They're able to get 1, and when he has the Primal and then also the Nano previously, right? There's just no threat of him dying. That's going to be an overclock here early from Merit as they want to get aggressive. It's going to have Spectre go into the Widow and the Spawn just to deter Merit from coming around the corner trying to get a pick. But this is all free percentage here for the Defiant.
We talked about it a little bit, but why do you think most players are sort of shying away from the Sojourn right now?
Well, as Sojourn just deletes UV at range. No, they do make some changes to Sojourn in this like last patch, right? But you can get collapse now with just that open rail. We saw it an EMEA happen. This is going to be a flux. Here, Sound Barrier was rolling for Vega and the Defiant, but still maybe you kind of pushed a little bit too far as M80 going to push on in, get back. I also think that like Cassidy is so strong, right? Not to say Cassidy and Sojourn like operate the same way, but Cassidy just so safe, right? I know he's a ton of health, able to kind of even have some damage reduction at times, and also great against flankers, right? So I think it's just more to Cassidy's extremely strong right now.
Those found some value with this Sojourn. Looking to outrange Tree, who could, as we know, want a whim to switch over to the Ashe and be able to duke it out a little bit more effectively at that long range. Though the Cassidy's been very effective in keeping Sugar Free a little more quiet, and the stopping power on the Winston also is pretty desirable. Here's a Nano again for someone. Last time, they didn't do much with it early on here, but this time someone is very much the cat amongst the pigeons. Didn't build a Primal, but we'll have that in the next few moments now. Pulse though stuck. Someone won't have a chance to use that in this fight. Oh, M80 might have just won the map there. That is a massive pick. Someone now down. Toronto only working with 4 and no Winston here. And M80 are in no hurry. They have point control. It's up to Toronto to figure out how to break out of this with only 4 players.
And I mean, M80 has a Kitsune Rush and a Deadeye here. As it looks like they're just trying to hunt, maybe see if they can get one more kill. As this is going to be the Kitsune Rush on the high ground. Deadeye up there as well.
Deadeye from Tree as he heads up the grav pad. But it is Toronto still lacking control of the point. They're looking to convert here, though, off this overclock and the primal rage of someone. He does get back into the fight in time, and Kalush gets torn limb from limb by that. Disgusting stuff. Feeling like a primal blade. And I think this is going to be a lock up for now. Toronto Defiant. No chance for M80 to touch. Their composition isn't nearly as fast. No mobility to keep that stall going in Toronto after a little bit of a messy Oasis in general. Able to come back playing that Winston Ana setup primarily. It's just not something we see. But if it's someone on that Winston, I don't think anybody's arguing with you.
No, I mean, he's so good on that hero, and right there with some verticality, you're able to kind of play the Winston, and you see when he has Primal or they kind of give him the Nano, there's nothing that really M80 can do, and it's probably why M80 was getting quite aggressive there at the end. I know after they kill someone with that Pulse Bomb, they're just trying to find another kill to give them an advantage, because they have to have an idea that he's going to be back for that next fight.
No, we didn't think they would because they had control of the point. So theoretically, in a situation like that, you have a player advantage, you have the point, you just wait. But I think they were concerned about there being a stagger of overtime and, you know, that time bought for someone to come back. And if they've been tracking that Primal Rage at all, they know the next fight is bound to get pretty ugly for them. Someone couldn't quite cycle their Nano into Primal before that, but he did come back with a vengeance, folks, and Toronto have snatched away the first map here. I don't know if Sugar Free's going to be heading to the doctor after all at this rate. Tree looked incredible. Again, that's been the storyline for this N80 team. What a star already emerging as one of the most feared players in North America.
Yeah, and they also didn't look completely outmatched at Matey when we saw the Sigma versus the Maga, right? They were kind of like able to hold their own. Really, it was this second round, probably one of the strongest, if not the strongest, kind of showing from Toronto. Just kind of Liar gets picked off late for M80 that allows Toronto to take the point back for relatively nothing, right? Just getting that early pick off on the Lucio.
We've seen that sometimes, especially in Cassidy heavy metas. Lucio likes to float around a little bit. Cassidy obviously being one of the heroes that can punish that the most. I don't know what happened to Spectre there, whether it was like multiple right clicks from someone, like peppering the Pharah down, forcing them back into spawn as they got split from their team. But these Primal Rages always really impactful. That one there you just saw, very, very good at breaking up and denying any use of the Amp Matrix. Tree, though, good composure. He's basically ignores the Winston and still was like, okay, well, I can get someone surely from behind this Baptiste ultimate. It doesn't end up happening here. And every time someone had ultimate online, they were terrifying. Bit of a treat for us. I don't know if we'll see too much Winston for the rest of the series, but we know that's something that the Defiant can lean on, reach into the back pocket and pull out if they need to. And again, I think like Toronto, I think their record coming into the playoffs, they'd only lost one map. They've lost 0 maps here in the playoffs themselves, so I don't even know what their record. It's very favorable. There might be 41.
It's very good. It's a lot to a little. That's their record. It's a lot to a little. So yep, there you go. You're not a numbers guy. It's all right. But
I'm not a numbers guy. Sure? I used to be a numbers guy.
You just did a Johnny. They're like, well, they're like 30-1,
right,
or they're like 40-1.
The problem
or
was
they're,
that I don't know if that map record is based on their whole run, including playoffs, or just the regular Swiss stage coming into this game. That's why I hesitated to spit that out as if it were facts. But either way, one map lost over their entire campaign here in the FACEIT Master.
It's still really good. It's hilarious that it's that good, but then we're like kind of still. I think we talk probably about Toronto a little probably more negatively in the sense that like they're so good in NA, right? But then we saw what they did at Dallas, and you're just kind of let down. Man. And now you're like, okay, this is sweet. We expect this, but what can you do? In Riyadh, what can you do? At an OWCS major with international teams, right? That's kind of. It feels like they're in a little bit of a waiting period. Yes. They're going to be awesome. They're going to dominate NA, but then everybody's going to still be like, okay, cool.
Because
what
their
next,
opportunities
right?
to actually show up at international lands, Matt, are relatively few and far between, as they always are. So there's never any question for Toronto when they come back and play domestically as to whether they're going to dominate. They always do. But after what happened in Dallas, they had to sit there and realize, wow, our next chance to actually show what we can do is 2-3 months away. We have to deal with this doubt that mounts upon us. No matter how good we do in NA, people will always wonder if we're just going to choke at LAN.
Yeah, and I mean, looking further down the road, right? But their first match at the next LAN or the next event that they're at, EWC, against an international team. That is almost a must win. It's just gonna get even louder, right? If they were to lose to they face an EMEA team in a group stage or early rounds or something, and then they end up losing, that would be absolutely miserable.
Lose to the EMEA number 2 again. Oh God, just say it ain't so. It was a tough pill to swallow for North American Overwatch fans, but that is the nature of LAN. It's volatile, and it really depends on your form on the day. And that's before we even shift the conversation to whether Toronto can threaten the APAC teams, who just seem to be far too good in general. Tree has a crack at this. Switch off the Widow here. Maybe Cassidy.
A rare Tree miss. Yes, so they'll play the Cassidy. Obviously, the difference is the tank lineup for these two teams, right? So M80 did a nice job, I thought, in the last map, making the Sigma work against this. Let's see if they can kind of replicate it again, right? I know think kind of globally, you would say that this Mauga comp is still a bit stronger even after the patch played the right way. We'll see though if M80 can capitalize right there though. Merritt just comes right around the corner, the help of someone just kind of clearing out that space with his body, and that'll be both damage dealers dead there for M80.
Okay, so these late kills, these are very late kills, by the way. This kind of covers up the fact that someone ended up dropping down. You have essentially equalized things, so someone's already respawned, whereas Kaluj and Laya still aren't even back yet. So you've got enough time, especially with the little bit of mobility Malga has. You can see him bustling back to the point where you don't get punished by the attacker spawn advantage.
Yeah, so Tree actually will switch off of the Cassie and play the Ashe. So obviously a little bit more susceptible to getting Dovan and like bursted down. But you see right there, Coach gun away. Nice Suzu there on the Sugar Free to keep Sugar Free alive. The Coach gun away, right, to kind of get away from that Mauga coming on in. And then Dynamite, right, would be the next kind of order of operations there for Tree to be able to kind of put some ticking damage down on the Defiance and everybody else. But before that even happens, M80's got to get through this choke.
I'd say during his time in the Mayhem, someone was the best defensive dive player in the world, and this was always such a good map to watch him play on, because whether it was like Sigma or whatever he played, he understood how to like measure out this defensive aggression, this proactivity pushing up and seeking to take winning fights even when you'd think you'd be playing more reactively here. That's some nice shots from Merritt though. Laya there, taken out. With a sound barrier, both Lucios actually suffered a similar fate here. This is an opportunity, I think, there for MA to really start to exploit things now. They've got Tree in an open position. They do have to respect the Malga to some degree, but someone can't get any value out of Cardiac Overdrive, has no teammates nearby, he's just going to give it up.
Yeah, he runs all the way back. I do like the idea, though, from Toronto, where the M Matrix is dropped at the front by the point there for M80, and then Toronto kind of wraps around, uses their Kitsune Rush. That's going to be the sound barrier here. It's going to lift everybody up, but going to have Vega and everybody up for Toronto. Get onto the point, get control. The Bob gets there as well, but that's going to be 2 for Tree as the point goes
Bob
in.
ended up being a pretty big deal there. Sorry, the Gravitic Flux, of course, had the prescribed response and a sound barrier there for Toronto. And even though M80 only hits like a 3-player beat, Collusion Tree find multi-kills individually and shut down that attempt at a retake by Toronto. So 3.5 minutes to play, and now we head into, again, one of the most interesting parts of any map in our metagame right now. And Toronto are playing the defensive Winston from this high ground.
Oh, and I mean, anytime you can put someone on Winston, right? You're totally okay doing it with that outcome. As Toronto will also have RuPaul pick up the Ana yet again. So they did this on the previous map. He was able to get some pretty nice bios, but just that nano is so good for the Winston.
That bio dropped a little bit short there for RuPaul, but you can see what the idea is. Tree thought about it. Thought about heading upstairs. Here comes the dive, though. Toronto happy to give up the high ground if it means they can start attacking on the front foot. And no matter where they're playing, they feel like attackers when they take this proactive dive style. Someone is very low, but respects the Sigma damage enough to get away. Merritt, though, can't escape from Tree, who's an absolute bloody menace. This is decent for M80. Toronto are now like breaking down into these disparate fights and losing 1v1s.
It's like it's a nice start for Toronto, right? It's a barrage while inside the benefits of the Winston bubble, and then like Tree just comes back with Kalush. They end up picking up some more, and look at this, Tree and Co taking control of the high ground here. So those are just nasty shots there onto Sugar Free, as it feels like at times, Tree and Kalush just kind of keeping M80 in the game.
Plan here, Merritt. He opts not to back away with the rest of his team. He doesn't have a Mega to play off of, but doing so would expose him to Tree, likely headshotting him. Someone has to dash across, throw the bubble down. They want to fight for this position. That's an accretion on the Winston. Nano going to be used here for someone. He heads upstairs and already pushes the Baptiste Ray from the Immortality field. And Matrix was up on that high ground. No one is able to make use of it here, and the sound barrier will now come out from M80, but a primal rage for someone makes it really hard for the attackers to set up properly. It's going to be Merritt dropping down with a Deadeye, finds Tree, and with the Cassidy out of the picture. M80 really struggling for firepower. Toronto get back in one of the hardest parts of the map to defend. The Winston comp prevails.
Yes, Merritt up on the high ground there. He pops his Deadeye. Kalush sends a shield up. And Merritt just jumps down just to the low ground, straight past the barrier of the Sigma, and ends up, getting one with the Deadeye, and then the cleanup crew starts. And someone's able to live so long, Mitch, Nano, Primal, like just kind of between those, like there's just no taking him out, as it'll be M80 trying to play for the high ground here. Big bio grenade comes on through.
And the big there almost felt unnecessary given how powerful the bio was in terms of shifting the balance of power in that fight. But that just means Toronto have an embarrassment of riches here. Very clean, very nice, and M80 now down under 1 minute left, Matt. They've been trying to use Spectra to sneak the card in, but Sugar Free has been guarding against a back cap.
Yeah, the beat does feel maybe a little bit much there, especially because you know that they're going to have that gravitic flux on the opposite side, but you're operating in such a wide space. Maybe you feel like you're going to be able to kind of dodge the flux, or at least, save the player stuck inside of it. Is you also have no speed here for M80, right? Liar going with the Brig, just trying to protect Tree a little bit more, help his backline with this Winston, but you lose all this speed. You see how slow and how much damage you're going to take in just trying to even get near this high ground
That was
lift.
such a nice focus on RuPaul there. Liar gets slapped for his trouble, but the double pulse here for Sugar Free might have derailed this again. Tree and Ultraviolet both go down. Devastating for M80. Kalush here, looking to juggle someone, but the Primal Rage gets popped, and it's tough for the Sigma to do much about that. Merritt moves up, but there's no chance at a touch. And Lenny just ruined M80's chances of a win here, or at least a strong push into the last phase of the map on Hollywood.
Yeah, once that Winston swap came in, I know we just saw the Winston map number 1 to look quite nice against that Sigma, but once it came in and controlled that high ground, difficult to do. That really nice pulse bomb there from Sugar Free.
RuPaul is, to be fair, RuPaul did get kind of owned there. Right? He got accreted onto the low ground, and then Liar turned around and said, "Oh, you're dead, buddy. I'm running up on you."
It's RuPaul not a fan of the Brig.
Oh man,
you never seeing that monitor. Okay, little short jokes.
Oh man, yeah. Okay, Liar. Plenty to say here.
Damn.
I mean, again, for these two teams, right? They've already locked in there.
See, this is where my COD trash talk brain kind of goes into play.
You're already thinking.
If I was Liar, I would just keep spamming Dallas lol over and over again. That's what I would do. Like, regardless of whatever he said, I would just say Dallas lol.
Oh, Rack Attack waiting in the loser bracket. That's right. You best respect. You best respect the NRG Shock outfit. I would like to see it.
They should. You should be allowed to, like, we should almost like judge the fights via this, but we do have a Toronto listen in. Let's hear what Sugar Free thinks.
Like Kieran, maybe I don't know, Lucio, never mind.
I think Lucio's too.
Yeah, they're down break.
Loading.
Wait, shit.
Stay close. She can't be here. No, he's back right now.
Go get top.
I'll play man. They're gonna push up. They're on me right now.
Come on, fire.
Nice shot. Fair no skill. Fair no skill. Fair can't get healed.
Stick low.
I got 3, 2, 1.
That's really one him. That's really one.
We need top. Come. Yeah, I take cart. Yeah.
Man, yeah. Again, I think Liar was making reference to the prize money split that Toronto typically expects of their players. I tell you what, RuPaul's like, okay, buddy, I'm doubling down. I'm getting serious. Great first point take for Toronto. Now the high ground with their Winston cop. M80, they don't have the ability to set up in like a good defensive position. They're giving up the map almost.
No, as Sugar Free, you get a little pip there. I know doing the Le Seraphim emote on the payload, so he'll keep it moving. The high ground just absolutely dominated here by the Toronto Defiant. I mean, Kalush can't really get up there. Someone's gonna get the nano. Primal as well.
Yeah, it's going from bad to worse here. Toronto say, oh, you guys want to come up? M80 also were a little staggered. Kalush got knocked down, and then I think like Tree and Ultraviolet and Liar turn up, but their Sigma's on the low ground. And Lenny here, this is a tribute to wins.
We're still dancing.
We are throwing shapes. This is, oh man, this is a mockery of a high-level Overwatch match at this point here. And maybe we'll have a chance to fight for real. Obviously, you can see where the box of victory is. It's basically on top of this second checkpoint. So we will see the cart round the corner here. Gator said they're warmed up. I wonder what the first part of that statement was.
Yeah, you know, Sugar Free has the pulse bomb. Probably have a good idea what it is. Can't say it. Ant Matrix here on the high ground. Everybody gets knocked down. See Merit with the sound barrier here. Oh, I mean, this is going to end very quickly as that's a pulse bomb onto the Tracer there. Oh, Merit turns the corner. Double dink is... This one is all defiant.
Oh, he pulsed the Tracer. I think, yeah, Sugar Free gets revenge there after getting taken down by Spectre in the Farah mirror at the very start of that round. So this, folks, I would say, in terms of why Toronto have very high expectations placed upon them at international lands, that would be Exhibit A. That right there. Very, very,
yeah,
very
I mean, this is why, right? They look extremely strong. They have players who have played in international competition in the past, obviously at the highest level, and have seen success. So you would figure going to the international events, they'd obviously be a contender. We thought that was the case in Dallas. Ended up being not the case, but they make quick work of just about everybody here in North America.
No doubt about it. Again, a win here with the already qualified. They would have run through, I guess, all of the most quality opposition here. I would say there's no one left in North America that could really challenge them. I do think it's a fair point being made. Obviously, Rack Attack and Co. waiting in that lower bracket. They still need, of course, to advance with their win over Timeless today, which is not a given how that roster and Seeker especially have looked. But we'll table that for the time being here. As it stands, M80 are in deep trouble.
And what do they even do, right? It seems like Toronto now says, okay, we'll just play Winston against your Sigma. I know whenever we need some kind of high ground, and they just move forward with ease. Like, I don't think you're going to see M80 play anything else, right? But how far can the team go, right? I know they kind of mentioned probably maybe not practicing as much for this, right? But like, you're gonna have to put in the work for EWC and gain a little bit more versatility in what you can do. I don't know if they're gonna have that here today, though.
No, look, I think not. I'd say again, geez, this really is I'm beating a dead horse here, but when things are going badly for M80, Tree still doesn't ever really seem to slow down in their output. Seem very, very good at maintaining that consistency. Up against an opponent like Merit, it's really easy to be overshadowed, I think, because Merit's remarkably strong and has these ridiculously high peaks where he can sort of take these fights over. So M80 have some serious weapons at the DPS role. I think Spectre's also done a good job of keeping Sugar Free honest. We saw them have a lot of Tracer duels, especially on Oasis City Center. I think that was a real highlight of that matchup. Here we saw Farah, then we saw that switch over towards Tracer. What do you think about the break here? Against that Winston.
You just can't give up the Lucio speed. Like, if you're going to try and get the high ground, I mean, that stick is nasty. I just think you need the Lucio speed to try and take the high ground, take the space, especially with Sigma, right? Like, he's so slow. It just makes your comp extremely stationary, and I don't think it scares or deters Toronto at all, having the Brig in the mix. I don't think they really care.
Well, it's probably half the reason why Toronto were able to move up and take the defensive high ground as attackers instantly, because they're trundling slowly out of spawn with the Brig, and there's a Winston that just dives straight up there. And then at that point, forget about the second phase of the map. All of a sudden, M80 can't do the thing that is just so powerful for defenders on Hollywood. They're forced to play from the low ground with the Sigma. Essentially, roles get flipped while the cart... I mean, Sugar Free pushed the cart all the way through that second phase, basically unhindered here. That was just how dire things were for M80. So Toronto, we know they have their pocket Winston. They have the opportunity to go over towards that. Hollywood is really one of the perfect maps for that, especially in that second phase. But we also know they can play the Malga. I'd say if they were forced to match Sigma, they could, but I don't think anyone with a great Malga comp and a great Winston comp is ever going to be forced to mirror Sig.
Like, they can play Doom, right? But you're not going to play the Doom into the Sig, right? You just play the Winston instead. So I think this is what we would kind of probably potentially see on Esperanza. Maybe they start with that Malga. If they can't get the Malga rolling, then maybe you kind of see them swap over and play that Winston. But
it's been a hot minute since we've seen the Winston on Esperanza, right? It used to be kind of like the gold standard, but we've seen far more the Malga, and the Sigma looks, Matt.
Yeah, and like, I don't even know if you kind of like I now kind of want to see M80 play against you know, whether it's like Timeless or Shock, and kind of see like, okay, what's the gap between those teams, right? I think like this is something that like you could definitely see coming with a series like this. I also think you see that there are instances where M80 can definitely obviously hang in a lot of scenarios, and maybe with some more, you know, time and, you know, different kind of comps, they can actually kind of you know, push Toronto around a little bit, but just may not be the day.
Not for a while. Again, there is a, you know, a little bit of a
today might not be it.
There is a bit of a gap, of course, between these qualifiers and that Esports World Cup itself. I mean, God, the event itself runs over 8 weeks, and bear in mind, like, these teams are only a small component of their overall organization's presences in the club.
And they're still going.
What is happening? Why? There's so much keyboard warrior.
It's like a Modern Warfare 2 lobby.
Oh man, that's crazy. Yeah. Kids these days wouldn't last a second in this lobby.
References in here. I mean, this is getting out of hand.
Chorong would go hard. Yeah, I mean, those are the days. Those are the days.
All right, here we go. Diva. M80 throwing something at the wall here. So Kalush, pretty good Diva player. We've seen Kalush play Diva in the past. Is they will not play the Brig to contest the dive. They'll actually just play a Torb here. So they'll give up their own Tracer and just play a little bit more. How does that make you feel around the Torb and the Cassidy?
This Torb.
Like, what do you mean?
What emotion does it evoke when you seeing a Torb played in this setup?
I mean, it doesn't really give me any emotion, if I'm honest. It just kind of, I just kind of see it. You know, once we see a fight or two, I think my emotions will solidify.
I'm probably asking the wrong person.
I have an idea
about emotions.
I think I have an idea where, you know, this potentially could go and how this could work, but I'm also not there yet. Okay. Not exactly ready to sell my Torb stock.
Well, for the time being, M80 got no reason to really move up too far.
Merit extremely low.
Hey, nicely done, Ultraviolet. Always good for a couple of those Baptiste shots. Someone brought down here, and the Bionic Grenade was good for Rupal, but not enough to dissuade Kalush, who, again, was really the pioneer, I want to say, in this region of Diva on some of these maps that feature verticality, whether it's Eichenfelder or, yeah, even now here on Esperanza.
Yeah, and Toronto is definitely a little bit hesitant, right, to kind of like push into the Torb, right? With the Torb and the Cassidy there, the Baptiste, you know, the Immortality Field, you can just kind of live forever at times, where they definitely were a little bit cautious on trying to like move on in and gave M80 an advantage.
What do you think about Sugar-Free switching Farah here? Is the Tracer, we'll get to that in a second. We're going to nano here on the Winston. Someone, yep, goes over the Ant Matrix now. Nope, making any use of that Ultraviolet, and he gets juggled. Torb turret there noted by someone, but by and large, M80 really can't get value from the Matrix, and, well, looks like they managed to avert a checkpoint take as well. So Toronto, pleased with how that fight went down.
Yeah, I mean, you could play the Farah here, right? If you're the Toronto Defiant, the Farah Cassidy, like, you know, Winston, you know, we've seen them actually run it in this series, but, you know, maybe a little bit harder, you know, to keep that kind of Farah up with RuPaul playing the Ana. So look for a big bio grenade here. Actually doesn't connect with anybody. Maybe a little bit further behind as it'll be Tree opening things up with a dead eye.
Slept, he has beat. Okay, not punished for it there as Mira gets taken down. What on earth? I think Kalush really sets that kill up now as a death ball. M80 advance once more. This time it's a checkpoint they've got eyes for. And Toronto have had to fold back here. They don't have the, you know, the fun cycling of Primal and Nano to rely on here, so they're a little weaker. Maybe a Sugar-Free Pulse Bomb can bail them out again, but it's a lot to ask.
Hey, so they won't actually kind of swap that Tracer. They'll actually kind of swap the Cassidy out for an Ashe here. So some kind of consistent damage. This is going to be Vega and Coke coming back with a Sound Barrier. Liar doesn't get the beat off.
I think he actually might have. Yeah, he calls Ajax, but Tree had a bunch of overhealth there, so I'm not really sure. Yeah, I don't know if I would call that an Ajax. That was a bit of a weird one. Liar does eventually go down, but I see overshields on most of M80.
Yeah, I mean, it potentially, like, there could have been like a Winston bubble there to block some of it, right? I know that is always in play, but it looked like an Ajax. Liar says it's an Ajax. Something definitely happened there. Is now something is definitely happening here, and it is M80 just getting decimated here by someone with the Primal Rage. So it comes on through Liar, probably typing. Yeah.
Oh man.
So Kalu's trying to get one for the road, gets taken out. So the bot will continue to move here, deep into the M80 territory, but M80 still with a pretty nice lead.
The fact that Liar stops dead over the corpse of Rupal just to type that is... It's a whole nother level of trash talk. He knows the fight's done.
It's a mental warfare.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, at the end of the day, you do care what's on the scoreboard, though. So M80 might want to get hopping there. That's a... Wow, it doesn't get any better than that from a Bionade. Talk about coming back with a vengeance. Rupal just doused all of M80 in the purple juice.
Yeah, and also we talked a little bit about it before. It'll be Toronto kind of continuing to move the bot, probably going to end up taking the lead here. If your team is, sick, not feeling the best, want to get some rest, the best way to do that is to just get a quick 3-0 and get out of here, as looks like M80 will actually kind of move around towards his opposite side to try and get towards the choke.
Both teams did get the checkpoint here. M80 were able to pick it up earlier on. Toronto have now matched that. And close to a nano here for Rupal, who, man, looks so good in that last fight. Despite what Lion may have to say, we know better, don't worry. The Dynamite here from Merit, really looking to make full use of this high ground as Toronto say, yeah, we're very close in capture progress, but we aren't going to give up this high ground to push up a little bit further. We'll give you enough rope to hang yourself with.
Yeah, I think that Toronto want M80 to kind of push up a little bit. M80 doesn't want to move through that choke. They kind of move to the opposite side. Big bio grenade yet again as everybody's going to fall.
I mean, this is not a particularly meta composition for Toronto. I think we need to make that clear. Like, Ana does not see much play right now, and Winston comps are few and far between for many of these teams. Despite its, potential weaknesses, Toronto looks so good on an individual level, they make it look stunning. I would also say that maybe D.Va is not your run-of-the-mill composition on this map. They maybe are playing Torb as well.
Yeah, I mean, none of this is really meta. As Merit actually landing a pretty big dynamite. That's going to have a Liar using the sound barrier here as connects with it from the high ground. Everybody gets the benefits of it this time.
Sugarfree can't escape. Kalu's able to chase them down. A late sound barrier now for 4 for Toronto, and Bob is going to come and reinforce that missing player. Eventually, it's going to be removed, but someone's already found 2 kills with a Primal Rage, and Spectra now is going to be caught in the middle of this. Someone only has eyes for the Torb here. Knocked off to that low ground. Yeah, build that turret, bro. Yeah, crank some 90s while you're at it. Yeah. That bot is headed towards your base.
Yeah, as Spectra just kind of working on the car there for a second. We're getting very close to a map completion. No primal, but you'll have a nano here available to give the someone to go into the back line. Probably just dive straight into that amp matrix, get behind that and cause chaos again for that back line. Is Sugarfree with a pulse bomb here. They just jump right on top of tree. That's going to be immortality field gone. This is going to be over.
What a statement win this would be. M80 have been dragged, kicking and screaming into the NA town square and have been made an example of. Toronto, don't spare the lash here. M80 may as well just sit here and allow this round to be over. Tree sees a bubble in his way, says, that's a bit too much for me to deal with here. Gator really feeling good and very thankful for the opportunity. You love to see that level of sportsmanship. And Toronto Defiant have done it. They will be in our final here. Of course, and again, that does have implications in terms of the prize money to take away. It's 10K first, 3.5K for second. So payday here for Toronto Defiant, or at least a shot at it has been secured, as M80 will be sent careening down to the lower bracket to take on the winner of Timeless and, of course, our NRG Shock roster.
Man. Yeah, you know the match is a bit of a dud when you don't get a hey, it's me, Jake, and your comms after. This one, there's really nothing to talk about. This was one of the games we have witnessed. Potentially, we thought this game could go this way, and it turns out it definitely did. As Toronto just dominated.
I will say, plenty to take away, I think, for Toronto, given the fact that they are, unwell and able to play all these different comps and find success here. M80 don't have any excuses. Sorry, guys. Let's head over the desk to break down this game that maybe could have been an email.
Oh, no, that's so good.
That's a good one.
That was maybe the best thing Mitch has ever said, actually. That one caught us off guard, and I'm pretty sure M80 were caught off guard because Toronto was rolling, okay? It was an aggressive email for sure.
Are Toronto the best team in NA, guys?
Not
There's
even,
a lot of,
yeah,
a lot
I
of
think.
intense conversation we'll have to have.
Yeah, I think there's some indicators for that statement, but let's talk about it. Like, let's go back, you know, to the very beginning of it. Let's look at the highlights here and chat about what we saw, because Toronto did show up on a Maga composition. That's something we haven't really seen from them in Dallas. They look good. They look confident. They look competent.
I think they played well around M80 playing the Sigma composition, and obviously someone just came out. Not guns a-blazing, but like fists a-blazing. Tesla cannon a-blazing against the Sigma composition. They're so good at executing with this dive composition against the Sigma, and especially on Hollywood, you know, perfect map for it. We saw time and time again RuPaul Bionades, and then the Winston cleave is just overpowering when you can hit 2-3 targets at once. There's so much damage incoming, right? So someone did a phenomenal job, builds the Primal Rage here in this specific clip as well, forces the beat, and there's just so much stuff that someone does on this Winston itself. Bionade clip. There we go. Oh, that's a Nano. Nano Winston. You'd love to see it. But also, I was actually impressed by their ability to play the Maga as well on Oasis, because I think they do a way better job in this day and age currently than they did in Dallas about drawing out resources before they engage on the Maga composition. So I was still impressed to see them, the way they played Maga into the Sigma on the first map.
RuPaul, man. I do want to take a moment there, as we just before watched Mary popping up. Tree on the other side, they were on the receiving end of things, but Tree's still actually very impressive as an individual.
I think it's a great match for Tree individually, because as much as M80 was kind of hopeless, I think, in the series, I still feel like Tree playing against some of the best players in North America, or I'd say arguably the best players in North America, on Toronto, Tree was keeping up. I think on an individual basis, I really feel like there's no more questions for him other than, I guess, playing against like the best teams in the world, playing like, you know, top Korean rosters. But individually, he just is such an exciting player. Someone is, of course, going to be player of the match. I mean, an electrifying performance from the Winston. I think, honestly, what someone shows, and Toronto Defiant in general, is that this rise in popularity in Sigma, in EMEA, we saw it in South America, we see it here in NA, is a bit of a fool's errand. When you play against a serious Winston player, they're going to eat you alive. And I think the Ana is a critical part of that too. I think a lot of teams play the Lucio Kiri with the Winston, and that's great. In most cases, that's great. But I think you need the threat of the Ana nade, the explosive potential of a Nano on the Winston to really bring it home against these Sigma comps. Because, I mean, you see what Toronto's doing is they're outclassing them with that strategy. And I think, honestly, more teams could take from what Toronto is doing and apply this to break the meta open in some other regions.
And if you have an Ana like RuPaul, then you know the other team is in trouble. Even with the Diva on the server, those nades are coming through. It was actually so impressive. I'm pretty sure one of those plays has to make it into $1 million place. For now, though, we're taking a look at our brackets to see where we're currently standing, as Toronto Defiant are now advancing into the grand final, playing for the big bugs. And M80 falling down to the lower bracket, where they await their next opponent. Let's actually take a look at the lower bracket as we're continuing on our journey for the day. Energy Shock going up against Timeless next. I am excited.
A lot on the line here, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, this is the match really for all the marbles for those teams in the lower bracket. This is the one that decides, do you go to the Esports World Cup or do you stay home and watch sadly on the sidelines? Nobody wants that. And for both these teams, I think this really is sort of the ticket to bigger things, or potentially, if you lose, this could be a real inflection point in a negative way for your growth of your career and for your team. So much on the line in this match.
So much drama. We're here for it. I can smell the blood in the water or taste it. I don't know how blood works and water, apparently. But for now, we're heading into a break. I know how that works. And we will be on the other side of this, so stick around. Welcome back to the EWC OW2 qualifiers. These are the FACEIT League playoffs, and I'm Zoe, joined by Jake and Johnny, and we're here to break it all down for you. We're now in the lower bracket of the NA region, and these two teams will be playing for everything. Most notably, of course, a ticket to the EWC in Riyadh. So a lot is on the line. It's a lot of money, life-changing amount of money. And both teams have been hungry and willing and eager to take home the bag, rather. Let's talk about the two teams. Energy Shock, starting with them. You know, I mean, their roster, they went on a journey with us already in Dallas, and they really popped off thus far in this competition, I would say. A lot of individual pop-off moments, just notably yesterday. I mean, Cal on Midtown.
Nasty clutch.
That was so good.
Yeah, really good match against Citrus Nightmare, and they were a step above in that match, which was a good sign for this team as well, because we talked about the pressure of joining, you know, a heralded organization like NRG, who has, you know, so much experience here in the Overwatch scene. But in today's match, they're gonna come, you know, there's gonna be a better opponent, and you're gonna have to bring your A game. They've been playing a lot of Sigma so far. We've seen this is a Wrecking Ball clutch, which we love to talk about all the time. How Infected comes back on the Wrecking Ball in these overtime scenarios. But for the most part, it's going to be Infected playing the Sigma against a team that might be opting for more Mauga. It's, you know, one of these compositional matchups we've been seeing these past couple of months, right? And so it's going to be on some of these characters to, like, can you stand your ground and can you utilize your resources well? I talked about in the last series how I think that Toronto Defiant did a really good job of extracting the resources from M80 Sigma composition. Same thing here, right? I'll be looking at someone like Cal, for example, in the backline. If you play Baptiste, when are you using your Immortality Field? Because the Immortality Field is a significant resource to staying alive against these Mauga aggressive kind of engages, right? So it's someone on the support players to stay alive in these scenarios and not having those abilities used too early in these engages.
Absolutely. And speaking of support, they got plenty, of course, coming from their fans and also from the families. Mama Rack is at it at full force again. Love the throwback pictures. I love this kind of level of support. So we also have plot armor once again. If Rack Attack is in the mix, then you have to do it for Rack Attack, but you also have to do it for Rack Attack's mom. It's a lot of pressure.
Definitely a lot of pressure. I think NRG, it's fair to say, are the favorite here in this match, but the underdogs, I think, have a very serious chance to take this one away. Timeless have really impressed me. I think the DPS line in particular, they've been really hot. Seeker, I think, is back to really peak form. I think there was a while there where maybe he wasn't playing to the full potential that we'd seen from him in the Overwatch League, but he seems to be back. He was very, very hot yesterday. Had the hot hand on Cassidy, which really counts for a lot this meta. And then Zira on the Pharah, for me, looks like one of the best Pharahs in the region, and it's a great meta to be shining like that. I think his Genji is really strong as well. So they have a lot of flexibility, exactly the heroes they need in the meta. And Ariel as well, I really want to highlight his strategic decision-making was really good. Like, playing the Mauga into the Sigma comp, it's effective, it can work really well, but there's just a ton of pressure on you. Like, it's very easy to slip up. You have one big chance to win the fight, and if you miss that chance, you lose. If you go too early, you lose. And Ariel just was really finding those perfect timings to synergize with the team. Always the aggression with Zera's flanks coming in really, really well played. So I think this is a Timeless squad that is peaking and is at their very best to potentially upset Energy Shock.
But there you have it. Will be considered an upset. Let's take a look at our Preds. I do think the obvious one to pick here has to be Energy Shock on an individual basis, and if we're just looking at their recent results, they have been the one who just got away with a little bit more. I think they're really gelling, they're really coming together, and they've had some great performances in the EWC qualifiers thus far, so I'm giving it to them. Do think there is potential, of course, for Timeless to, like, throw a spanner into the wrench into this banner. I don't know, but
into
they're throwing
works.
stuff.
Into the works.
Things are thrown into other things, and other stuff stops working. It's very technical. You wouldn't understand. It's
physics, actually.
Yeah, actually.
Engineering. You guys, I am drinking my own Kool-Aid a little bit, and so I went Timeless, actually. I really think this match is like a coin flip. I think this is two teams peaking at the same moment. I think both
so
teams,
disappointed.
I think both teams are at their best, right? I think both teams are better than we've ever seen them, and so I don't think this is really a match that can be safely predicted. I just think it's going to be a good one. It's going to be close. I think a lot of pressure on Zera, the aggression with Ariel, getting on top of Cal. Can Cal tolerate that and survive it, or is it going to be too much? Is it going to overwhelm? I don't know. But I like Timeless right now. I just think they're it's so hot right now. Timeless so hot right
so
now.
hot.
Tell him.
No, I'm not disappointed. I'm scared. I went with NRG because I think they're the favorite in this series, and I think that they should win this series. But what is so scary is when you have these super talented damage players that like to be proactive, that likes to make plays. When they go for flanks and they're like, I'm gonna swing wide and I'm gonna get a couple of picks. And Seeker does that easily because Seeker's so mechanically skilled, right? You have someone like Zero who's like, okay, well, I'm not gonna sit back and wait for them to walk into my barrage. I'm gonna hide on a flank and then engage and barrage on top of them. Like, that is scary stuff that if you're a support player on NRG, you have to be ready for these sneaky plays where the damage players will just come out of nowhere and just
It's not a
overwhelm
problem.
you.
Don't
So
worry about it because PG is going to get those first picks, okay? PG is going to come in, clicking heads. They won't ever get an opening.
Wow, you're the calm voice in all this.
I'm maybe coping.
I'm frightened.
You're frightened?
Yeah,
I'm
Seeker
confident.
scares me.
I mean, same. So just on a personal basis, but I don't know.
Seeker's so nice.
I never met Seeker. Maybe it's the fear of the unknown. You see what I mean? Well, I hope the teams are familiar with each other and no one's coming in with fear. It's going to be a great match regardless. It's for everything, all the marbles. Mitch, Matt, are you ready for this?
Yeah.
Good.
I'm ready for this. Yeah. Are you ready for this, Matt? You look ready.
Yeah.
You look alert.
I actually kind of I actually agree with Jake. Yeah, I know. During that first match, I was like, if I didn't have that second coffee, I mean, who knows? It was like, it was tough. But this one should be really good. I kind of agree with like Jake in the sense that like I think both these teams are peaking right now, and then I also think like, from what I've seen from Timeless lately, I'm extremely impressed, right? I know Zero and Seeker. Seeker's the type of damage dealer player, especially playing a hit scan role with hit scan being so strong right now. You get off to a really hot start, and those types of players can throw your entire game plan out of whack. Right?
I mean, we're talking about a team who on an FMCL like maybe got out of OWCS groups in third. They really didn't garner a whole lot of attention, even while people were still saying, yeah, I think Seeker's like one of the top hit scan players in NA, maybe like top 3 even. Now, though, they seem to have found a new stride, and Timeless are very, very good at picking up teams like this. I'm not going to lie. Like, I really agree with what Jake is saying.
Yeah.
That Timeless do appear to be peaking at the right moment. But for NRG Shock, it's been a slower burn as they've developed. They've continued to go from strength to strength. It's less of a flash in the pan for me to see this team continue to grow.
And this match is like enormous, right? Obviously, qualifying for EWC is so important to these teams, right? Essentially, this probably feels like a grand final for them as it'll be a Venture Genji here for Timeless, so a different look even than when we saw the other day. So this is going to put a lot of pressure on PGE and the backline here.
Here comes Seeker, a little bit low as they emerge though, still able to get topped up as they appear. Good pressure here on Infected. Does NRG Shock here really feel like they'd rather take a conservative slant at this point? Ariel playing around the corner, but Infected was able to find ZSS. How? They all folded back around the corner, and immediately NRG Shock flipped the switch. But Ariel and Zera are there. It's a close fight between the two tanks, but a Suzu for Infected keeps him standing at a crucial moment, which means NRG Shock are moving over to the point.
Yeah, that Suzu from Cal was so important. They hit Infected with a kept Infected alive, right? After the cardiac overdrive from both Magas goes away. So Seeker will switch now over to the Cassidy. Maybe, I think Zero, I was going to say, there's a possibility you stay on the Genji, get a blade, right? You're so close, like a dash through in one of the fights, you would have been right there. But going to go over to the far right away. So now we're going to end up in a mirror matchup with the Magas.
Zera here always wants to play that off angle if they can. See it a lot on New Junk City as well. They really like to flank. PG a little bit low from some of this poke damage in general, but it's being traded back as Seeker obviously having switched off of the Venture here to the Cassidy, which is definitely where they've found much of their success. NRG Shock, though, they have the privilege of choosing when the fight starts, and it's now. Kitsune Rush thrown out, but Infected doesn't want to push too far away from the haste buff zone. Gets even thrown a Suzu, and it's enough to push Timeless back.
Yeah, and it was a Suzu there from Timeless, onto basically the entire team when the Stomp comes through. Now it'll be Timeless returning with a Kitsune Rush of their own.
Here it is, flash there, thrown out. Scissors gets caught, 5 players involved in that elimination. So the focus was very, very good on the Farah. Now in a longer fight, this is where Zero can really start to find a little bit more value, and Timeless have already flipped the point. Ooh, PGE holds his nerve just long enough to find Aerial. The sound barrier, though, made it a tough job to cut through the rest of Timeless, who now have control of that point.
Yeah, they were extremely weak. Everybody stuck in the cage fight there of Aerial, so able to come out on top there as Timeless, and that was massive. They needed that fight win, right? You know, we're able to flip the point. You know, if NRG Shock ends up winning that, right, you kind of have a cage fight of their own. Points probably up near 70, 80. You're in a terrible spot if you're Timeless, so they come through in an absolutely must-win scenario.
Deadeye Infected turns tail. Cardiac Overdrive also popped there as Zero was on a classic Zero flank, but it gets punished. Now NRG Shock have a player advantage to leverage, plus a barrage from the Soul standing far on the battlefield right now. It's going to be used instantly. Aerial clinging to life, very low, but so is Infected. No chance for the cage fight here as Infected really just needed to get topped up. No flip on the point, but Timeless have given up that ground in order to get healed and return to the fray. Scissors and Rakitak need attention immediately, and not from Timeless.
Yeah, Rack was extremely low. It looks like they try and go in and try and maybe get a kill. Is this going to be a cage fight here and use a more defensive manner there from Infected, and he falls.
Flank from Seeker. He actually dove into the cage voluntarily to get that pick on the Malga, but it gets turned back on. They trade it at the very least, and now NRG Shock have a bit of work to do. Timeless are able to get from 0 to 76 with that one cap window, but they have a sound barrier release for this next fight. Zero, though, will always be on the flank looking for a barrage.
Well, Timeless also builds up to the Kitsune Rush in that fight, right? So they can come back, you know, quite fast, end up using that, get aggressive behind the Malga in this barrage, really come up with a fast fight win.
Something probably has to go wrong for Timeless to lose this fight. Here comes the beat in response to the rush and Seeker. Well, talking about something wrong, it's going to be a flash that ends up claiming Seeker. The barrage from Zero is good, but PGE with a great little platform vantage points able to find 2 with the Deadeye. And now it's getting dangerous for Timeless. They are coming up on beaten cage fight. You can work with those for sure. That should give them a distinct advantage. But again, it needs to go right.
Yeah, and Timeless, I know with that sound barrier coming out there from NRG Shock was kind of hoping that the fight would last a little bit longer and Admiral would be able to build up towards his, where very close at the moment, but needed in that last fight.
Here it is, cage fight thrown up to catch Infected, who desperately trying to be healed. The Suzu thrown up to prolong his lifespan, and he is able to walk away somehow. Zero, though, chases. The Tracer hot on the heels of the Malga, secures the kill. And Timeless here will have a shot to try and close out the round. Very close so far, just as we expected.
Yes, sound barrier is huge there from Admiral as they all push in. This will be really interesting, Mitch. We're going to probably end up with a fight to end this map. No ultimates on the board across the side for both teams. Shock with an opportunity to maybe kind of like farm this Kitsune Rush, right? You know, you're just going to have Infected step off on a point, take some damage, but look at that. It's Timeless going first.
Great engage from Aerial. That's a rank 1 player for you, folks. Sees the opportunity to go in for a charge and stop. And Timeless have no chance to do anything about it. Nicely done here for the team that we know is really, really good in these Malga setups in general. They've leveraged that here to find success in the first round. And Seeker justifiably says, guys, come on. You're not a Malga team. Go back to playing Sig.
Yeah, I mean, they probably, obviously, Timeless would love to see them kind of go over to the Sig, right? If you're seeing success in the Malga mirror, right? You figure you would see success. They're going to end up going Sigma. And Infected, he says, okay, and they will go Sigma. So they will oblige the comp swap here that Timeless proposed.
This reminds me of, I think it was M80, I think it was Liar in chat telling Hardy to get off the Sigma and play Ryan, and then Hardy did, and they clapped M80 from that point onward. So be careful what you wish for, Seeker, is all I'll say. Are we really seeing the Ramatra here? Yes.
This would be quite interesting, right? Yeah, so they'll go, they'll play essentially what is kind of a Malga type of composition, except they will play Ramatra instead of the Malga.
Okay. Ramatra here obviously definitely very threatening to the Sigma, but doesn't have like the charge stomp potential. It's a bit more telegraphed when you run up on them with Nemesis form. Annihilation, though, very powerful for a comp that usually wants to play around that Sigma shield if they can. And Zero again in flanking position. Always looking for a way to wrap around. Nice accretion, though. Aerial suffering some degree of pressure, but will be very difficult to shift, as you can see ZSS is in a safe position to heal them up.
Yeah, they're just always taking those off angles. You just see the rockets kind of pouring in onto Infected, even looking around like, where is the damage coming from? As there are players just kind of circling here for Timeless.
Very city center-esque in that regard, Matthew. Seeker eventually. Surely it was a matter of time until they found a big Cassidy kill, and it's on Rack Attack. Getting rid of the Lucio is massive here. Sigma not mobile at all. Trying to hold his ground now with an accretion at Timeless, but Ariel's going to step up here and throw the Vortex down. His Immortality Field has to be used, but there's not enough damage here on this Ramatra yet. Ariel's being topped up constantly, but Cal gets rid of Zero. That's the flank arm of Timeless dismantled.
Yeah, it's going to be Nemesis form here for Ariel. Just try and stay alive. It's going to be an Amp Matrix use here from Cal, trying to push up some nice shots there onto Admiral. Almost ended up taking him out.
Both Baptiste here basically free-firing those heals back. All the focus has been elsewhere, mostly on the two tanks as they butt heads. So that's why we have Ant Matrices built up just so quick. Timeless though flipped the point. They took control though, so NRG Shock have to make a play here.
Yeah, it's just the damage dealers here for Timeless, right? You know, whether it's Zero or Seeker, always taking phenomenal off angles, right? That time Seeker kind of takes a little bit of a side angle. They don't expect it. He comes in, ends up taking out two. This has looked really good here for Timeless in map number 1.
It'll be wild at this point. I know I'm getting ahead of myself. To see NRG Shock not make it to the Esports World Cup, they have to find a way to overcome this Ramatra comp if they want to take the map. In fact, it feels more comfortable on Sigma, but I'm not sure if they expected this look from Ariel and Co. And there's an annihilation up for the Ramatra. PGE has to ignore the Tracer of Zero nipping at his heels here. Has to look elsewhere. Seeker, though, doesn't want better. Somehow Cal was exposed to the Deadeye, and the Baptiste for NRG Shock is gone. Rack Attack hoping to build a beat, but that's going to be matched either way, and he never even got there. Seeker is running rampant.
Man, they are just absolutely kind of dominating them at the moment. That was the Gravitic Flux there, kind of thrown in towards the end from Infected, potentially just kind of going to go over, maybe play a Wrecking Ball here, swap. So yeah, it's going to be the ball swap here for Infected in last-ditch territory to try and get a touch on the
Ironically, usually works quite well here, but Timeless have all their ultimates to work with, all the powerful ones at least. Annihilation and Beat still up for them now. Infected really only can stall as much as he can. Here comes Scissors though, okay. Barrage kill on ZSS. Now you can capitalize on this a little bit more. Timeless, they threw their beat down and it didn't help them save the Baptiste here. So NRG Shock, big advantage now. And not a moment too soon. This is literally the 11th hour in terms of this map. And finally NRG Shock have found a way to weaken Timeless enough to get in here and have a cap.
Yeah, Zero tosses in the pulse bomb there, as so the point will end up flipping in the final moments here. Infected switches over to the ball. You also have PGE on the Tracer, kind of get back into the action. Can you hold with this comp though? Looks like Infected making his way back to the spawn. They'll switch him over to the Sigma. Not able to swap here for PGE. Also extremely close to the pulse bomb. Maybe end up just why he wants to keep it, but let's see, the Sigma, you've not been able to make it work this far. You get a last-ditch touch on the ball. Now, you can get quite aggressive here for Ariel, right? You have the, obviously, Annihilation ready to go.
Tracer Fire is so interesting here, but Seeker again on the Cassidy. Can't do anything about that, though. The pulse, oh, Seeker gets too close to Ariel. I think he was in Deadeye, so he's just too slow. That's devastating stuff here. Timeless lose 2 fights in a row. And you asked if this comp could hold. Can't always count on a double pulse bomb kill, and PGE, man, really saves things for NRG Shock.
And they kind of had it there, Timeless, right? They end up taking out Scissors first. It's an early pick-off. They have the Annihilation rolling, and then it's a nice pulse bomb. You were correct. It lands on the Seeker. Maybe thought that like there was going to be an Immortality Field in the mix, or maybe thought he was a little bit too far away there from Ariel. That wouldn't end up, kind of resulting in both of them falling. It's a huge play there. That could be a play that, I was going to say saves map number 1, but right there, Zero with a fantastic shot on the PGE.
PGE's heroics in the previous fight kept them in the game, but there won't be an opportunity to dispense them once more here. And Seeker needs to be dealt with. He must be addressed. So far, he gets the run of the entire coup. Playing through the middle part of the map now as Infected has to step up. Shield looking a little bit battered. Health pool seen better days. Scissors at least able to return to the fight after being taken down by the Cassidy earlier. Might be a fake barrage on the menu. Yeah, okay, he's looking for Zera. Sisters, though, can't really afford to wait for this fire to emerge. It has to be an NRG Shock that make the move. They don't have control of the point right now. Vortex thrown down behind Infected, and here is the sound barrier. It's going to be reciprocated by Timeless. Seeker looking for those shots on Scissors. He's so vulnerable, suspended up there in midair, letting those rockets go. But Infected finds a flux kill on the Ramatra, and Seeker can't connect the shot with the Deadeye. PGE's able to recall just in time. And just imagine if NRG Shock had been able to hold on to this point, we wouldn't even be here. But they give themselves a real chance to take this round away and stay in the map.
Yeah, I mean, it's huge that Timeless was able to flip it, right? I know they kind of just bullied Shock off the point. Timeless flip it, so they'll give themselves another opportunity here, and this should be a pretty good one, Mitch. You're going to have a Rocket Barrage, you're going to have an Amp Matrix here to work with as well. And also, these fights have been going pretty long. You probably end up with an annihilation here.
Seeker on the Tracer, though. Bit of a departure from the Cassidy that gave him so much success earlier on. It's going to be an Amp Matrix for ZSS, mostly for that extra healing on Aerial. Annihilation here might be too much for Shock to deal with, and Scissors goes down before the fact. ZSS able to make use of the last couple of moments of that Amp Matrix, and Zera gets behind Cal. Timeless look shaky, look like they might have thrown it away, but they come back in the most important fight of the map, and they stick the landing. What a showing here. A team peaking at just the right time. And Zera the only casualty there really for Timeless. They're able to break in and secure Samoa.
Yeah, I mean, Zero's far play is just phenomenal. You see go really high in the sky, like Cal on the map doesn't even really kind of see where he's approaching from on that Pharah, and just lands right on top. And that felt like one that although Shock obviously came back in moments, it felt like, in the fights that were, pretty even and whatnot, that Timeless was kind of getting the edge in a lot of those, right? I know it felt pretty convincing there from Timeless in map number one.
Shock almost got shut out. Let's not forget, they had to switch to Wrecking Ball, come back in desperately. I think they hit a double Tracer Pulse Bomb. That might have been the savior there for them. They get back into the round. Infected is able to switch out once more to the Sigma.
It's a map that probably looks a little bit closer than what it actually was, right?
I'll grant that. Absolutely. Pretty competitive Malgamira in that first round, right? But we kind of feel that Timeless are favored in that sort of look. Even as FMCL, they were emerging as like one of the top Malga teams in the region. So, in fact, it says, yeah, I don't want to play Malga on this map. We kind of have to. Sigma maybe not really strong enough here. So they do eventually switch over. I feel like if you get Beach, that Sigma comp feels leagues better to play. So the way the chips fell in terms of, the map stages that came up in Samoa probably doesn't benefit NRG Shock, but they get to play Sigma against Ramatra, which should be fairly straightforward. Ramatra really the jack of all trades and king of none when it comes to the role it fulfills here and how it, interacts and matches up against Sigma.
I mean, it's also like, Timeless. I mean, they're definitely capable of playing. I mean, that shot was insane. Playing the Sigma as well, right? I know it's not like they can't do it. It just feels like maybe they're getting a little bit of an advantage. This is what I was talking about. I mean, look at this angle here. I mean, Cal can't even really react, can't even really kind of track that far.
I think they're flexing a deeper composition pool, this Timeless roster.
Yeah,
right?
a little bit.
Like you said, they absolutely can play Sigma. We've seen them do it. In fact, they might even do it on our next map in this series, or at least further down the track. This is probably a bit of a nightmare matchup for NRG Shock to have to face in order to qualify for the Esports World Cup.
And the loser of this, right? Like, I know kind of how I felt the other day with TSM, like, you're now off for so long, right? You're obviously not qualifying for EWC. That's kind of the next thing up on the schedule. We have like a bit of a break before stage 3 of like OWCS, right? Like, to lose, like, now you're just kind of like waiting for such a long time where like you see a team like TSM, right, who after OWCS stage 1, right, probably felt like they were the next in line. They don't qualify for Dallas, they don't qualify for EWC. They're just kind of like in limbo as like a team now, right? Like oh man, like what in the world do we do? The same would be for both of these teams, right? For Timeless, you get so close constantly, not able to kind of get there, right? Like, what do you do? And then for Shock, things would look like you were going the right way, right? You make it to Dallas, and then now all of a sudden you don't make it to EWC. It's our second guess there.
I think the region itself is leveling up, right? Like even like your Citrus Nations of the world, your Timelesses in the same vein, have taken that step from like it being a 6th through 8th team, to really being legitimate threats, and you move up to the like 3rd, 4th bracket. That's important. I mean, the next door they'll be knocking on is M80s if they advance here through this series. But let us not get ahead of ourselves. Midtown is going to be our next map up in this series, one that we've obviously seen those Sigma compositions be very powerful in, and we, again, know that Timeless can play that. They can play kind of it all.
Yeah, it's you mentioned like maybe that Shock wants to play these types of comps, right, with the Sigma in the mix. This is actually a Timeless map pick here. So we'll see exactly kind of what they were cooking up for this map, or maybe they feel pretty confident, in that Sigma play.
Couple of moments here, we'll at least see the defensive lineup. Life Weaver map. Rack Attack would take any opportunity, I think, to try and play that, but here it will be the very standard NRG Shock look. Yeah, it'll be Cassidy Farah with the Sigma, so hard to shift here. Timeless seem to feel like the antidote to this is to potentially play these Ramatra-based comps. Is that valid?
Yeah, which is interesting. I mean, you're trying to get past the shield, right? It's the same type of idea as like playing a Maga. It's just obviously, you know, a much different kind of version of the comp.
Let's hear how Timeless actually sort of approach this now with this Ramatra setup here, where Maga otherwise like might be more favorable. Let's jump into the comps.
Stuff like I don't want to die.
Yeah, I agree.
Sick.
Sure.
Fair cat. Lucio.
Someone needs to fill this in.
No rock. Alright, I'm gonna try and get him left.
Yeah, we can go in my timing soon.
First one left. I can get left really easily.
You guys ready?
Go. You're not.
3, 2, 1.
1.
Killing main.
I'm in
I can
left,
still
I'm
buff. Up is like main. 3, 2, 1. Swing buff.
Shing sick.
Yeah, I'm trying. I'm leaning left.
We can walk out. You walk out.
I can go sig 3, 2, 1. Going sig. Siglo. We can go most in 5. Give me 5. 3, 2, 1. Take them up.
Fair one.
I'm gonna pick left side.
Really on top.
Yeah.
We're gonna walk. Return.
Sig one.
Lamp out. I can pick main again.
First one.
I'm blocking. I need help.
I'm helping you.
Siglo, no lamp.
Sig one. Gas one. They still have no Lucio. Lucio behind. Shoot Sig.
I can shoot Sig in 3, 2, 1.
Swinging. Who's got touch? Blue one.
Okay, wow, Timeless here. Just move the Ramatra up and deny NRG Shock the ability to get their Sigma on the point here. They really seem to have a read on these guys.
Yeah, and they don't want to push into the Ramatra, right? The Ramatra gets the Nemesis form, starts putting down some pretty serious damage, and you see just great focus in terms of like switching targets there from Timeless, right? You know, whether it be the Sigma, then going to the Pharah. The Pharah is weak. Now forcing Shock off of the Pharah. It'll be a Tracer matchup here between Scissors and Zero, but pretty fast and painless. Point they take.
If there's any part of the map where you are gonna, burn some clock as defenders, it's supposed to be here. But PGE's already been taken down. Seeker makes sure of that with a very aggressive amp matrix thrown onto the high ground by the attackers. Then Seeker was able to fire through quite easily. Now a Deadeye up for him. Accretion, does connect with Aerial, but he's very much unbothered. Seeker turns around and threatens the Tracer. This is a dirty spot. Very nasty.
Nice little head glitch right there. You know, some Call of Duty tech. This payload just kind of moved all throughout here, Mitch, without any real difficulty. Is this going to be the annihilation here on the points? You just lost Rack Attack, sound barrier used here by Timeless. They're going to get second checkpoint.
What is happening to NRG Shock? They are falling apart here on this defense. If this Sigma comp doesn't work for them, what is the option going to be?
They saw M80 play and were like, "Hold my beer, watch this."
Oh no!
So, I mean, this is not the shock that I think anybody of us. I thought this game would be really close, and map one obviously was back and forth. This second map though, they're kind of getting rolled here, with this the Ramatra into the Sigma. This has been very impressive here for Timeless. Shock desperately need a fight win. You have a great chance to get it here, right? Flux, no barrier on the other side, double support ult, right? You're in a perfect position to get a fight and stop some of the bleeding.
Zoe on the desk is like, no, it's going to be fine. PGE is going to turn up and find picks, and that's exactly what has been missing for NRG Shock. It's been really, really hard for PGE to do anything about this Ramatra. The shield is, quite constantly up in the way. Not many other members of Timeless are exposing themselves here to Cassidy for long enough to turn that into a kill. So PGE just sits here and puts pressure down. Shield pressure, heal pressure on the Ramatra.
They're gonna let them farm their amp matrix here, right? So ZSS ends up getting that out of this. But yeah, that's a huge kill, right? So that's the Gravitic Flux used there. From Infected, you're able to get a bunch of players. You jump in, finish one off. So this is good here for Shock, right? You just kind of now everything slows down a little bit, right? Maybe you can kind of get back at your own pace.
4 minutes. A lot more work needs to be done here by NRG Shock, but winning that fight relatively cheaply, and by that I mean just at the cost of a Gravitic Flux, is a good sign. They need to be looking to... What are we doing here, Zera? Oh man, we are really playing Ramatra Rush. Holy.
Yup. And this is
The
I think
May.
it was like Space Station Gaming or something. Yeah, so we'll see, you know, the May in the mix here. So you get the wall down on the Sigma, right? You know, run down the Sigma there with the May and the Ramatra. It can actually be really difficult to deal with.
Siki here. Would love to push up, but he knows that Scissors is on the prowl. PG also in the last fight or so has come alive. This pulse bomb here could be pretty darn devastating. Ant Matrix throwing up. Oh, buddy! Yeah, that one's going to hurt in the morning. Nice finish by Scissors there to clean up Seeker. ZSS though gets involved. Timeless still have a little to work with now. Having a healer, a tank, and DPS, but it's a little dangerous, a little tight. And there's going to be a huge defender spawn advantage.
Yeah, they're trying to get some heals onto Aerial at the moment, you know, also building up towards that Annihilation. I don't think they want to give up this position, yeah, where you see Cal just ping right there. So getting very close, though, to having a pretty good set of ultimates. Nice May wall there. Sound barrier here for Admiral and Co. Going to go in.
Well, not nearly as strong anymore, Matt, with Cassidy having that speed in Deadeye. Still, though, was enough to break it up for long enough. Aerial with the Annihilation, good for 2. PG and Rack Attack go down. No matter where Ramatra is in the metagame, Annihilation still going to be considered a extremely powerful fight-winning, game-warping ultimate. And out 4 players, Timeless still feel like they can try and end the map, and they're probably not wrong. Here's Scissors. Dodging and diving.
Yeah,
okay, Flux here, simply helps Seeker, and they go over to Cal. Immortality Field thrown down to the ground. They just gave the Cassidy the perfect vantage to get the most important kill. They get Cassidy infected very, very low, and Aerial can finish the job. Timeless get the map done with more than 2 minutes to spare. That's pretty darn quick.
Yeah, and that Gravitic Flux puts Seeker in a great position to end up getting Cal. I mean, that is huge too, right, Cal? They got the Immortality Field and stuff in the mix, so getting that kill there is huge. As Seeker in the chat, we got I think it was an O-man, but we didn't get anything else.
Why?
Haven't seen third point.
Why are these Europeans playing Ramatra May in my game? Aerial, of course, is someone who hails from the EMEA region, technically. It is very SSG, what we just saw there from Timeless.
I do love it, though, in the sense that, you know, Timeless, when they are winning, they for sure let you know that they are up and that they are playing well. There is no let up. With the trash talk from this squad, as looks like they'll actually be playing some Sigma of their own here on defense. So like we talked about a little bit after map 1, just doing a really nice job of just flexing into so many different things, this Timeless roster.
Timeless look way more free-flowing in terms of their composition choices, right? You know, the idea that, you know, a team is allowed to play a comp or not. Obviously, Wheats probably holds the leash, for lack of a better term, in terms of, you know, what NRG Shock would kind of go for. Some coaches, you know, will allow their players to sort of switch at their own volition. Some are a little bit more rigid in their structures. But here comes NRG Shock with the, with the Malga composition. Let's see what they can do here. Up against Timeless on this Sigma. Really well suited for defensive efforts here. And in fact, it says, yo, I'm switching. I'm playing Sigma myself.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. A lot of teams would see probably the Sigma on the other side and say it's a great opportunity to play Malga, but Shock probably feel like, hey, it's a great opportunity to just kind of like mirror and play a little bit of the Sigma. I will say it can be difficult for teams to work into the Pharah in this choke, right? To kind of like, you know, get past, you know, and do some big damage. But look at this. I mean, putting a lot of damage on Aerial, backing everybody up.
High ground here, still being dominated by Seeker and Aerial. It can be difficult to dig the Sigma out of this spot. The attackers, especially with the Sigma combat, they actually need to speed up there. Or if they have Pharah, try and like conk them off. But Shock don't. They have Scissors on the Tracer here.
Yes, Scissors gonna try and maybe take an off angle here in the Firehouse, but these are 2 kills. Yeah, they got them really low that previous time. They just didn't kind of like push in to go to finish it off. This time they actually do, though. They kind of round that corner, and yeah, they were not able to keep Aerial up. So then we're gonna see a Ramatra swap here.
Yeah, Timeless happily doing it. You guys are not winning the Sigma versus the Mythotical Sig. Mythotical?
That's the... Yeah, he spelled that wrong. At least he understands.
All right. You know...
It's not like, Reinforce, just using words because he sees them on TV.
If this doesn't work out, I'd say Collegiate Overwatch, great option. Great option. NRG Shock here. Would love for this to work out. They'd love to be representing the Esports World Cup, but they've got 3 maps to win, and they have a total of 0 so far. Card shoving up here, and Matrix up for ZSS. Okay. Yeah, throwing in a bit of an angle here to try and catch the attackers as they round that corner. It doesn't pay off. This is Cal. Cal always good for a couple when an air matrix comes down. They just seem to click heads instantly.
Yeah, this has been pretty dominant, though, so far now from the Shock on offense, right? So Sigma v Sigma head-to-head, they end up winning there. They win this first fight, and that's the Ant Matrix used there by Timeless to try and get a hold. Now you're going to have 4 ultimates here for the Shock to kind of get this second checkpoint, put themselves in a spot where they could have like almost 5 minutes plus in the bank. So Shock getting off to a really good start.
So the Matrix mirror creates a level of variance here that makes it hard to assess the power of the Ramatra comp versus Sigma. Now though, with that out of the way, we'll see what Timeless can do. Energy Shock have snowballed obviously their ult economy. With Timeless switching, they're a little behind, but they have a beat at least for this Flux, so they really have a fighter's chance here. Oh, not again. Sika up on the high ground. It was a preemptive immortality field, I think, deployed there by ZSS. Didn't want to repeat the mistake of last round.
Yeah, and tried to get PGE, right? Thought maybe he was going to get a peek a little bit past that Sigma shield on the side as Scissor's got to work his way back to the team, but it's going to give a barrier advantage here for Shock and Rack Attack. So, and now you also get Admiral. I mean, this is a great thing here for the Shock. It's going to be the Annihilation used by Aerial and then Sound Barrier. Look at this. They're just focusing down this Ramatra.
Nicely done, yeah. I mean, they had the Sound Barrier available there. Rack Attack knew that the Annihilation could really threaten them here. And they're feeling pretty good in the Sigma composition. For all Infectors complaining about having to play it, it's definitely looked like the better pick here as opposed to that first half.
So what do you do now if you're Timeless? Is there anything you think you can switch to? I mean, seems like Shock's starting to run away with this with the Sigma on offense.
Suggestion here for Timeless to play Malga. Again, OG Shock are probably pretty comfortable with that in general. We've seen how good Ramatra can be against Sigma. But it was a weird round, that first round. If you remember, like, Timeless pushed up and forced NRG Shock off the point entirely. You didn't really see a ton of, like, interaction between those tanks. Seeker. Well, the stage is yours, my friend. Opens up instantly with a headshot that's amped on PGE.
This also puts into perspective like how good Timeless's time is, right? 205, right? For Shock, have kind of like ran through the map, and it feels like potentially it's going to be even difficult, right? With how hard this last corner is to turn for them to set a better time bank. But they do have the Ant Matrix, right? Drop around this corner, you're going to have Infected again here with a Flux. I mean, Flux, Pulse Bomb, Deadeye, Seeker's Deadeye here, just going to try and buy some time and some space. I don't think it's going to result in much of anything. So Immortality Field used there, looked like, and then now you actually just got a little bit of time back.
Hal's going to get 2 kills instantly when they pop Ant Matrix. Okay, yeah, hindrance there, I think, making it impossible for Zera to recall. So good response for PGE, secure the trade. Zera at least has to respect it. Dangerous target to run up.
I mean, is that a good trade though?
Like I think it's fine. I think it's fine for the defenders here.
Yeah.
Getting rid of the Cassidy is going to be pretty important. They'll all be back anyway in a moment. This fight's going to drag out a lot when you have that Ramatra comp with Baptiste's healing. Zero, though, able to, find Cal. That was sort of what I was worried about. As soon as Cal is able to set up here behind an Ant Matrix and PGE is alive, NRG Shock will have a power play moment.
Yeah, and PGE is all like the long-range damage onto the Ramatra, right? So you kind of, you have Sigma there as well, right? But like a large source of the damage is PGE, and then also the defender spawn, especially if a Tracer run back. I mean, it obviously looked really funny. Probably would have loved to just recall there, not be hindered and stuck, but still a trade there. You probably take that if you're Timeless, and now they're going to have a better time bank.
That Deadeye, this will let you get around the corner, potentially. Sound Barrier you use because Timeless said we can't afford to give up any more ground. We actually have to face into this Deadeye, and PGE says, fine, I'll fight you. Aerial here with the Annihilation. Already found 2, and Rack Attack was never getting out of that.
Make it 3.
That's dirty. Ramatra so powerful here against a Shock who had no choice but to try and push into them. And now we stagger out Infected. Big stagger.
Yeah, but up until this point, though, I mean, the Shock were really kind of like uncontested. It's just this last part of the map that is extremely difficult for attackers to navigate. So looks like here, are we gonna actually see? No, it's just maybe just get a little bit of a dash forward and then swap. Well, we have seen Rack play the Life Weaver in the past, so it will not be the Weaver swap. This should be, though, Shock's opportunity, right? Pulse Bomb. A Gravitic Flux here. We're gonna open with the Flux.
It missed? I don't think even Seeker was caught inside that. Okay, so he was there. Still, Admiral, again, able to get rid of that immortality field. Aerial finds 2 inside Nemesis. No annihilation required here. Oh, that's not a fight that, Timeless were expected to win necessarily. Now, Tracer duel, recall there for Zera. Where's Scissors? Has to get out, no recall available, and it's a defensive stop again. Oh, buddy, NRG Shock now down to under a minute. They used the Flux. They only got the Seeker kill for it.
Yeah, and I mean, you invest that much to go in and get Seeker. The immortality field from ZSS actually just doesn't land in the right spot to try and keep Seeker alive. I also think Seeker up in the air probably was going to just end up falling anyway, but which was about 4 minutes. Now down to 30 seconds here for Shock to get a map completion. They'll open things up here with a Seeker Deadeye.
NRG Shock respected, put themselves in bona fide last fight territory now. And mate, just for Cal, I don't think they've been able to use that over the last 2 or 3 fights. That's hurt NRG Shock immensely.
The beat advantage here for Admiral's pretty big.
Okay, there's the Matrix. Cal able to use it here, and Seeker goes down, so PGE finds use for it now. 6 seconds left in the round. NRG Shock should be able to finish the map here, but it's going to be a question and an issue of time banks now. In overtime, they will finish. Critical mass of ultimates achieved, and they get the result they came for, but man, they had 4 minutes heading into this last phase of the map. Seeker there on the Venture in midair, downed by the Deadeye, and this is just a formality. Now Timeless have a chance to attack to win the map.
Yeah, so this is a huge opportunity, though, for Timeless, right? Because you set this pretty good time, 2:05, gonna get another crack at it here to go up 2-0, right? A 2-0 lead here, you know, especially going for this match, really qualifying for the Esports World Cup. I mean, a huge advantage for Timeless, right? It feels like, I mean, we've seen reverse sweeps, right? But it feels like with the way this series is going, you win this here if you're Timeless. It would be very difficult for Shock to kind of beat you on 3 straight. You figure you get at least one of those.
Seeker offered NRG Shock the chance to pick their comp. They haven't taken it so far. But again, that's pretty funny. Timeless definitely feeling confident here, feeling like whatever they sort of play, they can get value out of. But last time we saw them on attack with this Ramatra, they bullied their way in. I think we're in their comms, actually. And Ariel just said, I'm going to hold this corner against the Sigma and not let him in as we cap the point in front of him.
It's not as scary for Timeless to push into this without the Pharah on the other side, right? I know the Pharah on the other side, like putting down, like if you're trying to push this staircase that we see Infected standing behind, if you're trying to push up towards it, it's really scary, right? But without it, you can kind of just run the Sig down. That's kind of how we saw them play it the last time.
They're actually going to do this. They're actually going to TP point and fight. No, okay, switch to the main. Fair enough. Again, you can catch the Sigma out with this setup. Quite powerful, especially as the fight sort of gets dragged out. Highly survivable hero.
I mean, the comp is really survivable, right? Immortality Field, Ramatra, Cassidy, and May. This is a comp that definitely wants to brawl out.
EU. I'll say that much. Nothing wrong with that, though. Aerodel eventually going to be brought down, though. Now, with that Ramatra, it gets a little bit more complex for Timeless, especially as they're staggered out. And they will be. There is no way NRG Shock are going to let them linger around in their territory.
Yeah, and absolutely nothing you can do without the Ramatra, right? So they get the kill on the ZSS there pretty late. So that's going to take us below a minute here. Is also Timeless. I mean, they don't really put down much damage, right? I know Shock get an early lead in terms of some ults.
This is by no means a sure thing here for Timeless. 1 fight left to figure it out. They've switched over to the Venture. And even up against a Sigma, they want to try and take the train cart. Shock say, okay, we're playing passively here. They drop Infected back to the point. They don't contest that part of the map. So Ariel gets to move up now past the fire truck. Poke damage is there. They're going to hide behind the light poles and avoid the accretion as Zera starts to get his hands a little dirty. Infected's forced back. The cap can now begin as Scissors has gone down. Seeker finally strikes gold and blood, whichever you prefer. And Timeless look like they've figured it out. Yes, they do. They run into NRG Shock. The Shock who was so willing to give that ground up to them, drop the Sigma off the high ground. They've given the map away.
I mean, that is a really nice swap there at the end. So, like, it's not really working with the May. They decide to actually go over to a Venture there. Really nice changes there from Timeless.
And they literally said, we'll kind of play whatever you want us to. A little bit of trash talk, of course, but the Ramatra comp ends up paying off because they were able to get to the point and fight there. They even threatened to do that with Symmetra, but the fact that NRG Shock don't have a way to interact with them until the Ramatra is literally knocking on their front door means that the Sigma comp has basically had its entire value proposition nullified.
Yeah, in the OT, we saw like at the very end, right, when they switched over and played like the Venture with the Ramatra, like they just kind of forced that Sigma into like that firehouse, like in the corner, and just the amount of damage that was coming out, the immortality field used, but then they have to kind of step up onto the point with that Sigma, and there's no way they can kind of run on through there. I mean, it was just a death trap.
Yeah, absolutely. Beautifully played there by Timeless in the end, who really earned that opportunity to be attacking again for the win after playing that Ramatra comp themselves. This is a team that we're looking very, very good on the Malga setup, and maybe they don't want to take that risk against this Sigma comp. They go for something they feel is a little bit more robust, a little bit safer to play, and you can kind of see why. But what if Scissors is just playing the Pharah instead, as opposed to the Tracer? Is that an option for these guys?
I mean, yes, it's a little bit harder, I think, to kind of like work your way through the choke, right? You know, Crossfire with that Pharah, like we've seen, I know Zera and other players, do in the past, right? I think we casted a game, it may have been last week, or but it was like on Midtown where, you know, a team was just absolutely stalled out at the choke, couldn't get past like that Pharah. So we'll take a look here at some of the highlights. Some really awesome stuff from Timeless. Man, Shock got off to a great start in their offense and then just kind of sputtered out.
Yeah, they really slowed down towards the end of the map. Here was that moment, of course, just prior where Seeker gets lifted up in the flux and has like the perfect angle to get a Baptiste elimination with the Deadeye. This was quite a good little turnaround here. The Annihilation for Aerial doesn't really stick as Rack Attack was holding the sound barrier in order to answer that exact ultimate. Fight started to break down a lot more here, but the beat timings in general for NRG Shock felt good. This Annihilation was good for 3 kills though, and that's where things really started to backslide. That's when time started to dwindle in earnest for NRG.
And you gotta just wonder, you know, what the kind of typically, obviously, NRG Shock, a always you know, fun group, right? And, you know, the vibe's always pretty high. It's got to be tough right now, right? In the sense that, you know, you've worked so hard, you qualify for Dallas, right? You know, you play pretty well here, you know, throughout the FACEIT League. I think they're just running into the Timeless looked like, you know, they're just a hot team right now, right? I mean, they just look to be on one, and when you have a player like, you know, Seeker and, you know, Zera and damage dealers are playing this well, you're getting awesome tank and support play. And also just the versatility, I think, from Timeless, right? They'll play the Sigma, they'll play Ramatra, they can really seem like they can do just about anything. It's hard to deal with.
Jake's verbiage, he said that, yeah, Timeless are peaking at the right time. I think if there's any moment for the entire year, I think that you really need to win that game and at least guarantee your presence at the Esports World Cup. It's probably right about now. So you've got to respect it. And for NRG Shock, it's demoralizing. They were picked up, I would say, probably for this express purpose. Let's just be very clear, to represent that NRG brand in the club championship in Riyadh. Now, it's match point for their opponents. They are staring down the barrel of a long break from Overwatch as they watch it all unfold and aren't able to get involved themselves. That's the real fear. It's not the fear of losing and the shame of defeat. It's the fear of not being able to play the game at this level, not being able to compete for titles such as these.
I mean, it's also just like a huge change of the ecosystem, right? Where like in the past, right, if you're on top, like, you know, in terms of like just being an owl, right? Like there's no fear of kind of sliding out. Like how things turn so fast, right? This is a team that obviously we all loved going into Dallas, a really fun group. And then all of a, you know, they play well in the FACEIT League. Then all of a sudden, like 2 weekends, and now you're kind of like out of the mix, right? You're out of the mix for a pretty long time, right? So kind of forces you to always try and stay on top of your game.
Yeah, you're right. Things move awfully fast in this era of Overwatch esports. And so far, it has been Timeless been able to stay at least a nose ahead. Esperanza coming up here. In terms of compositions, there are myriad options. We've seen Timeless prefer to play these Ramatra setups. That's valid here. And maybe doesn't have the same degree of, I mean, verticality not really that heavily invested in here. We've seen Winston play on this map, but more so by teams that are feeling ultra confident. NRG Shock have said, right, our Sigma comp's not working. Our Malga comp is probably weaker in the mirror. Now we're dealing with Ramatra, which has required us to adjust what is next? What do they have left in the playbook?
These next two maps aren't great for them either, right? I know Esperanza here coming up. We see, I know a lot of Maga, right? So Timeless, potentially, they think they're going to come out and run the SIG, right? But like, this is a pretty good Maga map. And then Flashpoint, right? I know with New Junk City, like, we don't see a lot of teams try and run Sigma there. I believe we did see one the other day in NA, and it was quite brutal. It ended up being a bit of a loss. So Shock here, they'll come out with a Maga-based composition. Scissors back onto the Pharah as Timeless. Timeless, I think, probably fully expected, the SIG on the other side. So they come out with Ramatra. I think they probably changed this, but we'll see.
Yeah, I don't really think anyone wants to play Ramatra into Malga, to brawl against Malga with a more middle-of-the-road hero in terms of his aptitudes. Probably doesn't feel like the way you're going to win here. Still, Timeless have no choice but to see if they can make it work right now. And again, they find some big DPS picks. They're laughing. The tank matchup actually becomes irrelevant if you can derive advantages in other parts of your game. Zera and Seeker.
You don't exactly love the Tracer against the Maga either, right? That's like, we don't see Tracer really a ton, especially against Maga. Even with Maga, we don't really see Tracer a ton.
Yeah, if Timeless win this fight and actually get anything done with this comp, it's massive gap. They are gapping. And then can switch off of it after. It's really here a matter of not losing too much ground with the comp that, look, we all feel on paper is quite a bit weaker. Infected takes a ton of damage, though, stuck in the Vortex here. Cardiac Overdrive appear to be popped there as Cal has the Kitsune Rush farmed up. No support ultimates yet for Timeless here. Look at those health bars get chunked down. Tough here for the blue side to win in this fight, but a Deadeye for Seeker, drop down. Doesn't pay off. It's Rack Attack getting rid of the Cassidy here. And NRG Shock predictably win this fight.
Yes, they try and use an Amp Matrix there, Timeless, and the Deadeye to try and come out on top here is PG and the cleanup crew. They'll finish a few players off as Seeker lets them know it is now Maga time. So we're now getting a Maga mirror where, yeah, I think Timeless expected them to come out and play the SIG there. They don't come out and play it. They play the Maga. Maga versus Ramatra, I mean, that is a huge advantage there for Shock.
Aerial now on the aforementioned. Infected piloting the low ground, trying to get that bot to move up, and Zera's got some great poke damage to the high ground, namely in Scissor's direction. Suzu they're already used. Deadeye for PGE. Cage fight also applied. Now Sound Barrier used for the Shock. They are investing here to try and get a checkpoint. They're so close to it, but Infected's low. He gets blown up. Ends up being a trade as Zera is felled now. PGE trying to stay away from the Stompers. Now we do see Aerial brought down. PGE and the rest of the Shock can sneak this over the line just a little bit further, and they'll have it here, but the bot is taken away from them. Very aggressive move there from Admiral. The follow-up is there from Seeker, and Timeless have bailed themselves out of this awkward spot. Now they are the aggressors.
Yeah, I mean, checkpoint there would have been huge for Shock, and they end up using that cage fight thing. They're going to be able to get it, but like you mentioned, Infected so low going into that, and look at this. Timeless now can control some of this high ground here. Zera take a little bit of an off angle on the Pharah. I mean, another fight win here for Timeless, and you can actually start to move this, pretty fast, right? Because you may not end up having to use a ton of ultimates here to take this. The Cardiac Overdrive popped here for both teams as Seeker takes out Scissors.
And the rest, the Fender Hammer goes to work here. Timeless have won those 2 fights in a row, which will get them basically even with NRG Shock's progress. And this is what the fear was, I guess. This is the concern. They've switched to this Malka comp later, so they had an ultimate disadvantage. They win anyway. They are just better in this mirror.
Yeah, and I also think this is like a real fear for the Shock now, right? Of like, okay, how do you go out here? You're gonna have the Kitsune rush on both sides, but you have an opportunity to use the cage fight with the barrage. Just look at this, Zera getting into a really interesting position.
Barrage opportunity here. Okay, Suzu comes just in time.
Oh, nice.
Now they shut him down. Checkpoint oh so close here, but NRG Shock finds some fight, but PGE was low. That's fine. If that's the only casualty that they suffer as a result, they'll be happy enough with that. Here come NRG Shock swinging back. This is about as close as it gets on Esperanza, folks.
Yeah, Cal so fast and accurate with that Suzu when the barrage comes in from behind. Just the Suzu onto PGE to keep him up, allows them to take out that Pharah.
PGE being taxied in right now, so NRG Shock have to take their foot off the gas for a moment. And they're happy to, because the bridge is right here. They can now abuse that high ground and say to Timeless, all right, well, you have a lead, but you are going to have to do something about us up here. Otherwise, in theory, our far right damage is going to chunk you down. Here we go. They're taking the initiative to push up to get some extra bot progress. Oh, okay. The cage fight out of nowhere. Aerial hits him with a razzle dazzle. And Sound Barrier come out for NRG Shock, and it was not nearly enough. They were not ready for the bear trap.
That is really interesting, right? I don't think they expected that to happen, right? You know, PGE moving up forward with that Deadeye. It will be Timeless still in the lead, so not anything really kind of gained there from the Shock, but pushing up a little bit further with that bot, and then Aerial comes out of nowhere with that cage fight, locks just about everybody in. Sound barriers on both sides as well.
There's no way they track the Malgus position there, Matt. So now Timeless have the advantage to make use of this high ground. NRG Shock here with cage fight. Hard to use it from the low ground. And a barrage, which would require Scissors to get into a flanking position. So they've got good ultimates, but they're conditional. Infected he's more than happy, I think, just to buy some time here, maybe build that Kitsune rush up, because NRG Shock do need to get going at some point here.
Yeah, both teams look like they're kind of farming up for that rush, but the advantage for Timeless will be this Deadeye with the Rocket Barrage yet again. So Zero has done a pretty nice job getting into some, interesting angles with this barrage. And then look at this, it'll be actually Infected going first. So that's going to be the barrage used while the cage fight goes down, but Seeker deals with it fast.
I think the rush is pretty well timed here. Ariel's still alive, so this is still on the table for Timeless, even in a 2 versus 3, but they really needed Admiral to be standing. With Ariel, the last one remaining, they're out of there. They're going to have to turn tail, charge back towards the rest of their team. Still no first checkpoint. This is feverish fighting.
Can anyone gain any progress, right? It seems like they kind of get to this point, and you see on that mini-map, like, players being escorted back here for Shock, right? So you don't have Infected. It's not like you're going to be able to kind of, like, stand up on the point, so the bot will end up going back the other way.
Ultimate economy, pretty similar here, albeit many of the mirrored ults are out of phase with each other. So it's going to be beats that we're looking at here. Zero with another classic flank, probably on the cards. NRG Shock don't want to, I guess, back off this too much. They actually drop off the high ground and try and take the fight. Nicely done. Admiral low, and yeah, Ariel was also struggling there, but a barrage for Zero is only good for one. At least Seeker gets involved, but it's a 2 versus 3 kind of fight now, and Rack Attack has a beat to spend. I think NRG Shock are going to get this checkpoint. And yeah, we hear the chime. They get that 53.5.
Yeah, so they'll end up taking the lead here, and Shock hold on to that sound barrier. So pretty nice Deadeye there from PGE. Gets up into an angle. It's actually a really early use of the Cardiac Overdrive from Ariel as you kind of work around the corner, but Admiral stuck in a spot right behind that bot, was trying to be the one that contested and ends up falling. So don't get a use of his sound barrier either. Not a huge lead here for the Shock, right? Still 2:30 on the clock, so not out of the woods just yet.
Timeless now still don't really have a huge ult advantage, despite losing that fight. So there's no guarantee that they get going here. Both these teams really worn down over the course of this map. It's felt like 2. As they've been fighting back and forth, really struggling to get that first checkpoint. And we know the win rates definitely favor the team that gets that checkpoint first. So at least the numbers are in their favor. Here they come, cage fight. Sound barrier going to be the prescribed response, and Seeker now wants to try and ring around. The outside of it gets Rack Attack. Sound barrier came out, and it wasn't enough for NRG Shock. Both support ultimates from both sides thrown in. Really, so evenly matched. But now Timeless have a chance for that checkpoint themselves. And with a stagger on PGE, this will be tough to defend against.
Yeah, they're going to get very close. Seeker, though, does end up falling, so he's going to have a pretty long respawn. Buddy. So you see they actually sent Admiral on the minimap here. It's awesome to actually see. So they sent Admiral all the way back to try and escort Seeker. ZSS just move the bot a little bit further forward, and now you'll probably have them just kind of try and play for this high ground.
Timeless advantaged in positioning. Ultimates even, both Faras have the barrages up. The Deadeye for PGE, there might be a difference maker. As Ariel, yeah, definitely wants to get forward. Now it's up to Timeless to be the instigators. 61 versus 64. This is very, very close. Deadeye now for PGE. Trying to clear everyone out of the way. Scissors already found a barrage kill. I think you're happy enough with that now. Timeless may just have to let this one go, but they're running out of time. This next fight needs to be a winner for them. But what are the ultimates to spend? NRG Shock advantaged here, looking favored to take the map.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have any more fights to just kind of throw away here. If you're Timeless, you got to chain at least like 2 back together. I wonder if they try and move up, take a little bit more of an aggressive position. So if they win this next fight, it's not going to stop for the checkpoint, right? They could kind of just progress a little bit further past that. But Shock with a good advantage here in terms of positioning now, and then also having the cage fight.
Shock definitely don't have a reason to go forward here. Don't want to expose
Both
themselves.
teams probably going to just farm up a rush, right?
Yeah, and just do it all in overtime, I think. Makes it pretty volatile, potentially. Now, bot getting whiplash, as are we. But we know both these teams are waiting, biding their time until that last fight. Timeless will have the first Kitsune rush, though. Do they look to try and exploit that window where Rack Attack wouldn't otherwise have it? Here they go. Ooh, cage fight. Thrown down by Infected. Rush here inside the cage going to be used. Infected's cage brought down eventually. And Zera now undetected, uncontested. Finally, PGE finds the headshot, though. Now dancing amongst the blue brick road are Timeless with 4 players. They've evened the odds and have gotten the enemy Malga down. Admiral's built the beat. Lets it go straight away. Rack also, with the same timing, produces his. Deadeye damage on Aerial, and Scissors Barrage is going to secure it here, and NRG Shock are going to stay alive in this series. Pushed to the very brink here by Timeless. They're not giving up yet.
No, as they get that Malga kill early, as Infected letting them know that it's a meme that they lost the Malga mirror, as they get that first map on the board, right? So very difficult kind of mountain to climb, right? I know a reverse sweep needs to happen here for the Shock to get to EWC. They get that first map. In the Malga mirror, look, you know, it was really kind of like an odd game. You didn't typically see like a ton of, you know, push meterage, right? Like we get a little bit past the checkpoint on both sides, like not an amazing map, right? But I think if you're the Shock, right, you prove that, okay, if we have a Malga head-to-head, we can come out on top, and that's probably a good thing going into Flashpoint.
Yeah, it's probably one of the closest push maps we've seen, at least in quite some time, right?
Yeah.
There's a real resistance point around that first checkpoint, and both the teams were fighting doggedly for it. NRG Shock take it first, they end up winning the map, as the numbers often indicate. Let's head over the desk here, because there's much to talk about, as perhaps NRG Shock are waking up a little bit. You know what I mean?
They are, and just in the nick of time. I mean, this was so very close, and the entire series started on a very close note already. Like, if we're looking at the control map, it was a dogfight there. Like, there were a lot of great moments from both of those teams. It was Timeless pulling ahead, but now Energy Shock waking the heck up just in time.
I warned you, Zoe. I warned you. I'm scared.
I admit, you did warn me.
They came, I mean, Timeless came out with a bang, and Seeker's making plays, and I'm just sitting back, and I'm just thinking like, oh no. I mean, lots of standout players on Timeless to make this happen, and we were impressed throughout, Jake, with the tank play coming in from Ariel as well.
Yeah, Ariel really, I mean, the flexibility, bringing out tons of different heroes and finding a lot of success. I feel like it's going to be super important for the rest of this match that Infected isn't locked to just the Sigma. They've got to be able to keep pace on the comp swaps. I don't think you're going to beat this Timeless team trying to just force one thing, stay in your comfort zone. You've got to have that strategic edge, and so I think things like the Winston, the Malga are going to need to come out to keep this series competitive. As we go to Flashpoint, a map that should be very comfortable for Timeless. I think this is kind of the hump that NRG needs to get over. If they can get to map 5, Escort, maybe the Sigma could be more comfortable there, but this is going to be a really tough map on New Junk City.
I mean, they were locked in with the Malga.
I was just about to say, it was the Malga mirror which ended up winning them the fight. Is there something you feel like Timeless has to stray away from? Should they maybe keep on relying? They looked so good on that Ram Brawl.
Yeah, but the Ram worked really well into the Sigma. They felt comfortable brawling into that Sigma, and that's why Ariel got so much value. Specifically on that third point on Midtown, right? You have the Sigma on the attack trying to push into our Ramatra, and Ariel just picked his spots. Like, here's where I'm gonna go, Nemesis form, and he got the punches, and he just racked out the 2Ks, 3Ks. I feel like on this mode in particular, I feel like, yeah, it's a bit of a different map type. You can't really go Ramatra here, and so you kind of want to mirror the Malga. It made sense for both teams here, really. I still feel like I just have faith in Zero and Seeker, and we can match them on the Malga, and we hope for a better result on the Flashpoint. If you're Timeless right here, I'm not overreacting. I'm not thinking like, oh, what tanks do I have to swap to? I still feel like they're the favorite to win this series. Obviously, they're up 2-1, but I feel like they've had so much momentum that just because you lost Esperanza, I wouldn't overreact. I feel like they've been playing better throughout.
We're heading to New Junk City now. What do you want to see from those two teams? Because this is Timeless's pick. I feel like the DPS line on Energy Shock has been a little bit more quiet than the opposition. Are they the ones who really need to step it up here?
I think so. I think this is going to be a big test for players like PGE and Scissors, but they did come up big on Esperanza. I would say about Esperanza, though. The Energy caught a little bit of an early advantage there, getting the good matchup on mid, being able to get a little bit of progress into the other team when they, rolling out on the Ramatra, expecting a different matchup. But and that snowball, I think that small advantage really mattered in such an incredibly close map that really easily could have gotten out of hand for either team. And so I think a full Malgamir from the beginning could be just what Timeless wants. I think the thing for them is just don't overthink it. Like, play what you've practiced.
Yeah, play what you practiced. I mean, you're going into Flashpoint, so it's going to be interesting to see if we see any like weird picks coming in here as well, especially as it gets more brawly. You know, are we going to see any Genji? Are we going to see any Venture? I don't think so. I think we'll stick to our guns mostly. But, you know, it's hard to get away playing the Pharah. I could do it in a couple points here, but for the most points, I feel like maybe, you know, we can see a rogue Genji somewhere, maybe.
I wouldn't mind some Venture, but they have very strong hit scan players in the server, so maybe not.
You have been an advocate for Venture throughout this last 2 weeks.
I'm a Venture enjoyer.
You know what? I'm with you. I'm also an enjoyer of great Overwatch. Let's see if those two teams can deliver. It's match point for Timeless. Can Energy Shock bring it back? Let's find out.
Matt, in your experience, and you have a couple of match points up your sleeve, maybe you're looking to close out a series here, and you know your opponents start to show a little bit of fight. What's the mindset to try and close out a series that you know, probably should be winning?
So I think you have to kind of know, like, momentum is on your side, so to speak, right? So the thing that you kind of can't fall into is the, oh yeah, you know, we're up 2-0, we have a map to kind of give away, then you give away another map, now all of a sudden you find yourself now in a situation where you have no more maps left, right? So I think the biggest thing here is just win first, like win early, right? Win first fight, put more pressure on them, you know, in terms of the mental game, right? They know this is a must-win map, must-win scenario. You have all the momentum. Come out, you know, win first point, win first fight, right? Things like that to kind of get the game, you know, more of that, you know, momentum, the mental game on your side.
There's a feeling, Matt, that NRG Shock are priced into continuing to mirror the Malga. They were able to find a couple of really thin margins on Esperanza that ultimately gave them the map win. But how much longer can their luck hold out? Because for every other map and every other point in this match, they've been the weaker Malga team. Zera disperses NRG Shock like a fart in a field there with that concussive blast, and well, they look to make use of it. Aerial runs Scissors down.
Yeah, you do lose Seeker though, right? As the Cassidy's so strong right now in the meta, one of the strongest heroes. So it will be NRG Shock who ends up taking the point, but it doesn't seem like Timeless cares about the point, right? They kind of like push on up and take out PGE, take out Rack Attack, and then they'll go back to the point.
I guess they're looking to capitalize on the fact that Shock split themselves up to some degree to send a player back down to the point. They find a local player advantage and they exacerbate it.
It's super bad. I mean,
it's not even the same. Jeez.
You know what though? I kind of also like how Timeless has just continued to just like trash talk, because it also like Shock should be extremely focused on the game, right? And Timeless
trying to pull them out of it.
Like this is and this is like right up their alley, right? These, you know, they're always like typing in the chat, they're always kind of like, you know, talking a little trash, having fun. Like it kind of just takes the Shock a little bit off of focusing on like what's really important at the moment.
And if you're the kind of player that's used to trash talking and you're making your opponents who aren't used to trash talking do it in a big game, that's a psychological advantage that, you know, has real manifestations in a match. Infected here, Overrun, completely shattered here. Both teams with the rushes, and it's Timeless who look to take this flashpoint here.
Yeah, it's the later rush there for Timeless, but then also the later Cardiac Overdrive. So the Cardiac Overdrive used pretty early by Shock and Infected, they kind of push on up. They get nothing for it, and then K-Tri plus Cardiac Overdrive, not going to win there. So Timeless, like I was talking about, really important, get momentum early. They get momentum here yet again by taking that first flashpoint. I also think like when you, I have a lot of experience talking trash. It's kind of my thing. When you start to get other people to respond to you, that's how you kind of know it's starting to get to them a little bit, you know? So you start to see when you're trash talking and you see them talking trash back or trying to say or acknowledge it, you know it's getting in your head. And man, that's going to be a fast fight when yet again for Timeless. So they'll actually double back and go get the point. But that's when you keep pouring on the trash talk, right? Or just kind of like having fun.
Timeless though a little quiet over the last couple of moments. They really wanted to double back here and capture this point. They spend the barrage and, you know, in bees in order to secure Junkyard. Let's listen to NRG now as they look for a way to break back in with an old advantage.
Just chill. Alright, I cage point when they come. Get ready. Bottom left. Caging, come Malga.
Mark. Cure TP in.
Malga one.
Nice, far one. Nice,
Look.
no.
Nice, good job.
Kiri?
Look, Kiri.
Nice.
All right, what do they have?
Was that noon up top? Or
That
no?
was noon.
They're gonna have high noon carry.
Gotta respect players here shortening hero names to single syllables so they can repeat them over and over and over again. That's not something that they did with Monkey for the longest time. So this is this is really, I don't know, quantum leaps in efficiency of communication from our Zoomer generation of Overwatch pros.
Yeah, NA Overwatch is adapting.
Oh, nice move.
This will be shot going in there. Wait, what?
Cheeky.
Oh, he got boot from behind. We don't see the boot from behind, but...
Nice little flip back there for Zero. Be short-lived, though. Maybe by a little bit of time. Infected calls it a stagger. I guess that's true.
Yeah, sure. Why not? I mean, you give up a few percentages up on the point, but sure.
So Barrage here, that's really about all you have to write home about for the defenders. And we'll have Kazuna Rush here.
It's an odd spot for Rush, though, right? Like, you got to get out of this choke, I feel like.
Yeah, and then there's high ground here as well to contend with, which the defenders often fall back to.
Oh, interesting. They speed to the point, and Shock decides to give it up.
All right, Timeless comes forward here. Barrage up still for Scissors, but hasn't found a way to make use of it. It's going to be mirrored rushes on the point. Good damage for Scissors, eventually finishes the job. 3v2 favoring NRG Shock now, running into ZSS's direction. Nice little bounce back here for NRG Shock. They really seem to find their feet midway through these maps. They almost did it on Midtown too. But hey, getting a flashpoint here to even it up, they'll be happy with that. Game on, folks.
Yeah, and I thought that was actually pretty good from Timeless in the sense that they got like position on the point and then the Shock were kind of like forced on into him. The Kitsune rushes laid down. Secondary one there from Shock, just a little bit more effective, right? So they end up tying it up here on Flashpoint as kind of take stock of what's available here kind of going into this next fight as looks like Shock want to move in, take this high ground control because you have this PG Deadeye.
Okay, so multiple angles here that Timeless want to operate through, these two doorways. Eventually, though, they'll have to converge on NRG Shock's location, force a face-to-face engagement. Don't know if they want it right now. PGE jumps inside this, but on the outside, yeah, is where most of Timeless are. The damage on Aerial was decent here, but there's no way to really get a good Deadeye at all. NRG Shock get dumpstered.
Yeah, it's a really nice cage fight there. Just kind of locks everybody in a really awkward position. Also, the cage fight with like some kind of natural cover around this pole, right? So you have the ability to kind of even cover inside of it if you are Timeless. So they get control of this point first. So even though that Deadeye, like we were talking about, was used in a position where Shock gets control of the high ground first, doesn't ultimately matter.
All right, again though, NRG Shock need to figure this out. Seeker has the Deadeye now. And it's the same position we saw that NRG Shock took defensively. Concussive Blast disperses, again, the defending team, we'll call them. But they're able to group up once more now around this Deadeye, and Zera's already cleaned up Infected. I think the damage here from, Aerial with the follow-up of Farah was very, very nice, and still no beat used. That's been held onto.
Yeah, I mean, there's been really absolutely no need for it whatsoever as, and now Seeker says everybody died so fast you couldn't even see anybody. They're now no response to the talk coming from Seeker and Co. As this will be Infected. He'll charge on, trying to get a touch. This will be a really early beat here from Rack.
All right, beat from Averil comes in a little bit later. Cage fight thrown down. Seeker didn't get any beat there, Matt. So it's an easy target for Scissors to bombard with those rockets. And the cage fight is very good. Scissors is having an awesome fight because all of his foes are tethered close together. In the nick of time, NRG Shock flip it back.
Yeah, a fast fight actually goes the opposite way there. So Shock, they realize how important that is, right? End up investing absolutely everything into it. For Timeless, you end up using that beat like to kind of drop down to the low ground. I feel like you almost could have kind of like held on to it.
Yeah, I think they feel like they can win that fight, but I think Scissors fighting Seeker, I think that beat gets broken up by the cage. Yeah. That really, really hurts them. They really want their Cassidy to be able to shut down the Farah, especially when the fight gets as close.
Cage fight barrage here for Timeless.
Zero always loves to go on a really circuitous flank, but doesn't actually have the time here, Matt. And Timeless know if they drop to the point, the NRG Shock have an advantage, but they need someone to go and contest. But without a Tracer, this is quite complex. And if they send Emerald there, there's a chance that PGE just peers down in like 3 shots to Lucio. They got to figure it out pretty quick. PGE's Deadeye getting real close, and Scissors will have a barrage to match here. This is about to be a very messy, volatile fight. No support ultimates to play with here. Aerial, cage fight. PGE's going to have to dive in, and yep, the skull was already there. Aerial blown up. Seeker trades out, though. This is how important it is to keep that Cassidy alive here for Timeless, and the barrage comes down from Scissors. Zera hopes to match, but has to spend some time seeking out the Pharah, and it takes far too long. Excuse me, NRG Shock will have this point here. They lose the Malga off the rip. Nice Deadeye from PGE. All he had to do was get a player advantage, and he knew it.
Yeah, it's a massive bounce back there from the Shock, as they did not get off to a great start on that flashpoint. And then I love the idea there. The Aerial thinks that the shield from the cage fight going to be able to protect against the Deadeye. The PG just uses the speed, just gets right inside of the cage fight. Doesn't really matter, right? Just the kill onto the Malga is just worth that much to NRG Shock, and now they put themselves in a position to force that game 5.
Timeless on the back foot here. It's going to be the layered support ultimates in this fight, which make it hard to call. Oh, no way! No bloody way! Rack attack there, knocked out into Seeker's line of sight. Presumably, Scissors fall soon after, as they took some damage, I think, from the Deadeye, even if it wasn't lethal. Cal hoping for a kunai lobotomy. Does work on Seeker. Probably not going to make his trash talk any less lethal, though. You know what, Seeker? It's so annoying because he's not rude with his trash talk. He's just annoying. He's just chirping all the time. He's not insulting.
Yes.
Like, what does that even mean, Seeker, bro? What do you mean you're a Pokemon card, my guy? You get traded? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, maybe, yeah, he's just getting traded, or yeah, I don't really know. The Pokemon card is more your realm. You're a card guy, so I don't really get that one.
Even me though, can't quite decipher it. Seeker's mind remains inscrutable as always. Carrying on though. Timeless already have 50% on this point. They capped pretty early behind that Deadeye. Here comes Infected, looking bad. Looking mad. Throws up a cage here that is defensive in nature.
Anybody.
I'm not sure I understand that. Later beat though, comes down for NRG Shock, so that's something they can definitely hang their hat on, and they get Zera as a result. Admiral's out of the fight here, he drops down. All right, NRG Shock have to spend on this fight, but they get what they came for.
Yeah, the cage doesn't really get anything right. As all the support ults across the board kind of used, but like you mentioned, that later sound barrier, huge there for Shock, ends up giving them the advantage. But Timeless already built up to 84%, right? You get one flip here, you're in a great spot to take this point and get a final flashpoint here on New Junk City with an opportunity to send yourself to EWC.
That'd be crazy to force a map 5 here for NRG Shock, and Scissors is biding his time. Revenge, a dish best served cold. And right now it is still a little too fresh for him. Oh, it's spotted. Oh, dangerous. Oh, he's caught. Zera able to take him down. That might have been it. That might let Timeless back into the map here. Cardiac overdrive for both sides here. But Timeless able to roll over the top of NRG Shock with that Pharah diff. Back to the flashpoint. They'll secure this now. And we'll be going down to one final point to decide the game.
Yeah, losing the Pharah is really brutal there. Is Timeless able to win that without actually end up using anything? Is it looks like Shock gonna end up giving this up. So one final flashpoint here on New Junk City. A Shock win will send us to a game 5 here on this flashpoint. Timeless would end up qualifying for EWC, which would be massive for them.
NRG Shock get favorable spawns to move to bomb flats first, so they'll already be set up. Timeless have the ults to dig them out, to shuck them out of their little shell. And Zera now wants a flank. Scissors is like, no. I know you flank. You know I flank. I'm ready for you. Backing away desperately now. Suzu Hughes there to try and keep him alive. The barrage from Zera finds one, well, two technically, as they end up going down to their own splash damage. Cage fight here for Aerial. Gives Seeker a decent line, but that is it. The Malga is down, and NRG Shock, even with an ultimate disadvantage, they're going to have this point to start.
Yeah, it looks like Timeless really want to take one of those fights early, as they end up using the barrage in cage fight there. Does not work out. That definitely puts them pretty far behind here, Mitch. Barrage, Deadeye, cage fight beat available for Shock. Losing that fight there gives them an opportunity here. Losing the fight for Timeless gives Shock the opportunity to run away with this one.
Time is here waiting. on the beat, most likely. We actually saw, yeah, like an amped heal there just for some of the poke damage. So Admiral trying to get there to 100%. Now he's down a cage fight instantly though for Ariel. You've got to step inside. You've got to keep Ariel alive. And they do. Brilliant. Timeless get inside the cage fight. Throw down the beat. Keeps their Marga alive. But for how long? Not long enough. Shock going to win another fight here. And they're asking for a map 5. They're demanding it. And Timeless seems like they've been given an offer they can't refuse.
Yeah, and the worst part here for Timeless is Cal's going to end up here with that Kitsune Rush. So going to have that huge ultimate there for the Shock to get aggressive, you know, cardiac overdrive and all the cooldowns inside of it even faster and easier to use. So puts Timeless in a brutal spot as Zero gets
got the touch, but that was all in. Comes Infected with the stop. It's Ariel going down first, and NRG Shock have found the pick to end them all. They've hit the jackpot, baby. Here on New Junk City, they've come alive, continuing to build that momentum, and they will be forcing a map 5 to decide which of these two goes to the Esports World Cup.
Oh, we get one map to decide it. You know, Infected spamming reverse sweep in the chat. Seeker with a gulp. As what's quite also interesting is that like the Shock didn't really want to play the Maga mirror really for most of the series, and the 2 maps that they've now won have been in the Maga mirror, where you know the maps that we've seen Timeless look really good have been a little bit more versatile, a little bit more all over the place, like we've seen Ramatra, Sigma, etc. This is literally anybody's game. I mean, this one's going to be very close.
It is already too close to call. The fact that, like you said, NRG Shock have played 2 maps consecutively where they've said we have no choice but to play this Malgamera and try and find success. These fights, these flashpoints, all were so close. It was definitely Timeless who started this map at a big advantage, though, Matt. They looked really comfortable on that first flashpoint.
Yeah, and that's where I thought they would get a lot of momentum, right? They would be able to kind of take the momentum of still having control in this series. There were just, brief moments, right? Like here's one of them, right? Fight kicks off, everything kind of thrown in here for almost both sides, and a Shock able to come out on top. And then I think once they ended up losing the fight, moving over toward the final point using cage fight and barrage, that was their opportunity there to really kind of take control, get point first. Once they lost that, Timeless really had no chance. This fight right here.
Yeah, again, following this, Timeless, like they were desperation. They were forced to just try and get a touch here. The beat was perfect. Admiral says, Ariel's probably getting caged here. I'm going to try and go in here, get a good sound barrier. It's still not enough. That's the sort of worst part. And then we're into a full stall here. These 2 teams have been forging each other map after map into something new, something just a little bit stronger, something that maybe has the chance to truly put North America on the map. Well, one of them to advance to the World Cup, and that is on the line. One more map. Timeless and NRG Shock. It's for all the marbles, Matt, as far as we're concerned.
So we go to Rialto for the 5th and final map.
When was the last time we saw Rialto?
I feel like it's been a bit for us. I feel like we haven't seen it for a bit. What do you think Shock do here? Like Rialto's a pretty good Sigma map, right? But we've seen Timeless when they go Sig do really nice things, whether it be Ramatra or Maga. Or do you kind of continue to play Maga? Like it may not be great here on Rialto. It's a very interesting map that we're going to have here.
Can you imagine Timeless switching off of the Maga composition after it's basically kept them alive in this series? It has legitimately been there.
I mean, they're not like, you're not going to play the Sig, right? It feels like that's a huge kind of concession. Also feels like unless like you played Sig and they're coming out on Maga and they decide to just mirror the Sig, right?
Oh man, I don't know. Yeah, because if you end up coming out on Sig, Ariel starts with Ramatra, then obviously you're forced to maybe try and switch out to play Maga. There is a little bit of like a triangle here of tanks. If you're any team that's not Toronto, who just play Winston anyway and find a way to win. So there's a little bit of mind gaming here. Now I think there's been a lot of conditioning by Seeker to tell them what they're going to be playing. But I think like the trash talking sort of just disappeared for NRG in that map. They really buckled down. They really managed to get involved. And you said like once you get them trash talking, you've kind of gotten what you wanted. But NRG are locked in here. They're not willing.
But here's the opposite side of trash talk. When you are the initiator of the trash talk, right? You can't go quiet.
Stop.
Like even if you're losing, you still have to continue. because as soon as the other team sees that you're not talking trash anymore, they know that your mental is just you're just cooked, right? So you kind of have to keep going.
You guys could be in a game like this. You could legitimately be here, having us talk nonsense and rating your trash
Jake
talk.
could be in your comms.
He could be in your comms, at least in a reasonable hour as well. So sign-ups are open right now for FACEIT Season 2. If you're wondering how that all works, we got you covered. Check this out.
Hey heroes. Season 2 of the multi-divisional Overwatch FACEIT League is back. Join with your team or look for teammates on FACEIT. Compete in weekly matches against players at your skill level at a time that works for everyone. Win your matches and rise through the divisions, competing for your share of the prize pool, earning bigger rewards as you climb. The more teams involved, the larger the prize pool, the better the division balancing, and more fun for everyone. Rise to the top with your team and start your path to becoming a pro Overwatch player. Or just play for fun. FACEIT League. Register your interest for Season 2 now at fce.gg/FACEIT League.
You know, we're seeing a ton of chatter, especially on Reddit, about how to form teams, how to sort of come together. Once you do get a bunch of players to join up and play with, head over to FACEIT. I mean, you will progress. You'll be able to progress here to the Master League. This is not just an Esports World Cup qualifier. It is also the finals of our Season 1 Master League. Dual purpose, of course, this tournament. As you can see up the top there. So, to get you all back up to speed, Rialto is our 5th map in this series. A decider. The winner here will claim the third, well, in theory, the 3rd slot available in North America, or at least the 2nd or 3rd, to get to that Esports World Cup.
Do you have this on your the bingo card coming in? So it'll be the Shock on defense playing the Ramatra. So they'll play Ramatra Brig, which can kind of hold that corner pretty effectively with a Widow in the mix. So a much different look from the Shock, something we have not seen obviously throughout this series. As Timeless, they will play Ashe for a little bit longer sightlines, right? Not going to be playing the Widow, as Zero now finds out that there's a Widow on the other side. And they'll play a Brig BAP with Ramatra of their own. So completely different comps we haven't seen so far today.
Really different. What a mix-up here. What a time to sort of bust out these different looks. PGE, the Dark Lord, needs to find some serious purchase with this Widowmaker, though. Otherwise, they're going to start to run out of space in order to maneuver and crucially reposition in between these shots.
Yeah, I mean, you're giving up some damage, right? Obviously having the Widowmaker in the mix, but the kill potential and just kind of the scare factor of the Widowmaker obviously becomes a thing as Ariel eats some shots. Nice shot there from PG. Just jump around the corner to take out the enemy far.
Huge pick. Without Zero here, as we know, Timeless used them as a flanker. They're going to switch to Tracer so they can really do that. And also put some pressure down on PGE. The Fire a little bit too risky to play here with the long sight lines that Widow is currently piloting. Zero now hopes to try and intrigue the defenders to drop off the high ground, at least for a moment.
Yeah, looks like they're going to kind of send their tank up there yet again. Ariel going to the high ground here with Admiral trying to do that as well, trying to just dislodge from that high ground as Zero going on a really big flank. But see, Scissors kind of just monitoring that, right? Doesn't want to let Zero get close to PGE because he's clicking hits.
PGE has to know that the Tracer is on the hunt. You can hear them. Oh, there was potential there. We don't grapple shot at this level. There's no way you connect that. Zero staying scarce of the crosshairs of PGE. Still need to do some actual damage, and there it is. Cheeky little one clip. We'll call it close enough anyway. And there's the Widow down. Now, the rest of NRG Shock look to drop down. The Air Matrix is right there in front of him. Scissors, that's beautiful. Okay, Air Matrix has to be used there just for ZSS. Immortality Field also to cover against that Pulse Bomb potential. And he's cleaning them up. Scissors is cleaning them up! And no one's doing anything about the Tracer right now at all. Zera busy elsewhere.
No, absolutely dominating here is Scissors. Is doesn't finish off Zero at the end. That's also huge. I mean, Rack ends up getting that rally really early, right? So ends up using it, keeping everybody topped up there as well. Is now Seeker off of the Ashe, now over to the Cassidy. Still no long-range answer here for PGE, so he's gonna pop in for sight. This is gonna buy some more time. You're gonna be at like a minute or so to go here. With Timeless, the bot not in a great position.
Timeless have to hope, they have to believe that Zera is still going to be the answer to PGE, but with that infrasight, it's now impossible to sneak up on the Widow for this window. That's expired now, and actually G-Shock are all grouped up here. Decent poke damage as Seeker and Co try and cross that gap. Aerial very low. And they're going to get themselves the high ground.
They don't want to... Shock doesn't want to engage on them right away, though, because they know that they have the rally, right? The rally was used previously by Rax, so they have a good idea that the rally is in play
Early
here.
Mortality Field has to be used there. Here's the rally from Admiral to top. Aerial back up in time. PGE dodging, ducking, dipping, diving. Having to get away with the Pulse Bomb and Sarah. Stymied by the Immortality Field. It's Infected falling first, though, as NRG Shock lose their Ramatra, but Scissors again. A big impact in the last couple of fights. Can't do enough here to stop Timeless. It looks like they'll have this first checkpoint now.
Yes, PGE will get staggered out as Infected goes over the ball. You're going to actually have a little bit of a fight here as Scissors does end up falling. This should be still the checkpoint, like you mentioned, going over to Timeless. But you're going to have to use an Am Matrix here to try and get rid of Infected and Co.
Stalled for quite some time, did Infected, but all it really allows for is for PGE to take a shot and clean up ZSS. Timeless here still with a bit to work with, but just over just under 2.5 minutes here for that next checkpoint. This part of the map is treacherous, and PGE now switches over to the Cassidy to look to match Seeker's impact.
Yeah, it took a really long time for Timeless to get anything going, and but having that rally, no, they didn't have the rally. I do see Rag Attack already kind of near his. They didn't have a rally anywhere close to the amount of time as Rack just gets deleted there by the Ramatra from Aerial. Where that late rally ended up helping out Timeless so much. This will be Deadeye with Annihilation pushing through the high ground.
Absolute wash here. Aerial, we're not sure really how he finds that kill on Rack Attack. It looked like a freebie. Rack Attack appeared and then blown to smithereens. Seeker still chirping up here. Telling Infected to get back on the wrecking ball. That's not happening this time around. He'll stick to the Ramatra. How in a Ram mirror at this point in the series?
Yeah, I mean, this is something we have not seen really like at all in really kind of like any region. Will be rallies for both sides here.
Pulse.
As Infected taking a lot of damage.
Mortality Field for Cal. Rack Attack knocked back. Good shield bash in though. Admiral falls. Both Briggs are down. But Aerial able to find purchase here in his regular form. Scissors though has found two. Both Seeker and ZSS. Yeah, Nemesis form pop means that Scissors has to respect this, but he can't get that far away from the cart. He definitely will be in range of the flying fists. And more stall here. Rack Attack back on the Lucio. Knocked away. Okay, they've managed to get there in time here. And Infected has come back. NRG Shock have been able to stall Timeless out here. And Aerial is too low to fight. He's got to get away. But throwing up the arms to protect himself isn't enough.
I mean, you say NRG Shock, you know, fight long enough to get back. It is Scissors who kind of stays there long enough as get a little LOL in the chat from Scissors as just dances around the cart for long enough to make it very difficult on Aerial to pick up that kill, and then allows everybody to get back into the fight. And not just they get a hold here potentially, Shock, you know, the stop, you know, that bot from going on through that second checkpoint. Look at the clock, we're down to 20 seconds. They have everything to work with here. Just that stall from Scissors puts them in such a great spot.
Last chance saloon here for Timeless. But let's say you make your own luck. This is where it happens now. Air Matrix available for ZSS. That's been used already. PGE has to be careful. Knows he's swinging into a window here and can only settle for just a little bit of damage. Seeker, however, can play proudly out in the open now from his high ground spot. What a headshot. What a way to clean up Scissors. He's been a real menace in these last few fights. In fact, he might have to go for an annihilation here in a moment. And Cal's Immortality Field is down. The lifelines for NRG Shock are dwindling, as are their health pools. And now down to nothing but the Ramatra. They'll have to concede this second checkpoint. Timeless, a further extension here, 90 seconds.
Yeah, and the decision for Shock not to use the Annihilation, I like it, right? You're just not in a spot to be able to win there. It would have been just kind of throwing the ultimate away, where you absolutely cannot allow Timeless to finish the map. It'll be pulse bombs for both sides, Annihilations as well. Admiral now with a little bit of an advantage here towards his beat, but look at this, Infected starting the fight off early with the Annihilation, gets through.
Still though, Aerial able to fight back here. Annihilation now coming later for Aerial, but no supports here to keep the Ramatra up, so this is it, no more health after the fact. Infected also trying to fight back a little bit, forcing Zero to respect, but eventually they bring them down. Pulse here, not enough, as there is healing available for Timeless, and they've got a sound barrier. Shock threw themselves at them there with everything, or at least it seemed that way. Now to be a battle of beats to decide the outcome of this round.
Well, Shock got off to a tremendous start, right? They're able to pick up 2 kills straight away. It's just not enough. Look at how fast Timeless goes into the backline.
Okay, Admiral sticks the landing, but it's a little bit of a pucker zone, I think. Still though, Timeless with a later beat. Maybe not intentionally. Look to try and get value out of it, but Ariel's going to be brought down first. Infected. Cal hastily trying to get healing across to the Ramatra. Now with the Amp Matrix, that's going to be an easy feat. Cal eventually brought down though. Admiral gets into the back line and Zera's pulse more. Hold on, there might be something here. Infected's healthy though, very healthy. Able to mostly disrespect the Tracer's damage and move up in their way, but Rack is gone. It's just the Ramatra left now. Cal desperately swift steps into the fight. A 2 versus 2, make it 3 now as Ariel is on the scene. Zera having to keep it respectful. Distance had a recall available for the virtual heal, and Ariel's power block can't keep him alive. Sombra for Seeker, are you kidding? Zera now trying to work in from the flank. A Deadeye for PGE gets interrupted. This is Sombra is running wild over them. Seeker rolling back the clock here to find a silver bullet in the final moments of the round. Infected can't keep himself alive long enough. This Sombra is disgusting. Seeker fights 4 in the fight. Iraq would be the last. He gets his just desserts. And Timeless look to try and finish the map, but Venture jumps on in. There's also going to be a Reaper getting involved for PGE, but even though he's the most powerful hero in the game, it's not enough to bail them out. Timeless get the map done. Ridiculous overtime fight.
As Admiral starts that fight off with a BA, puts in the chat 2 beats, he ends up with a second sound barrier in the fight. I mean, to give you an idea, I mean, it is extremely difficult and rare that we see a Lucio who ends up kind of building up towards a second sound barrier as Scissors with some kind of heroics for Energy Shock right on that second checkpoint on the defensive side of things. That time it was Zero and Admiral with just tremendous plays, keeping it going, keeping it alive, and allowing Ariel to come back on the Doom, Seeker to come back on the Sombra, and building a second sound barrier is just unreal.
The Sombra.
All right, that's a little too. I mean, now we're 7 a little bit too far. I mean, now we're going a little bit too far.
Does it count if you coronate yourself? Do you know what I mean? It's like going to Burger King, getting a paper crown and slamming it on your head.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? What was your oyster, Seeker? Make what you will of it. After that performance there, Timeless had finished the map with no time left. The fact on Rialto that you're finishing the map already, considerable. Because this Timeless team were in overtime on first and second checkpoints as well as the end of the map. It doesn't get any closer than that.
You also think of the way you end up losing, right? The way you end up giving up that full completion there. For the Shock is quite brutal, right? I know some heroics looks like it's going to go your way, then kind of spirals out. So see if the Shock can break this open though on their offense, and there goes PG.
Okay. Not sure how that happened. Energy Shock already reeling. They really thought they had it in the bag. They probably had it in the bag after the second checkpoint, they felt. Satisfying dig sounds here for Seeker. Cal laid low and has to give themselves an immortality field. There's a window here for Timeless to actually start a fight, but maybe the stakes are a little bit too high to throw caution to the winds like that.
Yeah, I don't even think it necessarily they need to start the fight. Like, just have the Tracer contest the cart and force them to try and push up here towards this high ground. That's exactly kind of how they played on the opposite side. You saw what kind of difficulty it gave Timeless.
Okay, now looking to retake the high ground are Timeless, and that's beautiful. Cal just forced on away. Even though they had that immortality field coming off cooldown, the rush was something they were not ready for. Energy Shock have to figure out a more elegant way of unraveling this perch position that Timeless have staked their claim to.
I mean, but how? Right? I mean, you're not playing like a Pharah. Like, Scissors has to just kind of move the car, right? Make it scary enough for you to have to drop down.
That is quite valid, to be fair. That's how teams do it on Hollywood. Much harder to do this without the Tracer. Vortex here, giving ZSS pause for thought. Yeah, immortality field thrown in, but Infected punches that one away. However, exposes themselves to the left hook of Ariel. Pulse though thrown in, ZSS is removed. And Anti-Shock here are on the road. They break through.
Yes, once that immortality field comes out early, it's a nice pressure there from Scissors on the backside. Almost impossible for them to kind of hold that top position. Do you get a contest here?
I don't know about that.
Looks like Seeker was going for one. Yeah, this is an Amp Matrix you're just kind of walking face first into, so.
Ariel doesn't step up in time. Checkpoint at GT for NRG Shock, and I like this pace from the Shock. Extremely proactive with deploying those ultimates. That early Amp Matrix secures the checkpoint for them in and of itself. And 4 minutes and 20 here to work with. Blazing a trail through Rialto.
So the way that Shock played on defense, I think if you're timeless, given the amount of time on the clock, I think you come up here and try and take an early fight. Like, try and get a fight win, like, by this underpass here. Like, you don't allow the cart to just kind of, like, move on through. And that's exactly what they're going to do, starting off with Seeker's Deadeye.
And that's enough to force him down. Seeker was asking for more, as he always tends to do. Immortality Field is drawn out of Cal, though.
Immortality Field. Yeah.
Okay, Annihilation. Dangerous here for Timeless. They back away, but they have the sound barrier. Rack has a little later one, but PGE and Scissors don't benefit from it at all. PGE unbothered though, playing around the corner with that Deadeye. Zera from above though, good damage put down on Rack attack, and he follows up. The second clip is the golden one for Zera. Seeker the only casualty there for Timeless. Dangerous here for NRG Shock, although they have a lot of time to work with. Losing a fight there, it's a killer for momentum.
It's massive, and it's something that the Shock, because remember when the Shock were on offense, is a nice kill there at the end. When the Shock were on defense, sorry, Rack Attack got picked up on the high ground really early, so they didn't get an opportunity to take a fight there. Now, because you get that fight win here for Timeless, you get another one as the cart's going to go in, right? So you figure just by that, you're going to dwindle another minute or so off the clock here.
Still a matter of forcing the defenders to drop off the high ground. NRG Shock, that's the plan. PGE took 2 headshots approaching here in this high ground room. That is going to slow them down significantly and put a lot of heal pressure on the Shock. They'll love to go the underpass route here, but it's not a powerful spot to be playing from.
If you're Timeless and you can hold them to, you know, let's say they get the point with like a minute to go or anything below, you set yourself up in a really good spot for Timeless. I think you're pretty happy with that.
And Matrix here's the SS, have to use it really defensively. Throw those heals in. So NRG Shock denied another way in, and they've lost 2 minutes, Matt. 2 minutes on this phase of the map here. Can't start around the corner, though. This is going to force Timers to commit, and they do. Immortality Field barely existed. That's removed instantly, and Aerial dives on top of PGE.
Yeah. They see PGE and Cal taking a little bit more of like a wide angle there, trying to swing out behind the boxes, and they just collapse on them instantly. I mean, the Immortality Field is out from Cal really fast, just not enough to be able to kind of keep them alive. As gonna have to use the Immortality Field to keep Infected alive, getting him back to the spawn. But this has been really good for Timeless. Now you have Annihilation up rolling again, right? Sound Barrier, you can start to kind of cycle some of these ultimates and just dwindle more clock, right? You completed the map. And that last fight, it showed you how difficult it is to complete the map, right? You figure you get in that fight a few times out of 10, you're not going to win it. Just tremendous stuff. That's a sick Deadeye.
PGE rounds the corner. He knows that even with Aerial in his face, he can push past him and find a massive multi-kill opportunity. So he does. After the fact, though, NRG Shock lose a couple of players, but they're close enough to the checkpoint here to complete the job. But Seeker comes on in. There's some stall here. Sound barrier now. It's going to be Seeker and Admiral benefit from it here. Rack Attack trying to get into the fight with a beat of his own. He dispenses it just in time, too. Cal was looking a little bit worse for wear. The Diva here for Aerial now. It's going to be an Amp Matrix. ZSS can play from behind. It's 57 seconds left in the round. Not a lot to work with. Infected's low. Gets an Immortality Field. Seeker even lower, playing inside the Vortex. Somehow kept alive for quite some time. But NRG Shock will not be denied. Eventually, the Diva mech is removed and Aerial's out of the game. 2 minutes and 10 to play with. It's all on the line here. This is for the World Cup. NRG Shock need to at least finish the map.
Yeah, they're going to go back to exactly what they were running. So those comp switches just to get back touch to the point, dwindle more time off of the clock. Because you can force out some ultimates there from Shock. You're really not that far behind here. I know in terms of the overall ultimate economy for Timeless. So I think if you're Timeless, you move up, you take another fight, but that's going to be PGE finding 2. That's enormous.
Yeah, I mean, Scissors was trying to build pulse here, but all the work being done by PGE, who's come alive on this half. And now NRG Shock are in striking distance here of map completion. Both teams would get a time extension in that case, and we'll be running it back. So every extra second that NRG finish with goes a long way.
I like this. I was actually going to question, do you bring the Mauga out in the previous fight? They bring it out now where there's a great spot for the Mauga to fight from.
Genji. Jake mentioned he'd like to see that at some point. What a time to bring it out. Pulse throw from Scissors as they built that in the previous engagement. Deadeye Seeker rolls out of it. Here's the stop. Interrupted. PGE blown to smithereens. Scissors still able to find some use of the pulse bomb, and it's an annihilation for Infected. He steps up. Zera taken down out of the fight, and Khaled's an Amp Matrix coming online at just the right time. He pops it here. Has to try and answer the beat in terms of overall throughput, but they've lost Scissors. They lose him in that window. Now the beat comes down for a rack attack. Pushing into Timeless, getting aggressive in Aerial's direction, but he's an immortality field for the defenders. Aerial backs up. Cardiac Overdrive is huge, and a charge now in the direction of Infected. Nemesis form popped. They're on a roll over the top of the Malga. And Archie Shock here coming forward in numbers, and the Sojourn for PGE whittling down at those health pools. ZSS is low, desperately low. Zera comes in though. The Swift Strike is massive. 25 seconds left in the round. It's got to be Infected to break through here, but they might be out of time. They might be out of opportunities. I can't believe he's out here on the wheels mode. And Archie Shock have one more chance to get this done, and they're staggering Infected. He won't be able to get back for one last fight. Devastating for the Shock.
Oh, they just let Infected live for so long. Tremendous stuff there. ZSS with an Amp Matrix there, drops it. Zero with a perfect play.
Scissors moves up to touch. Nothing else he can do. 10th overtime going at the very least now, but wheels mode for Seeker makes him a formidable foe to say the least. Dragonblade just around the corner here for Zera. Attack grenade going to be thrown out. Here's the ball for Infected. Gives the shield to some teammates, and it's time for Zera to go in with the blade. In for a penny, in for a pound. Rack Attack at least able to trade out and interrupt the Genji as he goes on his dive. It's ZSS to fall though. Seeker so low. Defense Matrix used by Aerial to try and prolong the life of the Basti, but it's not enough. Scissors is running wild. There's a pulse bomb now available for him, but defender's advantage. Keep that in mind. Infected finally succumbs. Recall here for Scissors. It's going to be Admiral falling down, but the reinforcements are too good. Timeless have done it. Qualifying for the Esports World Cup.
It's opposite day. It's opposite day. It's opposite day.
Oh my god.
Oh my fucking god. Let's go, bro.
Let's go.
We're clutchy as fuck.
You guys are so good. You guys are so good.
God. This is crazy. Wait, this is actually crazy.
Why don't we can't run against me? I'm the Viking, bro.
Hey guys, it's Jake. I'm in your cause. You just won an all-expenses paid trip to Saudi Arabia.
Jake. Oh my god. Bro, I love you, Jake.
What? You guys.
We're going to predicted it. You predicted it, bro.
You guys, what an unbelievable game. I mean, I think I speak for everyone at home. That was an absolutely insane series to watch. I mean, we can feel the emotion right now. What were you guys thinking about this game? Did you think it would be this close?
I thought we would. I knew we'd win, but like,
It was gonna be a close game for sure.
yeah,
It's gonna be a map
because last
fight.
time was close.
Bro, holy what the
What were the comps like at the end there? I mean, Zero with like a 3K on Genji. I mean, that was just absolutely nuts. Like,
I was just screaming. I was actually just screaming, break play epic kill, and I got like I don't even know what happened, but I just did something, and oh my gosh.
How are you gonna get player of the match again? Like, I'll leave some for the rest of us, bro.
Wait, who got player of the match?
we haven't decided.
Actually.
I know who I was voting for, but we'll see.
Who would you give it to?
Yeah, that's a good question.
That's a real question.
I'd give it to Zero.
Hey, you ready last time?
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah, we got word. We got word.
Ariel is getting player of the match.
Oh, wow.
Let's go.
I was pulling for Ariel in the green room. The ramp plays were on point. Some of those middle maps in this series, they were huge plays. Really impressive performance. Wow, you guys. Go into the Esports World Cup. When you came into this qualifier, how likely did you think that was? Like, aside from this match, how likely did you think that you'd make it, you qualify to Esports World Cup, go to Saudi, play on the world stage?
Oh,
I mean, from my perspective, like building this team, like we got like a new pickup for our backline. I'm really confident with these guys. You know, Z and Admiral are like insane players, I think. And like when we started playing together, like we could tell it was really clicking. And like we were improving so much. Like we were going even like every team. Like we were playing really well against like the teams that went to Dallas. And yeah, I mean, we thought it was definitely a possibility, you know? Looking at the meta it was too, like Maga, we knew that like if it was a Maga meta and we could play Maga, we could definitely make it because I think we're really strong on Maga. Even though we lost the 2 Maga mirror maps because we trolled, but...
Well, you seemed confident in the all chat, Seeker, all throughout the game. Even when momentum wasn't in your favor, you were bringing out the trash talk and Infected responded. I mean, is that just like, does that motivate you further to trash talk like that?
I mean, I don't know. I just like doing it. It's just fun to do. Like, fun to have banter in the game, and like, I know they're not taking it too seriously. But,
Wait, there's a promise we made, right?
Oh yeah, there's a promise we made.
We have like a Chinese audience that stay late every night to watch our games, so we just want to thank you guys for cheering on us.
Thank you.
Yeah.
LNLD says thank you to the Chinese fans.
Yeah, we're in LNLD salute you. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's right. Some appreciation there. Now, of course, this tournament isn't over. You have qualified for EWC, but you're still in it to win it here in the playoffs. Does that even matter to you still, or are you now just cruising and see how far you can take it against M80 next?
Bro, let's just do it.
It always matters, bro. We hate losing. Honestly, like, seeing Gator uncoachable, like calling all the NA teams complacent besides them and M80, it really makes me mad. Because, like, I'm 17, I want to be the best player in the world, and, like, NA got fucking destroyed on the international stage, so I hope one day that...
Yeah, NA's last hope,
You can prove the region right.
I don't like him saying we're complacent, and then, like, after beating Shock, they say, oh, like, we're not even trying, like, we do one scrim, like, it's... You know, it's like, why would you trash talk the other NA teams and then do that? You know,
that's good. I like that. That lit a fire underneath you.
You gotta get revenge for the rest of NA.
That's right.
Oh.
All right, well, you know what, guys? That was so intense. We're gonna, talk about that here more on the desk, of course, but we're gonna let you guys go and celebrate. You still have more matches to go in EWC. For now, though, this was a huge victory. So congratulations, and thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I was here. Thanks.
That's huge.
That was
what an incredible match.
This was the best match we had. This was the best match we had all EWC qualifiers long.
Yeah,
like just hands down. And it started off like, okay, like, it's close-ish, but like that? No. Like, I don't think anyone would have expected Timeless to take it that far like that. They were the underdog coming into this match. They were not the ones to be expected to win from everyone. So now they have that slot in the big international stage. It is those young players who get to show them that can't underestimate the NA region. They're not complacent. I like that lit a fire underneath them.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think those young players with bringing the passion. We talked about that in the European region. People talking about how passionate the players are, that they really want to win. They want to be the best in the world. And to hear that still exists, there are still players here in NA who want to give it all and want to play on the world stage and show what they've got. That speaks to my heart.
It's such a great team with such amazing individual additions as well, because you got so many playmakers on this team. Jake, you talked a lot about how Zero and Seeker are really impressing you on there. Ariel as well, being able to play so many different tanks. But then you have a main support like Admiral as well, who's coming over from London Spitfire last year, who has that kind of like shot calling structure, right? Like he knows what it's like to be on a team that really has great shot calling, and that was something that London Spitfire emphasized through all the years in the Overwatch League. That we really want to excel at shot calling. We want to have great pre-fight plans, right? So now you're taking all this individual ability and you combine that with kind of like the structure that Admiral can bring to this team as well, a flexible tank. They have all the ingredients necessary. So I'm really looking forward to see what they can do at the Esports World Cup. When you play this proactively and you try to carry the momentum in the series, that is ultimately what you need if you want to challenge some of these top teams, right? You can't just sit back and wait for the other team to make mistakes, because they're not going to make mistakes. They're the best players in the world. So you got to bring your A game to them. And I feel like Timeless, this roster, I feel like they're capable of doing that. So incredible accomplishment overcoming NRG here, who is a fantastic team. Just fell short on the finish line here, but it was a clutch. I mean, it was a timeless clutch in the end here in the third point.
I mean, we showed map 5 highlights. I feel like the entire map was just one massive highlight. Big plays coming out from Zero there on that Genji. What a great switch for him to go onto that Genji for that very last fight. And then, of course, the mega stall on Infected there. That was brutal. Wow. It shortened their time so much, but this was an insane game. Now, of course, Timeless is moving on to the lower bracket final, where they will be facing off against M80 for a chance to then go into the grand final. So, wow.
We got one more day. It felt like just like such a culmination of just energy and hype after that series. But we got 2 grand finals coming over tomorrow.
I feel like I'm crashing right after this.
Seriously.
This took all my energy. And what a great cast as well from Matt and Mitch. They brought the action into your living rooms. But we have a few more things we want to recap, of course. We still have $1 million plays. I honestly forgot about everything else that happened today after the match we just saw. But let's see what we got for us. Let's see what we got. I think we're kicking things off with a Soj play.
The
Collat is nice. Yeah. The Collat using that new patch.
Set up a Doomfist punch as well.
I like it.
I will say, I hope we get some more cool highlight clips of the Collats. They're always just amazing to see. Power
There's a
punch. He
doofus
saved
punch.
this power punch from last fight, by the way. Big ups to Chase. He cleaned out the last fight without using the punch.
Yeah, also loving the Doomfist play, you know?
Yeah.
All
Well,
right,
Hero,
next
good to
one.
see it looking strong.
Some
Okay.
Kellen
Body
action.
block. Oh, I love this.
I took this out for you, Jake, the body block.
I just watch them squirm, watch them suffer.
On the walls,
This is a true high elo play. This is like the ultimate
Please.
high elo Overwatch play as a body block.
That's a
he has to
perfect
wait for
body
his
block.
next
That's
boop
great.
cooldown to get out.
Jake is supposed to be the nice guy on this desk.
That is not
What's
true.
happening?
Oh, this. Oh my
man, that
God.
was-
Oh, it's disgusting.
Oh, so good.
That is a biohazard. This is gross, disgusting.
I guess
Also,
a diva too.
again, keep in mind there's a diva on the map. That should not happen.
Kalush did not anticipate that one. I mean, that is beautiful.
They're just so good on trying to keeping all the pressure on. So many players attacking you at once. It makes space for RuPaul to find those nades. And we've seen a few of those from him right in this tournament, like 5-man nades. That should almost never happen. That's like an unrealistic play.
I'm like, you get value from the Ana, and RuPaul's like, yeah, I can get
5.
I can get value.
Sure.
Yeah, no problem.
Watch me,
I got
watch
this.
me, hold my nades. Or actually don't. Yeah, actually, yeah, hold
Yeah.
It works, guys. We still have one more day to go, as we already said. So let's take a look at the schedule for our last day of the EWC qualifiers. This is what we have in store for you tomorrow. All them finals. The finals being played in a best of 5. 7, actually. 7 numbers.
We got a lot of Overwatch coming
We
away
got
tomorrow.
so much Overwatch.
We got 3 best of 7 series. Let's go.
Actually, insane.
With the best teams in all the regions as well. I mean, the top 3 teams in EMEA and NA.
And the
Which
last
team
spot
are you
for
most
Esports
excited to
World
see?
Cup. I think I'm really curious to see the Peps versus Space Station rematch with Space Station at full power, no excuses. This is the time for Peps to either stake their claim as really one of the top in EU, or for Space Station to shut them down and kind of reclaim the throne. I think there's a lot of sort of passion riding on that match.
What about you?
I'm like, please, ENCE, close this one out. I'm not even like an ENCE fan, but I'm like,
Just let him get a
you
win.
got 2nd in stage 1, 2nd in stage 2, 2nd best EMEA team at
Think of
OWCS
the
Dallas.
bridesmaid.
Don't get 2nd here in the FACEIT League playoffs. Like, close this one out.
Such a star-studded roster. It's surprising.
I want to see Timeless stomping through. I mean, I don't think they're going to take down
that was
Toronto,
lovely.
but honestly,
That was great.
Would love to see them going over M80.
You know, just for the story,
Yeah,
to see them take down M80 and show them that like they're not complacent, they can hang with the big dogs, not even a problem. The performance after we've seen today, I believe it. I definitely believe it. For now, though, it's time to catch some sleep, hydrate. You know, just do all the right things, make good choices, and we're going to see you again tomorrow, same time, same place, and let's close this one out strong.
Same what?
Same stuff, yeah.
What a day.
Bye.
Exodial can just, push the pressure like this.
Just one. Oh, the stick's good. There's the roll, still survives. Kevster hindered with the new flashbang. It's actually the first to fall. This is not looking good for ENCE. A pulse bomb in the choke doorway to try and kill Kevster, but it's not to be. Tread's the only one there to touch, and ENCE, they got the primal, they got the kills, and they deny the reverse sweep from Peps. But now we're seeing Vestola come in. You're kind of expecting if you're GG Peps to see that Wasp is back. I'm not joking. That Wasp is back. It just flew right past me. I don't think that you called out on camera, but it is going crazy over there. That was scary. Another good team fight from Twisted Minds. They can set back up on this high ground, and they're going to stagger Astro too. Oh no! Oh, Astro! There's the boom.
That's so sad.
See you later. Look at all different kind of ways. The pin doesn't quite connect. Landon staying alive in the backline does kill Crispy, and somehow Space Station have done it. A GG in the chat as Space Station claim the series 3-1 and knock Twisted Minds out of the lower bracket. Teams, here comes the barrage in the backline. Cavalada finds 1, finds 2, 3 kills, and Lodewig, sent 6 feet under, and they say find the flip, the team kill, and find themselves in the finals.
You're powered up. Get in there.
You do care what's on the scoreboard, though. So you might want to get hopping there. Wow, it doesn't get any better than that. It's my bio name. Talk about coming back with a vengeance. Side, you've got to keep everyone alive, and they do. Brilliant. Timeless get inside the cage fight, throw down the beat, keeps their marker alive, but for how long? Not long enough. Shock, gonna win another fight here. And they're asking for a map 5. They're demanding it. Let them up.
Scissors is running wild. There's a pulse bomb now available for him, but defender's advantage, keep that in mind. Infected finally succumbs. Recall here for Scissors. It's going to be Admiral falling down, but the reinforcements are too good. Timeless have done it. Qualifying for the Esports World Cup.
It's